Today we are going to see. What if Naruto lost his memories after wielding infinity? So let's get started. MCU Universe. There was an explosion as the Mind Stone blew up, along with Vision. Wanda had managed to hold off Thanos long enough to destroy the stone. Wanda was thrown on her side from the force of the explosion. She sat up, crying softly as she grieved for having to kill her love. "I understand, my child, better than anyone," Thanos said as he approached her, patting her on the head. "You could never understand," Wanda sneered as she glanced up at him. "Today, I lost more than you could ever know," Thanos said as he walked right past her. "But now is no time for grief. There's no time at all." Wanda watched, confused and transfixed, as Thanos held his hand and made a gesture with it. A green circle appearing in the palm of his hand. She watched in growing horror as time was slowly rewound. Vision was slowly reassembled until he was good as new, complete with the Mind Stone. "No," Wanda cried out, rushing forward. But Thanos shoved her to the ground as he grasped Vision by the throat before lifting the android into the air. Thanos reached for the Mind Stone and pushed deep in Vision's head, ripping out the stone as he left a hole in Vision's head. The android lost all color and died a final time. Thanos tossed the body to the ground as he put the stone in its slot. There was a flash and Thanos groaned as his very veins coursed with the energy of the 6 Infinity Stones. Then, as he marveled at nearly accomplishing his goal, he was struck by a powerful blast of lightning, being thrown back. Wanda and Thanos looked up as Thor hovered in the air. Thor charged up the lightning in Stormbreaker, before he threw it at Thanos, Stormbreaker spinning like a buzzsaw of death. Thanos unleashed a combined beam of energy from the 6 stones. The axe easily cut through the energy and the blade struck Thanos in the chest. Thanos cried "OUT" in pain as Thor landed in front of him. "I told you you'd die for that," Thor sneered, grabbing the axe and shoving it in further, and Thanos groaned in pain. Thor stopped as Thanos seemed to be trying to say something to him. You should have gone for the head," Thanos said as he raised his hand with the gauntlet. "No," Thor cried out, but it was too late as Thanos snapped his fingers. There was a flash of energy and, when it faded, the gauntlet seemed damaged. It was smoking and looked like it had gone a few rounds with a monster truck. "What did you do? What did you do?" Thor demanded in horror. Thanos didn't answer, simply raised his hand. He disappeared in a blue portal, Thor's axe falling and slamming onto the ground. With Thanos, pain, unimaginable pain, that was what Thanos the Mad Titan was feeling right now. It was far worse than being slowly combusted by the Power Stone. And because of this pain, he was unable to concentrate properly when he escaped. While he was able to open a portal with the Space Stone and make sure Stormbreaker did not come with him, he was unable to properly open the portal to where he intended. As a result, he opened a portal to another dimension by complete accident. At least, that's what he thought. Earth 16, 2010, Vandal Savage's secret compound. In the middle of a dark room was a man meditating as all the objects and people in the room, all of which had a blue glow around them, floated in the air. This costume looks exactly like Prometheus's costume from S5 of Arrow, except it is all colored jet black. He wears the bladed gauntlets and metal-plated gloves of Ra's al Ghul from Batman Begins. Suddenly, he jumped high into the air and spun, letting kunai fly from his fingers. They would not have hit their targets had he not let loose other kunai to redirect the other kunai, deflecting them off each other, which ensured the first set of kunai hit their targets. As the cloaked figure landed, he was assaulted by 10 ninja. He pulled out one of his Chikuto and spun, cutting one ninja in half at the waist. He sliced the head off of another, before spinning and slicing open the throat of another. He parried a slash from one and cut off his arm, before moving him in the way of another's stab, making him take the stab in the heart. The cloaked figure then cut off the head of the one who stabbed his fellow ninja. The cloaked figure then spun and ducked under a wild sword swing and pivoted until his back was against the ninja's back. He reached behind with one arm, and jerked the hunter's head backwards, violently snapping his neck. The cloaked figure let the body drop to the ground as blood pooled in the ninja's mouth. The cloaked figure then stabbed another ninja in the chest before pulling it out and throwing the sword straight into the head of another ninja. The cloaked figure then caught a sword aimed at his face between the palms of his hands before he wrenched it out of the ninja's grasp. He gripped the hilt of the blade and swung it in an arc, decapitating the 9th ninja. The cloaked figure then parried several slashes from the final ninja before cutting open his stomach. The ninja fell to the ground but pulled himself to his feet, one hand holding his guts in. As the hooded figure approached, the ninja knew his fate was sealed and accepted it, bowing his head in deference. The cloaked figure stabbed the ninja in the chest, making the ninja groan as he died, before he pulled out the sword and flicked the blood off. "Well done," came the voice behind him. The figure turned and knelt as a tall, muscular male with medium dark skin tone, strong, rugged features, broad shoulders, and square jaw. He also has 3 pale scars across his face, brown eyes and black long hair pulled back. The man wore a long lapel-less dark blue coat with a red stripe on the edges. He also dons black gloves and boots. A display worthy of a son of Vandal Savage. "I'm glad you approve, father," came the voice from the kneeling young man who just killed 10 members of the League of Shadows. "Rise, Naruto, and remove your mask," commanded his father, and Naruto rose, remove his mask and take off his hood, showing his red spiky hair and purple eyes. Vandal placed a hand on his 17-year-old son, who exceeded his expectations for all his children. "Your mother would be very proud of how far you have come. I'm only sad that she is not here to witness it herself," Naruto said solemnly, and both father and son shared a moment, reminiscing of the passing of his mother, Kushina. Vandal Savage rarely ever fell in love. A man as old as the human race itself, it was exceedingly rare, but Kushina was different from many of the women he sired children with. Headstrong, somewhat eccentric, very level-headed despite possessing a temper and having cheerful with a noticeable sassy side to her. Vandal rarely fell in love, but Kushina was able to warm his normally numb heart. Naruto had been 8 when Kushina died in childbirth, birthing a stillborn daughter. It had been very traumatic for Naruto, but thanks to his elder half-sister Olympia and his younger half-sister Cassandra, he was able to get past it. "Yo, boss," came Clarion's shrill and annoying voice. "It's happening today." Vandal was brought out of his temporary reminiscing. Some years ago, when the particle accelerator went off in Central City, Naruto had been on a mission and got hit with its energy. He had gained a number of abilities, like the ability to open portals anywhere on Earth, or to another planet in the universe. When Brain and Luther examined the energy, they stated wherever he was drawing his power from, his source of power might be unlimited. He could repair or power mechanisms with this energy. Aside for teleportation, he could warp the fabric of space to generate powerful spatial pressure around his surroundings, capable of crushing, pulling and freezing things in place with tremendous force in a manner akin to telekinesis. Enable him to manipulate and move objects with just a single gesture. He could also create black holes. He played around with it and learned how to phase and unphase objects out of space, rendering them incorporeal and just as easily make them corporeal again. He could also use this on himself as well. He could also conjure extremely strong blue energy force fields. He mastered his portal ability, as he could decide what gets teleported alongside him, could decide how many people to take with him, and can even remove objects forcibly attached on his person. Clarion, thanks to being around for so long, was able to ascertain what Naruto drew power from and what it was. Clarion explained how the Infinity Stones worked. This caused Vandal to enact a plan. Vandal added to have a weapon that he could use against Darkseid when the time came. At the end of the 12th century, Savage, who was going by Genghis Khan, built the biggest empire in history theretofore. At the turn of the century, Savage clashed with Darkseid's forces who were attempting to conquer Earth. Alongside his 2 meta-human sons and army, Savage posed resistance, but they were easily defeated. However, Darkseid was impressed by Savage and his sons' meta abilities. Seizing the moment, and with his eyes open to the greater galaxy, Savage proposed an alliance with Darkseid to conquer the galaxy, with the understanding that their 2 planets would have to battle each other when all other planets had fallen. But Savage knew Darkseid would be nearly impossible to kill. He needed someone who could do that. Savage would use the Infinity Stones for himself, but Savage dared not risk tampering with his immortality. But Naruto, on the other hand, Naruto would be perfectly suited to wield all 6 stones for his father once he had an upgrade. Then make your preparations. We must not let this opportunity slip through our grasp, Vandal told his Clarion, who nodded. Later that night, Clarion was seen concentrating, a red chaotic aura surrounding his person. Joining him was Simon, Black Adam, Woden, and Clarion. "When is he going to get here?" Black Adam impatiently asked. "Patience, Adam, I'm sure Lord Clarion will bring him to us soon enough," Woden said. "Yeah, I'm working on it, so how about you shut it, Adam?" Clarion told them snarkily. Then, Clarion piped up, "Oh, here he comes. Get ready." Naruto told them as Clarion concentrated and a portal opened up. Thanos fell out of it and hit the ground. Almost immediately, Black Adam tackled the weakened Mad Titan and knocked him over again, getting behind him and grasping his neck while using his foot on the left fist to make sure it did not close. Clarion and Woden moved next using powerful magic tendrils to wrap Aru and the arm they were assigned and keep them separated, while Clarion, being stronger, also made sure Thanos could not close his fist. Thanos strained against the combined assault, and shouted while his mind was assaulted by Simon. With all this, he was unable to stop Naruto, who swung his sword, which was coated in blue energy, as it cut off his arm that the gauntlet was on. Thanos shouted in pain. Well, that was easy. Clarion cackled as he aided Woden in restraining the weakened Thanos. Do not assume too much, Clarion, Vandal said as he and the other members of the Light walked up while Savage picked up the gauntlet. We were fortunate that Thanos had already weakened himself by overusing the stones. Do you intend to use them for yourself? Foolish human, no member of your race has a street. Wrong enough constitution to use an Infinity Stone, let alone all 6. Thanos groaned. Well, that's why we need you, Naruto said as he charged up the energy in his sword again, before poised to finish Thanos. Well, not you necessarily. Just your body. With that, Naruto decapitated Thanos, leaving Thanos' universe to its fate, as it would take generations to recover from what Thanos did. Now, for final phase, Vandal said as Thanos' body was moved to another room to extract his DNA. Vandal held the gauntlet up as he looked at his son. Are you ready? The hardest choices require the strongest wills, Naruto said, unknowingly quoting the man he just killed. I will do whatever I must to safeguard the Earth. 1 month later, Cadmus. Vandal stood alone on sub-level 52 as he observed the capsule that held Project Infinity. Technically, his son, Naruto Savage. They had gone through with the plan. Naruto had his DNA successfully infused with that of Thanos, changing his physiology and granting Naruto Thanos' physical powers so Naruto would be able to handle what comes next. Then, Naruto spent a week finding and gathering the Infinity Stones of their universe and used the gauntlet to absorb the power of the Infinity Stones, gaining infinite cosmic power in the process. But something went wrong. During the procedure, Naruto's long-term and short-term memory was fried. Naruto Sir. Vivden now possessed near omnipotence, fulfilling his father's wish of creating a person loyal to the light that could defeat Darkseid. But now, his favored son was amnesiac, having no memory of who he was. And that is dangerous. Vandal Savage would not kill his son, not only because there was no point in killing him when he could still dutifully serve his father's plans again one day, but because it would have been a betrayal of Kushina. The genomes are in place, Dr. Desmond said a bit timidly from behind Savage. We will do everything we can for him, Lord Savage. Project Infinity is his single most valuable asset of the light. He cannot be allowed to remain an amnesiac, Vandal said as he controlled his emotions, and he turned around and walked past Desmond. Fix him. 4 months later, Desmond nervously paced in the meeting room where he contacted the light whenever there was an update. The screens came down around Desmond and they blared to life, showing the hidden figures. Dr. Desmond, you require an audience with the light. Yes, very sorry to disturb at this hour, just make your report. Desmond was interrupted by another member of the light. Of course, Desmond cleared his throat and calmed his nerves before he spoke. We had a small fire here at Project Cadmus. The origin of the incident is still unclear, but it seems to have attracted unwanted attention. 3 sidekicks, Robin, Aqualad and Kid Flash, breached our security and made it to sub-level 52, where they released Project Infinity from his restoration chamber. Oh, of course, Project Infinity is still loyal to the light, and as such, captured and detained his would-be liberators. We currently have the 3 sidekicks detained, and far as we can tell, the League does not know they are here. What would you like me to do with them? Desmond asked. Clone them, L2 said. The substitutes will serve the light. And only the light, L1 said. And the originals? Desmond asked. Dispose of them. Leave no trace, L1 ordered. The other members of the light left the meeting, but L1 stayed. How is Project Infinity's mental restoration proceeding? L1 asked. Thanks to the repeated visits from Simon and our genomes working around the clock, we have managed to restore some of his memories. He still speaks 7 different languages fluently, his intellect is still strong, and his motor skills function as normal. Though lately, Progress has slowed somewhat. Memories of the time after he was 8 are proving resistant to treatment, though we have managed to restore some of them, and he does not seem to remember his father. His original personality has not yet been restored, as a result. It should also be mentioned that as a result, he admires the Justice League. Keep me informed of your progress, Doctor. L1 said as he clocked out of the meeting, leaving Desmond to breathe a sigh of relief. Cloning chambers. The sidekicks are awake and stare at both Naruto. Kid Flash glares at the amnesiac savage and says, "WW what you want? Quit staring at me, it's creeping me out." Quote. Robin then looks towards Kid Flash. KF, maybe not want to piss the guy who captured us," said Robin. The sidekicks stare down at Naruto. "We only tried to help you," said Aqualad in a calm, cool, collected voice. While Kid Flash just glares Naruto, "Yeah, we try to help you and you turn on us. How's that for great? Kid, please be quiet now. I believe our new friend may not in full control in each of his actions," said Aqualad while Robin attempts to escape. "I was in full control of my actions," stated Naruto. Kid Flash looks up in shock. "He can talk!" exclaimed Kid Flash. Naruto glares at the yellow and red costume theme hero. "Yes, I can," stated Naruto. "The Genomorph taught you telepathically?" asked Aqualad, hoping to gain Naruto's trust. "They aren't teaching me anything I don't already know. The genomes are helping me recover my memory. It was lost during the event that gave me my powers," said Naruto. "But they keep you locked up 1,000 feet beneath the surface." "I wouldn't call that helping so much as brainwashing," asked Robin, and Naruto, being the curious amnesiac he was, considered that line of thought. "Do you even know what you are? Who you are?" asked Aqualad, looking down at the two in sadness. "I am Naruto Uzumaki, codename Project Infinity. Designed with the power to replace the Justice League should they fall, to destroy them should they turn from the light," said Naruto with confidence of what little he knew about himself. Aqualad looks at Robin and Kid Flash, then turns towards Naruto. "To be like Justice League is a worthy aspiration, but like them, you deserve a life of your own, beyond your pod, beyond Cadmus," said Aqualad. "I only have what memories I do, because of Cadmus. It's the only home I have," yelled Naruto in anger. "Your home is a pod away, hidden away from the real world. We can show you freedom. The Justice League has the best telepaths in world. I'm sure they could help you recover your memory," said Robin. Aqualad smiles down at the amnesiac. "We can introduce you to the League," said Aqualad, and Naruto looked interested. "No they can't," said Desmond, walking with Guardian and Amanda, "they'll be otherwise occupied." "Activate the cloning process," ordered Desmond, looking towards Amanda. "Pass. Batcave is crowded enough," joked Robin. Desmond with a furious expression looks at Guardian, "and get the weapon back in its pod," growled Desmond. Guardian then walks forward next to Naruto. "Hey, how come he gets to call fishcake in it?" complained Kid Flash. Guardian places his hand over Naruto's shoulder. "Please help us," begged Aqualad. Desmond walks up to the Naruto. "Don't start thinking now," said Desmond as a genome hops onto Naruto's shoulder and the horns glow, making Naruto get a blank look. Naruto gain a dazed look. Desmond steps in front of him. "You see, you aren't a real boy. You are a weapon and you belong to me, well, to Cadmus. Now get back to your pod," ordered Desmond. Desmond was really worked up after that meeting and was not thinking straight as he tried to order Naruto around. Naruto would have walked away from Desmond, but he closed his eyes and groaned. Before he relaxed, despite the genome, and he opened his eyes, a cold glare at Desmond. "So, that's what you really think of me, huh? I tall you to get back to your..." But before Desmond can do anything, Naruto clenched his fist, unleashing a wave of blue energy that sent Desmond, Guardian, and Amanda flying against the wall. They hit the ground and struggled to get up. "Don't tell me what to do." He then turned his attention towards the sidekicks. "You gonna to free us or fry us?" Kid Flash asked. Naruto raised his hand and clenched it, causing blue energy to appear on the cuffs, keeping the heroes restrained, before they opened, as the three were let down from their binds. "That answer your question?" Naruto asked cheekily. "Man, lucky Batman wasn't here. He'd have my head for having to be helped out of that." Robin said. "Seriously, that's what you're worried about? The entire league will have our heads after tonight," Kid said. Naruto helped Aqualad down. "Thank you," he said as Naruto nodded. The four then left the labs as Desmond sneered in anger. "You'll never get out of here. I'll have you all back in pods by morning." "That guy is not whelmed." "Not whelmed at all," Robin said as he threw explosive discs at the cloning tubes. What's with you and this whelm thing? Kid asked as they left, the pods exploding behind them. Destroying any of the extracted DNA. Activate every genomorph in Cadmus. Desmond told his genome and its horns glowed red. We are still 42 levels below ground. But if we can reach the elevator then we'll be fine. Aqualad said as G-Trolls walked into the hallway. The pods behind them opened as well as more genomorphs came out. They dodged one G-Troll as it swung down. Naruto punched one troll, knocking it out. The others looked behind them and saw Naruto dropkick another in unconsciousness. Naruto, the goal is to escape, not to bury ourselves here. Aqualad shouted. Fine, give me a second. Naruto shouted as he clenched his fist and used his blue energy to throw one G-Troll into the others. Aqualad then opened the elevator door but they couldn't wait for it to come so they started to climb. Robin shot a grapple hook while Kid Flash ran up the walls. Naruto grabbed Aqualad and jumped just before a G-Troll grabbed them. He went up about 11 floors before he hit the wall, causing a crater to form as he used his strength to grip the walls. I can't fly, in case you're wondering. Naruto said to Calder, who nodded. Guys, this will have to be our exit. Robin shouted as the elevator was coming down. Naruto jumped up to the elevator doors and punched them open as the four of them ran in to avoid the falling elevator. Hop on, Naruto said as he gestured to his back. The other three grabbed on tight so. Naruto jumped up 30 levels before breaking into sub-level 12 and making it to a stairwell. Kid zoomed up the stairs, knocking out a few genomorphs along the way. More genomorph HS were catching up as Naruto stomped on the stairs behind him and the force caused the staircase to collapse. Desmond, Guardian and Double X were in the elevator heading up. We'll cut them off at sub-level 1. Guardian said, we'd better, or the board will have our heads. Desmond said as he touched his forehead. My head. He hit the emergency stop button on sub-level 2. I need to get something from Project Blockbuster. I'll meet you at sub-level 1. Desmond said. The four heroes made up to sub-level 1 but the emergency system kicked in and two heavy reinforced doors blocked them off. We're cut off from the street. Aqualad said. Naruto used his strength to slowly open the door but it was going too slow and Robin couldn't hack it open fast enough. They were then surrounded by Guardian and the genomorphs. Everyone readied themselves to fight as Aqualad made his water swords. The G-Gnomes then sent out psychic blasts which knocked out Kid Flash, Robin and Aqualad. Double X then LKED forward and sent out his own telepathic message. Perhaps for the sake of all genomorphs, our friend Naruto should make up his own mind. Double X said, it was you. Naruto said, yes, Naruto, I am the one who started the fire and lured your new friends to Cadmus. Woke them when they were in danger. Double X said, why? Naruto asked, because you are the genomorph's hope. You will blaze a trail for all of us, showing us the way to freedom. Double X said as he freed Guardian from telepathic control. The others began to wake up as the G-Gnomes let up on their powers. They looked around, to see Naruto stand up as the genomorphs looked at him. What's going on? Aqualad asked. What is your choice, Naruto? Double X asked. Freedom, Naruto said after thinking about it. Cadmus didn't really want to help him recover his memories, and the three sidekicks seemed to be willing to help him. Feels like fog lifting, Guardian said as the heroes stood up. Guardian, Aqualad asked, uncertain if he was still their enemy. Go, I'll deal with Desmond, Guardian said. I think not, Desmond said as he arrived. Project Blockbuster will give me the power to restore order to Cadmus. Desmond saw it as he drank the blue liquid in the vial. His body began to have an immediate reaction to the serum as his muscle mass and body size expanded to more than twice its original size. Desmond's skin began to peel away to reveal a dark blue scale-like skin and his eyes turned red. Desmond roared as he was fully transformed into Blockbuster. Everyone back, Guardian yelled as he charged forward but Blockbuster just backhanded him into the wall, knocking him out. Naruto then ran forward and landed a left cross. It phased Blockbuster some, who roared and retaliated with a vicious right cross. Naruto then landed a 3-punch combo and Blockbuster punched him into the far wall. Naruto then jumped in the air and delivered a double fist slam before picking up Blockbuster, throwing him 2 floors to ground level, before jumping after him. Okay, that's one way to bust through the ceiling, Robin said as he launched a grapple line and brought Kid with him, while Aqualad jumped up through the holes. They saw Blockbuster grab Naruto by the legs and throw him at them, though Naruto recovered in mid-air, his fingers digging into the ground and causing him to skid to a halt. Blockbuster yelled as the 4 heroes readied themselves for battle. Kid zoomed past Blockbuster and slid in between his legs as Naruto and Aqualad punched him so hard that he fell over backwards, as Kid kneeled on the ground so Blockbuster fell on his back. Learned that one in kindergarten, Kid said as Robin jumped over him and threw 2 throwing discs but Blockbuster knocked them away. Naruto moved to grab Blockbuster, but was tackled into one of the support pillars. Naruto punched Blockbuster hard and caused the monster's head to fly back. Naruto then flipped around and kicked Blockbuster, causing the monster to tumble before he turned and Naruto punched him further into the pillar, before he kicked Blockbuster's chest and punched him through the pillar. Robin saw that part of the ceiling was giving way as more pillars were destroyed. Of course, Robin said as the brought up holographic floor plans. KF, get over here. Kid ran past and tried to sweep under Blockbuster but was caught and Blockbuster swung Kid into Aqualad and both hit a pillar. Blockbuster then tackled Aqualad through a pillar and into another one as Naruto came up behind Blockbuster and used his greater strength to trip up Blockbuster, causing the monster to land on his back. As Blockbuster got up, Naruto double dropkicked him through another pillar. As Naruto kept Blockbuster distracted, Kid Flash was able to get over to Robin. Oben's holographic map showed that the structural integrity of the building was coming down and nodded to Kid. Got it? Robin asked. Right, Kid said as he zoomed past and punched Blockbuster in the face, taking part of what remained of Desmond's old skin. Got your nose, Kid said as Blockbuster charged at him as Kid was the decoy. Naruto, Aqualad, Robin shouted as he showed them the pillars that needed to go. Come and get me, you incredible bulk, Kid yelled as he led Blockbuster to destroy another pillar. Kid Flash kept Blockbuster distracted while Robin quickly explained his plan to the others. He pointed out which ones need to be destroyed as Kid Flash got knocked around a bit by Blockbuster. This one, and that one, Robin said as he showed them on his hollow screen which support beams needed to be broken. Naruto smashed a pillar while Aqualad used a water construct to break another on. Robin then drew a large X in the center as Aqualad laid out a water path that was part of the plan. Naruto punched Blockbuster, who was chasing Kid Flash, causing him to hit the wet ground. Aqualad then sent a strong electrical current through the water, shocking Blockbuster so much that his skeleton could be seen through his skin, and keeping him in place. Move, Robin yelled as his explosive discs were armed and went off, destroying the rest of the pillars and causing the ceiling and the entire Cadmus building to come down on them and Blockbuster. After the building stopped falling, the rubble glowed blue and was slowly levitated upward as in blue energy dome could be seen, which Naruto had generated to protect the other 3. We did it, Aqualad said, tired from the fight. Was there any ever doubt? Robin said as he and Kid high-fived but grabbed their sides in pain. Naruto walked up to see Blockbuster, unconscious, under a large pile of rubble and smirked. See, the moon, Kid said as Naruto saw the moon with his own eyes for the first time in 4 months. They then saw a figure flying towards them and it was Superman. Oh, and Superman, do we keep our promises or what? Kid asked as Naruto saw Superman for the first time. The rest of the league arrived. Red Tornado, Captain Marvel, Martian Manhunter, Zatara, Captain Atom, Hawkman, Hawkwoman, Wonder Woman, Green Lanterns Hal Jordan and Jon Stewart, Aquaman, Green Arrow, Black Canary, Flash and Batman. Start talking, Batman said. After telling them what happened, the league had Blockbuster arrested and some members took him to Belle Reve prison for containment. The 4 sidekicks watched as the league discussed on what they learned. Naruto looked over to see Superman talking with Wonder Woman and Martian Manhunter. Martian Manhunter then motioned to Superman that he needed to speak with Naruto. RMAN then walked over in front of Naruto. So, what happens now? Naruto asked. We'll figure something out for you. The league will, we are somewhat at a standstill on what to do with you. But we aren't going to lock you away, since you helped the others escape Cadmus and helped us get the data of what they were working on. Superman assured him, before he gestured to the building. Plus, we want to make sure you will be using your powers correctly. I wish it were so simple, Naruto said, more to himself than Superman as he looked at his hand. After the incident that gave me my powers, all I have of my past is my name, my memories of my mother, and some scattered ones of my past. Naruto clenched his fist and looked at Superman. I only stayed down there because I thought they were helping me. Obviously, I learned that was not the case. I need help to regain my memories. I'll talk with Jean, we'll get a schedule set up so he can help you. Superman said as he placed a comforting hand on Naruto's shoulder and Naruto nodded. Now, I should probably go make sure that blockbuster creature is all squared away. Superman then flew away. Batman then walked over with the rest of the league. Cadmus will be investigated, all 52 levels. But let's make one thing clear. You should have called, Flash said, interrupting Batman. End results aside, we are not happy. You hacked Justice League systems, disobeyed direct orders, and endangered lives. You will not be doing this again. Batman told them. I am sorry, but we will. Aqualad said as they all stood together. Aqualad, stand down, Aquaman said. Apologies, my king, but no. We did good work here tonight, the work you trained us to do. Together, on our own we forged something powerful, important. Aqualad said. If this is about your treatment at the hall, the three of you, the four of us. And it's not, Kid said. Batman, we're ready to use what you taught us. Or why teach us at all? Robin said. I'm with them on this. You can either help us, or we'll do this on our own. Naruto said. It was a standoff until Batman spoke again. Give me 3 days. Batman said. Mount Justice July 8, 8:04 Eastern Daylight Saving Time. In Happy Harbor, Kid, Robin, Aqualad, and Naruto were with the League at the original sanctum for the Justice League as it was being refurbished. The 4 young heroes stood dressed in civilian clothes, with Naruto now wearing a black muscle shirt with blue jeans, brown belt and boots. This cave was the original secret sanctuary for the Justice League. We're calling it into service again. Since you 4 are determined to stay together and fight the good fight, you'll do it on League terms. Red Tornado volunteered to live here and be your supervisor. Black Canary's in charge of training. I will deploy you on missions. Batman said. Real missions? Robin asked. Yes, but covert. Batman said. The League will still handle the obvious stuff. There's a reason we have these big targets on our chests. Flash said. But Cadmus proves that the bad guys are getting smarter. Batman needs a team that can operate on the sly. Aquaman said. The 5 of you will be this team. Batman said. Yes. Wait, 5, Robin asked. They saw Martian Manhunter enter with a young girl beside him, dressed in a female version of his costume, with red hair and green skin. The female Martian sidekick. This is the Martian Manhunter's niece, Miss Martian. Batman said. Hi, Miss Martian said, liking this gig more every minute. Wally told Robin. Welcome aboard. I'm Kid Flash. That's Robin, Aqualad, it's cool if you forget their names. Wally said. I'm honored to be included. Miss Martian said. Meanwhile, Naruto looked behind him and observed the Genomorphs that were helping set the place up. Naruto had managed to convince Superman to talk to Batman to let some of the Genomorphs out of Cadmus to help take the first steps to integrating with humans. Naruto did promise XX that he would help them, after all, but he had to take it slow. Baby steps, Superman had called it. There were 5G trolls, 4G dwarves, 5G gnomes, 4G elves, and 1G goblin, who would speak with XX, who decided to stay at Cadmus and help the other Genomorphs. To see how they were doing. Naruto, come meet Miss M. Robin said as they walked over. Miss Martian then morphed her shirt into the same color and look as Naruto's. I like your t-shirt. Miss Martian said as Naruto smiled. Robin elbowed him and Wally zoomed over to his side. Today is the day, Calder said as they smiled. Cadmus. Back at Cadmus, reconstruct. Ion was already underway while Guardian was talking with XX and the new head scientist about the new Cadmus. The new Cadmus starts today. With Desmond out of the picture, the boards placed me in charge. Dr. Spence, your acting chief scientist. No more genomes suppressing our wills. No more secret breeding projects. This is a kinder, gentler Cadmus. Guardian said. Then I will of course help in any way I can. XX said. The Light was watching the video feed of Guardian in Cadmus. Can the Light afford to leave Guardian in charge without genomes? L1 asked. We have subtler means of control. What concerns me is that Project Infinity is now in the hands of League. We also now know the League is going to employ these young heroes to do their dirty work. Ha, that's a dark twist. A member said. Yes, but one that can be played to our advantage. Even the temporary loss of Project Infinity may prove useful. We should be thankful he does not have access to his full power. Another member said as they saw the video recording of Naruto fight. We will need to be more careful moving forward. And soon, he will return to the light. L1 said. Welcome to Happy Harbor. July 18th, Mount Justice. Recognized. Naruto. B01, the computer said as Naruto walked through the Zeta tube, carrying several grocery bags. As he walked in, Miss Martian floated over. Naruto, Miss Martian, said as she floated over and hugged him, having not seen him all day. Naruto, though not expecting the hug, returned it, using one arm since the other was holding the groceries. Hey, Magan, Naruto said a bit awkwardly, since he did not know her name. Thankfully, the loss of his memories did not necessarily reflect badly on his social skills. Over the last week or so, when he wasn't speaking Magan or hanging with Calder and the others, he was rediscovering what all he could do with his spatial manipulation powers and testing the limits of his physical abilities. He also took up reading as a hobby, since he saw this trailer for a new show called Game of Thrones. He started reading the first of the book series last week and was 9 chapters through book 1. He also started tinkering all sorts of equipment from motorcycles to cars to weapons. His lack of memories had inspired a desire within him to learn more, which is also why he watched the History Channel. Naruto as he looked around. Wasn't Calder here earlier? I still am, Aqualad said as he walked out. Hey, man, Naruto greeted. What's in the bags? Aqualad asked. Well, I do live here, and Magan and I do have to eat. Naruto said before he said to Magan, speaking of which, we should probably get these in the fridge before they spoil. Sure, I'll help, Magan said as she used her telekinesis to lift several of the bags. They walked out as the computer made an announcement. Recognized. Robin, B02, Kid Flash, B04. The computer said as the Zeta tube activated and Robin and Kid in civilian clothes walked in. Did you ask him? What did he say? Robin asked Aqualad. He's arriving now, Aqualad said. Then what are we waiting for? Kid asked as they ran to the hangar, joined by Naruto and Magan after. They finished with the groceries and Magan tried out her first cookie recipe, and saw Red Tornado arrive. Red Tornado, Kid yelled as Red Tornado landed on the ground. Greetings. Is there a reason you intercept me outside the cave? Red asked. We'd hoped you had a mission for us. Aqualad asked. Mission assignments are the Batman's responsibility. Red said. But it's been over a week, and nothing. You will be tested soon enough. Red said, interrupting Robin. For the time being, simply enjoy each other's company. This team is not a social club. Aqualad said. No, but I know from experience that social interaction is an important team-building exercise. Perhaps you can keep busy by familiarizing yourself with the cave. Tornado said as he walked in. Keep busy, Kid said bitterly. Does he think we're falling for this? Robin asked indignantly. Oh, I'll find out. Magan said as she tried to telepathically read Red's mind but got nothing. I'm sorry, I forgot, he's a machine, inorganic. I cannot read his mind. Nice try, though, Kid said. So, you know what I'm thinking right now? Kid asked as Naruto slapped him on the back of his head. Ow, we all know what you're thinking, horn dog. Tornado has a point. Maybe we should just get to know each other first. Naruto said. Why? Robin asked. Well, we still don't know enough about each other. I mean, Miss Mart. Ian and I have kinda been getting to know one another, but we also live here, so, Naruto said with a shrug. And now we tour the clubhouse, Aqualad said with a bit of bitterness. Magan didn't really notice but Naruto did. Well, Naruto and I live here. We can play tour guides. Magan said. How about you handle it? Tour guide isn't really my thing. Naruto suggested. Works for me. A private tour sounds much more fun. Wally said. She never said private. Robin said. Team building. We'll all go. Aqualad said as they walked into the cave. This would be the front door, and this side would be the back door. The cave is actually the entire mountain. Magan said as she showed them around. It was hollowed out by Superman and Green Lantern in the early days of the League. Kid said. Why abandon it for the Hall of Justice? Naruto asked. The cave's secret location was compromised. Aqualad said. So they traded it in for a tourist trap. Not really sure that makes sense. Naruto said. If the villains know about the cave, we must be on constant alert. Magan said in worry. We're hiding in plain sight. They won't think to look for us here. Robin said. That kinda makes sense. Magan said. As Naruto saw something. Hey Magan, I think there's smoke coming from the kitchen. Naruto said. Oh no, my cookies. Magan yelled as she flew towards the kitchen. She used telekinesis to open the oven and pull the burnt cookies out of the oven. I was trying out Grammy Jones' recipe from episode 17 of, Hey, never mind. Magan stammered a bit. I bet they'd have tasted great. He doesn't seem to mind. Robin said as Kid ate a cookie. I have wicked metabolism, Kid said with an awkward look. I'll make more, Megan asked uncertainly. It was sweet of you to make any. Aqualad said. Thanks, Aqualad, Megan said. We're off duty. Call me Calderam. Actually, my friends call me Calder. Aqualad said. I'm Wally, Kid said. Megan said as Naruto looked away. He could not help but feel envious of everyone else. They had all their memories intact, while he only had his name, his memories concerning his mother, and some scattered ones. Don't worry, Naruto, I'll help you get your memories back if you want, Megan said telepathically while she started to smile. Naruto turned to look her with wide eyes and his head started to hurt. Memory. Come on, Mrs. Kushina, just a little more. The nurse coaxed by her feet. I can't, his mother cried about. Yes, you can, a man Naruto could not see encouraged. Listen to the nurses, take my hand. If I ever get out of this, I'm going to break more than your hand, husband, she swore, glaring up at the man. I'm going to break the part that got you into this predicament in the first place. The Manda, Naruto could not see didn't miss a beat. We can sort this out later. For now, though, you have to push. Tears sprang to Kushina's eyes. I can't, she wailed. I'm so tired, my strength is failing me. Her voice trailed off to an exhausted whimper. A man Naruto could not see leaned over and pushed her sweaty hair from her face. I know, but you're one of the strongest women I have ever known. You've never failed at anything you set out to do. This is our daughter, Kushina. You can do this. For her sake, you must. Oh okay, she whispered, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. I'll try. Ready? Asked the nurse. Kushina nodded. Right, then on your next contraction push. Kushina pushed. Excellent. Now take a deep breath, and do it again. Kushina pushed once more. And one more time it's almost out. She pushed again, her face red with effort. The moment stretched to an eternity as the infant was eased out into the world, finally slipping into the hands of the nurse. Kushina collapsed against the pillows. Eyes closed, as the attending nurse announced, it's a girl. But the new mother did not open her eyes to acknowledge this. Kushina, the man's voice rose it'll and he touched her arm to rouse her. Kushina, wake up. Come on, Mom. Naruto nudged her other shoulder. Don't you want to see my little sister? Mom, he frowned slightly as she would not respond and her heartbeat would be after that moment passed that the man taught Naruto thought was his father and Naruto would learn that his little sister was stillborn. Memory end. Robin seemed to notice what was going on as Naruto was holding his head and groaning. Miss M, what are you doing? What's wrong? I don't understand. Everyone on Mars communicates like this, Megan said, as she spoke telepathically to everyone now. Megan, stop. Things are different on Earth. Here, your powers are an extreme invasion of privacy. Aqualad said sternly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Megan apologized but Naruto moved to another room. To be alone for a bit, to calm down after seeing that memory, leaving the rest of the room feeling a bit awkward. Hello, Megan, I know what we can do, she said as she floated away and the others followed but not before she went to Naruto. Naruto, please, Megan asked. Don't take it out on her, Naruto-san, came the voice of the G-gnome who had taught Naruto Japanese. The G-gnome was crouched on the table in front Naruto. What you're feeling right now was not caused by her. You shouldn't push her away. You're right, thank you, Genso, Naruto responded back telepathically through their link. Naruto got up from the couch, reminding Megan that Naruto was a really tall. Before getting Thanos' DNA, Naruto was a pretty small individual, standing at about 5 feet 4 inches. Now, he stood 6 feet 6 inches. His shoulders and arms had the lines that Thanos once had, though Naruto lacked Thanos' ballsack of a chin and the lines on his face, and was packed with powerful muscle. I'm sorry about that, Naruto apologized, it wasn't you. I sometimes get these memory flashes. I don't really know what triggers them. Oh, what was this one about? Megan asked hesitantly. My mother on her deathbed, Naruto said as he looked down. You don't need to say any more, if it's too much for you, Megan said compassionately as she placed a hand on his arm, but if you ever want to talk about it, I'll be here. With that, the two slowly made their way to the rest of the group. They took the elevator down to the hangar of the mountain. They saw a giant oval with red and blue colors. It's my Martian bioship, Megan said. Cute, not aerodynamic, but cute. Kid said. It's at rest, silly. I'll wake it, Megan said as the ship morphed into a more aerodynamic and badass spaceship. She opened the ramp to the ship. Well, are you coming? They all walked in as the ship morphed. Seats appeared and the control panels came up from the ground. Strap in for launch. Magan, N said as they all sat down and seatbelts wrapped around them. Red Tornado, please open bay doors. Magan said as the hangar doors opened and Megan piloted the ship out of the mountain. They flew over the mountain and Happy Harbor as the ship flew smoothly. Kid tried to flirt but was acting like an idiot. A team that functions with cohesion and cooperation amongst its members can accomplish far more than each member can individually. Naruto heard a voice in his head, and he groaned as he rubbed his head, as that was from a memory he recovered a few days ago where he could not see who was talking to him. Nor could he recognize who was speaking to him, but it sounded like it might be his father. Hey, how about showing us some Martian shape-shifting? Robin asked. Magan stood up as Eve. Ryan watched as she turned into a female version of Robin. She then morphed into a female version of Kid Flash. Is it wrong that I think I'm hot? Kid asked. Yes, Wally. It's really creepy, Naruto said as everyone chuckled. Impressive, but you know you're not exactly gonna fool anyone with those. Robin said. Mimicking boys is a lot harder. Magan said with a bit of shame. And your clothes? Aqualad asked. They're organic like the ship. They respond to my mental commands. Magan said. Can you do that ghosting through walls thing that Manhunter does? Wally asked. Density shifting. No, it's a very advanced technique. Magan said. I've heard Wally can vibrate through walls. Hey, apparently when he tries, he gets a bloody nose. Naruto joked and Robin laughed a bit at that. Dude, Wally said indignantly at the embarrassment. Here's something I can do. Camouflage mode, Magan said as she made the ship invisible. Red Tornado to team. An emergency alert has been triggered as the Happy Harbor power plant. I suggest you investigate, covertly. I'm sending you the coordinates. Red said over the communicator. Miss Martian to Red Tornado. Coordinates received and adjusting course. Magan responded as she adjusted course. Red Tornado's keeping us busy again. Robin said with a huff. Well, a fire led you to Naruto. We should find out what caused the alert. Magan said. Pretty sure I know the cause. Naruto said as he pointed outside and they saw a tornado by the power plant parking lot. The ship was caught in the tornado but not for long as Magan steadied it and landed it in the parking lot. The team got out to see people running for cover as the tornado hit the power plant. Robin, are tornadoes common in New England? Aqualad asked as Robin disappeared. They heard him laugh as they looked around. He was just here, Magan said. I'm starting to hate it when he does that. Come on, Naruto said and they ran to the building. Inside the power plant, In was knocked into a pillar by the villain behind the tornadoes. It was a large robot, a red mech armor with black highlights, large blue cables attached to his body and a large ragged scarf around his neck. Who's your new friend? Naruto asked as he landed near Robin. Didn't catch his name, but he plays kind of rough. Robin said. My apologies. You may address me as, Mr. Twister. The robot ate as it created two mini tornadoes that Naruto slowly stomped through. Seeing this was not working, it created a tornado underneath Naruto's feet that sent Naruto flying into the far wall. Magan was a little concerned as she saw Wally put on his goggles. This was her first taste of real combat, after all. Aqualad looked at her and nodded, and she readied herself as they charged at Twister. Kid, super sped forward and did a flying kick but Twister created a wind shield that blocked him and tossed Kid outside the plant. Magan and Calder charged as they were hit with a tornado and sent flying. Hitting the walls far away from Twister. I was prepared to be challenged by a superhero. I was not, however, expecting children. Twister said. Robin growled angrily and was about to throw a couple boomerangs. But a hand clasped on his shoulder. Robin looked behind him to see it was Naruto, shaking his head. Don't, he's just trying to rile you up. Naruto said. Besides, thanks to his wind powers, he's effective at long and mid-range combat, which puts most of us at a disadvantage. Getting close to him will be tough. Magan, can you hear me? Naruto broadcasted his thoughts. Yeah, I can hear you, Magan said telepathically. When I give the signal, use your telekinesis on that pipe above the robot. Naruto said telepathically. Well, it seems one of you somewhat knows what he's doing. But I am not here to play with children. Twister said as it turned to leave. You think so, huh? Naruto asked as he pulled the robot back under a large pipe with telekinesis. Now, Magan, he broadcasted telepathically. Magan heard the message and then used her telekinesis and destroyed a large pipe causing smoke to surround Twister. Aqualad and Robin charged at Twister, but Twister created two mini tornadoes and slammed Aqualad and Robin into one another. Fools, they should have taken the opportunity to retreat and come up with a plan of attack. Naruto thought in annoyance at how much Robin, Aqualad, and Kid Flash were embarrassing themselves today. Fine, I'll do it myself. Naruto charged at Twister while mentally telling Magan to stay back, but unlike his male compatriots, he had a plan as he had figured out a way to get around those tornadoes. Twister sent another tornado at Naruto, though Naruto turned himself intangible and passed right through the tornado. What? Twister yelled as Naruto turned tangible again at the last second and dropkicked Twister out of the plant. Twister skidded on the ground a ways with 2-foot indents in its armor and managed to pull itself up as Naruto came down from the sky to deliver a double hammer blow that created a crater in the ground and a dust cloud to rise in the air. You are different. That team of yours could learn a thing or two from you. Too bad. They won't get the chance. Twister said as Naruto climbed out of the crater. He sent Naruto flying away in a tornado back at the plant, but Magan caught him with her telekinesis. Thanks, Magan, Naruto said. Don't mention it, Magan said as the others joined them. What do you want? Aqualad said as Twister floated in the air. Isn't it obvious? I'm waiting for a real hero. Twister said. Magan, please read his mind, find his weakness. Naruto asked Magan. I thought I wasn't supposed to do that. Magan said. It's okay with the bad guys. Robin said. Gan tried to read his mind but got nothing. Nothing, I'm getting nothing. Hello, Magan, Mr. Twister is Red Tornado in disguise. He's inorganic, an android. And how many androids do you know that can generate tornadoes? Magan asked. Red Tornado sent us here. Aqualad said, after saying we'd be tested soon enough. This is his test, something to keep us busy. Robin said angrily. Speedy called it, we're a joke. This game is so over, Kid said as Robin and Aqualad walked forward. I don't think so, Naruto thought as he observed with his arms crossed. Twister could not be possibly Red Tornado because, for one, Tornado's winds were colored red. Tornado flew by generating a vortex underneath him, Twister just flew. Plus, while Magan made a mistake in thinking it was Red Tornado, he was certain she was onto something. We know who you are and what you want. Robin shouted. So let's end this. Aqualad said. Consider it ended, Twister said as he sent Twisters into the sky, turning it dark in the winds to pick up. An impressive show, but we will not indulge you. We will not engage, Aqualad shouted. Lightning then began to come down from the sky as Twister channeled more and more energy. Can Red Tornado do that? Kid asked. You think I'm Tornado? That's ironic, Twister shouted as he sent down a bolt lightning. Had it hit its destination, it would have exploded in front of the team. Unfortunately for the android, a black hole opened up right in front of the bolt just as it was about to hit the ground. The bolt of lightning was then sucked into the black hole and into the void. The black hole closed to the stunned silence of the team and the simulated anger of the android. What? Impossible, Twister protested. You know, Naruto said as he took off one sleeve of his brown leather jacket. Normally, when I fight, I keep the kid gloves on. I hold back because I don't know exactly how strong I am and I don't want to accidentally kill people. Naruto too, off his jacket and handed it to Magan. Hold that for me, will you? He asked as he held out his jacket and Magan held it. But after what you just tried to pull, android, Naruto finished his monologue as he walked forward. The kid gloves are coming off. Twister, in response, fired an even bigger bolt. In response, Naruto snapped his fingers and opened a portal that sucked the bolt right up. Naruto opened another portal then that sent the bolt right back at Twister, who only just barely managed to dodge. Naruto clenched his fist, surrounding the android with blue energy as Naruto crush. The robot some with powerful spatial pressure, evidenced by the crushing sound and the sparks coming from the robot. Get over here, Naruto shouted as he used his powers to launch the immobile android at him. Naruto then delivered a lariat to the android's chest, sending the android flying through the air towards the beach. Naruto opened a portal to where the android was going to land and walked right through it. He arrived at Twister's location just in time to see the android hit the shore, causing an explosion of sand to fly into the air. I will not tolerate this insolence from you children any longer. Die, Twister said as he raised his hands to fire his wind cannons, only for Naruto to open a black hole beneath the android's feet. Naruto then abruptly closed the portal while the android's legs were still sinking inside with a swipe of his arm, leaving the android without the means to walk or fly. How dare you? Twister said as he tried to aim again only for his arms to be coated in blue energy as they were forced to either side. You seem very proud of these arms of yours, very attached to them. Let's see who well you do without them. Naruto said as he used his telekinesis to rip off the remaining 2 limbs of Twister. No, my arms. You will pay for this, you. Naruto did not let the android finish as he punched Twister's head clean off and into the ocean. Be quiet, Naruto growled as Kid Flash, Magan, Robin and Aqualad appeared on the shoreline. The chest of the android opened up and out dropped Braum Stick, who looked at Naruto in fear. Foul, I call foul, he said weakly. Thank you, Magan, Naruto said as he took his jacket back and put it on, not seeing Magan's blush. You still getting nothing from him? Magan's eye glowed green as she tried to read Braum's mind, but like before. Found nothing, not even a little resistance, nothing. Then would you like to do the honors? Naruto offered, as they both knew what the Braum Stick in front of them really was. Magan used her telekinesis to pick up a large rock and smashed it down on Braum's body, to the protest of Aqualad. I don't know how things are done on Mars, but on Earth, we don't execute our captives. Robin protested. Stop your protesting, Robin, Naruto said as Magan lifted the rock up with telekinesis, revealing that Braum was another android. Braum was obviously another android. Magan could not read his mind. Because there was no mind to read. Cool, we just kicked some serious butt today, Wally announced with a grin. No, we didn't, Naruto said as he turned to face them, standing next to Magan. Magan and I are the ones who triumphed here. You 3 are acting like tag-alongs that don't want to be here. What do you mean, Naruto? Aqualad asked. Come on, did you think I didn't hear the bitterness in your voice when you said, and now we tour the clubhouse? You were being way too obvious, Naruto said. The 3 of you are mad because your pal Speedy doesn't want to hang with you. And you can be bitter about that all you want, but keep that to yourselves. Don't take it out on me and Magan. She doesn't deserve that and neither do I. Right now, Magan and I are the only ones acting like anything resembling a team, as we actually work together on this. You, Robin, ran off without telling us. You're supposed to be part of a team now and can't go off on your own like that. It could cost you your life when you're up against an unknown enemy. Then, you, Wally and Calder rushed Twister when it should have been obvious that we needed to come up with a plan to get close to him. Where the hell was the teamwork I saw against Blockbuster? I'm not saying that Magan didn't make her own mistakes and I didn't make mine, but they're minor compared to yours. What, are you angry at us? Wally asked. I'm disappointed in you 3. I really am. I thought we were becoming friends. I thought you saved me from Cadmus out of the goodness of your hearts. But I'm starting to wonder if I was wrong. If it was actually for some selfish desire to prove to the League that you were worthy enough to join them by saving the abused science project, and no. Because you genuinely wanted to help me. Naruto said as Wally, Robin, and Calder looked down in shame a bit, as his reasoning was partially correct. Magan looked torn between whose side to really take on this. As Naruto picked up a robotic eye that was still on. Right now, there are only 2 members on this team. When you 3 want to stop acting like pouty children, let me know. Naruto crushed the robotic eye in his hands. Now, let's get this back to the cave. Mount Justice. Later. It was clearly created to sabotage or destroy you. Aqualad said as Robin was looking over the specs of the robot and Tornado looked at the remains. Indeed, Tornado said. Is that why you didn't help us? Magan asked. No, this was your battle. I do not believe it was my role to solve your problems for you. Nor should you solve mine for me. Tornado said as they all looked at him. But if you're in danger, consider this matter closed, Tornado said as he walked away. Batman, Aquaman and Flash. They'd have jumped right in to fix things. Wally said, guess if this team is gonna have a babysitter, it would be an heartless robot. Robin quipped, I have a heart, carbon steel alloy, I also have excellent hearing. Tornado said as he turned around. Sorry, I'll be more mindful of that in future. Robin apologized as Tornado walked away. Let's meet up tomorrow. Just the 3 of us. You, Wally, and myself. Calder suggested. Why, what's up? Wally asked. Something Naruto said. I feel we need to do some serious thinking about this team situation. We aren't a team yet, but we still can be. I think the 3 of us need to decide if we truly want to be. Calder said to them as they left for the Zeta tubes. Naruto sighed and looked Magan. I did not like saying that. But they have decided if they want to be a team. I'm sorry. I know you were getting closer with them this week. Magan said. Not as close as I am with you. Naruto said with a smile. And hey, if want to talk telepathically sometime, it's okay. I actually kinda like it. Naruto kind of enjoyed the way her touch felt inside his mind. Thank you, Naruto, Magan said telepathically, and they both smiled. Santa Prisca, July 19, 043 ECT. Inside the venom-producing factory on the island of Santa Prisca, a tall man wearing a black and white luchador mask walked up to the cage separating him and his men from the rest of his venom factory. It appeared as if the Santa Prisca venom facility was taken over by the cult of the Cobra, if the men in the red cloaks and masks resembling an angry snake, pointing our guns at anyone that was dressed differently were anything to go by. A Cobra agent was standing in front of a caged door that led to a closed-off part of the factory that had only one other door at the other side. Nuestro maestro sublime proclama que partira esta instalación si uno de vosotros, derrota a su campeón en combat singular. Our sublime master proclaims he will depart this facility if one of you defeats his champion in single combat, proclaimed the Cobra agent. The masked luchador stepped forward, past his men, and walked to the caged door. Solo que si interesante. Just make it interesting, he said as he opened the cage door and walked in. As he stepped across the threshold, he saw two people on opposite sides of the room, one girl and the other, a scrawny boy, both with orange hair. The weak boy entered the arena and moved the hair away from his eyes with an arrogant smirk on his face. Bane's attention was pulled from the kid to a sound of something falling next to his feet. He looked down and picked up the object. It was the same device that he used to administer the venom to increase his strength. Bane turned towards the Cobra agent that stood behind the gate he'd just walked past. Usted me diera mi ultima arma, cual es el truco? You would give me my ultimate weapon, what's the catch? Asked Bane as he put the device on his left arm and connected the tube on the back of his skull. Sin capturas de facilmente podría probar la destreza de su campeón si no estaban en su mejor momento. No catch, it would hardly test his champion's prowess if you weren't at your best, said the Cobra cultist. As the venom started flowing along the tube and reached Bane's skull, he spoke. Quieres mi measure? You want my best. He then started to transform as his pupils dilated, muscles bulged. Veins appeared on his arms and he began to grow larger. He turned towards his opponent. Lo tienes. You got it. At the other end of the arena, the scrawny boy was approached by his sister. And she injected him with some sort of serum. Then she walked back out and closed the cage. The boy started to trash around, clutching his head as whatever the drug was, it appeared to hurt a lot. He fell to his knees and started to transform, his back bulging out, and he started to scream, his voice getting deeper. His teeth sharpened and become more animal-like, his skin turned gray and started to come apart. On some parts of his body exposing the naked red muscles that lay beneath. His tank top got destroyed as he grew larger and became more beast than man. Bane and the beast began their brawl. While at first Bane appeared to have an advantage, as he has more fighting experience and was able to defend and attack, that all ended when Bane went for a strike to the beast's chest and it did nothing. The beast smirked and started to strike Bane on the head, and then struck him in the stomach, making Bane spit out some saliva. As Bane was about to fall back, he was stopped by the beast grabbing his right arm and throwing him against some pipes, loosening the joints as a bit of smoke started pouring out. The beast did not allow Bane to regain his breath, as it quickly sped towards the downed drug dealer and slammed him into the pipes once again, cracking them, releasing a large cloud of smoke. The monster then picked up the downed Bane and threw him out of the smoke screen and jumped after him. It then used the momentum of its fall to strike a devastating blow to Bane's head, even going so far to destroy the stone ground that lay beneath them. Bane tried to get up, but he was unable to win the fight against unconsciousness. With Bane defeated, the monster moved away from its downed foe, and when the other cultists saw this they slowly started to chant. Hail Cobra! Hail Cobra! Hail Cobra! As the chanting got louder, a man with pale white skin and a red cloak, with the hood shaped like a cobra's head, could be seen smirking in the rafters above. Hail Cobra! Gotham City, July 22 th. 1300 ECT. Naruto was walking down the park of Gotham City with Magan. The city was alight with activity as people were heading off to lunch, late for meetings or teenagers hanging out and enjoying their summer break. Naruto was here sightseeing with Magan. Wow, so this is what a city is like, Magan said excitedly as she was in her shape-shifted form to look completely human. Yeah, but don't let the majesty of the daylight fool you. Gotham is home to some of the most depraved criminals on the planet, and they tend to come out when darkness falls. And that's just the grunts. The rogues are said to be even worse. Naruto said with a smile. I understand that, but surely it's not all bad in Gotham. Magan said with a naivety to be expected from the newest inhabitant of Earth. Well, it is not all bad. Naruto said with a smile as he looked directly at her, and Magan blushed. It was then that something caught Naruto's eye in the park. Magan followed his sight to see a beautiful woman surrounded by 2 guards. The woman had brown hair, green eyes, stood 5 feet 8 inches, and had fair skin. Naruto said as he looked at the woman walking in the opposite direction with her guards. Everything okay, Naruto? Magan asked telepathically. I don't know why, but I just can't help but feel like I've met that woman. Naruto responded. So, Vandal's son is exploring the world he does not remember. Talia al Ghul thought as she walked away. Regardless, capturing him would be a wasted effort on my part, and I am not here for him anyhow. Mount Justice, July 22, 1530 ECT. Recognized. Naruto, B01. Miss Martian, B05. The computer said as Naruto and Magan walked out of the Zeta tube and saw Batman and Red Tornado there. Batman, is there something going on? Naruto asked. A mission, Batman said as Naruto raised an eyebrow, and Magan was excited. Do you really believe this team is ready? Naruto asked. They didn't even have bloody leader yet. Possibly, which is why this will be a covert recon mission. The team is assembling, I'll explain the rest. Batman said as the other 3 walked in. Isla Santa Prisca. This island nation is the primary source of a dangerous and illegal neo-steroid, a strength-enhancing drug sold under the street name Venom. Batman said. What's Bane up to? Robin asked. We're not sure. Infrared heat signatures indicate their factory is still operating at full capacity, but all shipments of Venom have been inexplicably cut off. We need to find out what Bane is up to, and this is where the team comes in. This is a covert recon mission only. Observe and report. If the Justice League needs to intervene, it will. The plan requires 2 drop zones. Batman said as he showed them on the holomap. So who's in charge? Robin asked, eager to be leader. Batman and Red Tornado exchanged glances. Work that out between you. Batman said as Robin nodded and smirked. It seemed he had already made up his mind that he was going to be the leader. Well, that's a fucking recipe for disaster. Naruto thought sarcastically. He wasn't sure what exactly was going through Batman's head right now. He had to know that Robin so far had not displayed the maturity needed from a leader. The only 2 people qualified to lead the team right now were Aqualad and maybe Naruto himself. Naruto was not sure he wanted to be leader. Sure, he worked well with Magan, but that was different. They were friends, they lived together, spent some of their free time together. Get suited up and prepare to head out. Batman said as they all nodded and got suited up. Boarded the bio ship and flew to the island. Isla Santa Prisca, July 22, 2008 ECT. Approaching Isla Santa Prisca. Drop zone A in 30. Magan said as Aqualad stood up from his seat and changed his suit to stealth mode. Ready, Aqualad said, putting bioship in camouflage mode. Magan said as the ship became cloaked and flew closer to the water. Magan Hen opened a hole as Aqualad dove down into the water and swam to the island, past water mines in a large net. He then made it to the beach and quickly went over to one of the motion sensor computers and placed a loop device. Heat and motion sensors are patched. Data is now on a continuous loop. You can move in, Aqualad said. The bioship then kept flying until it reached the second drop zone. Drop zone B, Magan said as everyone stood up and got ready. Magan created pulley hooks as Robin hooked one on his belt and Kid hooked the second on his. Kid then activated his stealth suit by pressing the flash emblem on his suit. How cool is this? Kid asked. Very impressive, Magan said as she then morphed from her regular Ms. Martian outfit into a full-body stealth version complete with a hood. That works too, Kid said as he then looked at Naruto. Hey Naruto, not too late to put on the new stealth tech. No tights, no capes, no thanks, Naruto said before he gestured to the outfit he was wearing. Naruto's superhero outfit is the outfit Thanos wears for the rest of Avengers Infinity War after he gets the Space Stone. It totally works for you, Magan said as she looked at Naruto and then realized what she said, in that you can totally do good work in those clothes. Magan then placed her hood on and camouflaged herself to hide her embarrassment while Naruto smiled. As she opened up a hole in the ship and they all descended to Santa Prisca. Robin and Kid Flash used the lines while Magan floated down. Naruto used a line as well, since jumping would have caused a seismic event that could have alerted the enemy to their position. Naruto tapped his earpiece to contact Aqualad. Aqualad, drop zone B is a go. Head for the factory. I'll track your GPS and rendezvous ASAP. Aqualad said. Roger that, Robin said as they all began to stealthily make their way to the factory. Robin was anxious and took point, using his holo map to scan for mines or bad guys. As they made their way to the factory, Naruto heard a twig snap. There is something up ahead, Naruto stated as Kid and Magan stopped. Is this a super hearing thing? Kid asked. You do have great ears, Magan said dreamily, but Naruto paid it no mind. Sadly, now was not the time the flirting. Robin, how far? Kid said as he turned to see Robin gone. Man, I hate it when he does that. Switch to infrared, see if you're being tracked, Aqualad recommended as Kid put his goggles on. Got a squad of armed bozos incoming, Kid said as he saw it. Naruto's eyesight improved as he saw another squad through the trees. 2 squads, but they'll meet each other before they meet us, Naruto said. Then they heard the sound of gunfire and shouting as the 2 squads fought against each other. No super hearing required now, Kid said. Swing wide, steer clear, Aqualad told them. Yeah, just as soon as I find Rob, Kid said as he ran away. Kid wait, Naruto shouted, but Kid ran. Naruto tapped his AR piece as he saw that Kid just blew their cover. Aqualad, we have a problem. Kid just fell in between the 2 groups. We need to go in and save his sorry butt. I'll handle Bane, you and Miss M make sure none of the goons escape. Kid managed to get back to his feet and ran fast enough to avoid the bullets. Naruto attacked the luchador mask-wearing man that was Bane and tackled him to the ground. However, the luchador was able to get free from the hold, and he twisted Naruto's arm behind his back and started to put pressure on it with the intention of breaking it. The luchador was, however, prepared for Naruto's superior strength. Thus, the amnesiac was able to get out of the hold and punch the man into a tree, knocking the man into unconsciousness. Naruto then charged into the fray and began to fight against the goons in the red capes. He grabbed one guy and threw him into a tree as the bullets just bounced off his skin. He then ran forward and punched 2 goons in the face. Magan, and then hovered above and used her telekinesis to gather up the guns. Robin jumped down from the trees and kicked 2 goons to the ground. What is wrong with you guys? Remember covert, why didn't you follow my lead? Vanish into the jungle, Robin yelled, sounding angry as he thought that his plan was the simplest to understand, while Kid took out another goon. That's what you were doing. Way to fill us in. We're not mind readers, you know, Kid said as Magan sent 2 goons flying with a telekinetic blast. I'm not, anyway. You told me I could only read the bad guys' minds, Magan said. Robin then saw 2 goons try to run and prepared to throw a bird-a-rang, but Naruto jumped in front of one and knocked him out with a solid punch to the face while Aqualad used his electric water bear's power to shock the other goon and knock him out. A few minutes later, they tied up the bad guys against the trees as Robin spoke. I recognize those uniforms. They belong to the cult of the Cobra, Robin said. I am certain Batman would have mentioned it if he knew a dangerous extremist group was running Santa Prisca's Venom operation. Aqualad said. Agreed. And since there's clearly no love lost between the cultist and those goons, I'm betting Cobra came in and tossed them out. Robin said. That's why normal supply lines have been cut off. We get it. Cobra wanted super cultists. Mystery solved. Radio bats. And we'll be home in time for dinner, Kid said. He was interrupted by Robin. These cultists aren't on Venom. Cobra's hoarding the stuff. The boy wonder talked as if he was the leader of the group. We don't leave, not until I know why. Until you know why, Kid asked angrily. This team needs a leader, Robin pointed out. And it's you, dude. You're a 13-year-old kid who ducked out on us without a word, Kid said, knowing Robin was not ready. And you're a mature 15. You blew our cover the first chance you got. Robin laughed sarcastically as he and Kid kept arguing while the others didn't really know what to do. Don't you want to lead? Magan asked Naruto. Not really. You, Naruto asked. After the Mr. Twister incident, Magan asked. You did fine, Naruto said as Magan blushed. Besides, Calder's perfect for the job. Think you can get them to stop arguing? Magan looked at each other and Calder smiled. I'm flattered, my friend, but I believe you have it backwards, Calder said to Naruto. Wait, you two want me to lead? Naruto asked. I believe you are the best option, Naruto. Out of all of us, you are the only one who understands how a team should work. Calder said, you said it yourself, this is a team. We need the right guy to lead us. Magan said as Naruto looked down in thought but then heard Bane and his goon talking Spanish. Look at them argue. Free yourself and take them while they're distracted. A goon said, quiet, for now I play along. They'll give me what I need. Bane said. Naruto turned to Aqualad, keep an eye on the luchador. Naruto said as Aqualad nodded. Yeah, you don't even have any superpowers. Kid said, neither does Batman. Robin replied, duh, you're not Batman. Kid said, duh, closest thing we've got. Robin said as Naruto had enough of their arguing. He walked up to them and bonked their heads together. Ow, they shouted. Neither of you two numbskulls are qualified to be our leader, so quitting wasting our time arguing about it. Naruto said as he walked around the tree and saw Bane. Such clever niños, but you only know half the story. He spoke with an arrogant smirk on his face. Let me show you the rest. Get you into the factory via my secret entrance. Miss Martian moved closer and then kneeled to the eye level of the luchador. There is a secret entrance, but he's also hiding something. Chica, spoke the luchador as he looked at her with the same arrogant smirk as before. Bane is not that easy. As Miss Martian looked into his mind, trying to extract the information, she was suddenly stopped. Could not get past the stupid mental block Bane put up. Oh, he's mentally reciting football scores in Espanol. This could take a while. And I don't have the experience to force my way through. Magan said in frustration. Magan, if I knock him out, will you be able to find what we need? Naruto asked mentally. That should work. He has to be conscious to block me the way he is doing. Magan said mentally. It's not complicated, said Bane as he looked at the other heroes. The enemy of my enemy is my FR. That was all Bane got out before he was knocked out by Naruto with a punch to the face. I'm not that gullible, Naruto said as he cracked his knuckles. You should be able to read his mind now, Magan. Magan went back to sifting through Bane's mind. Now without any mental blocks hindering her. What was that? He could have gotten us inside the factory secretly. Robin angrily told Naruto. You're an idiot. Naruto insulted Robin as he looked down at Robin with a critical eye. Making the 13-year-old vigilante feel very small. This is the same man who outsmarted and wore out your mentor 5 years ago before he attacked Batman in his cave and broke his spine. Bane wouldn't help us if he didn't have an ulterior motive. You'd have to be insane to think we can work with him. I know where the entrance is. And I know how to get inside. Magan, Anne announced as she found what they needed from Bane. Back in Gotham, we can't keep doing this, Talia. It's not right, Bruce Wayne said as he finished dressing in his outfit. Really, because it certainly feels right. The first time, and the second, definitely the third, Talia argued as she zipped up her own outfit. I don't wish to hurt you, Talia, and nothing will ever make me want to. But we see, and never be together not so long as you blindly serve your father. Talia gained an angry look as she crossed her arms underneath her breasts. This again, you cannot expect me to choose one of you and betray the other. Talia said, I'm not. The fact that you think of it as a choice tells me all I need to know. Batman said as he pulled up his cowl and Talia looked at him in shock. Beloved, wait, don't do this to us. Please, Talia begged Batman but he would not hear it. No, Talia, this has to end. I'm sorry, I truly am. With his final words, Batman engaged his grappling hook and disappeared into the night, leaving Talia alone. Crying her heart out, Santa Prisca, Venom Factory. In the factory, the cult followers of Cobra were making more of the new drug. Watching over them, in the higher platforms, was the leader of their little cult, Cobra himself. He was approached by one of his loyal followers. Sublime Master, he approaches, said the cult member as he bowed to the person they all worshipped as a god. The leader looked at his subordinate, nodded, and spoke in a monotone voice. Activate the radio jamming net. Nothing must interfere with the team. Magan then led them to a FF overlooking the factory as Robin and Kid took a look at what was going in the factory. Cobra cultists were moving large containers of venom onto the landing pad, obviously awaiting transport. Look at all that product. A buy is going down. Robin said, but if Cobra is not selling to the usual suspects, then we need to identify that buyer. Aqualad said, just what I was thinking. Kid said, yeah, you're the thinker. Robin joked, sarcasm, dude, a real leader would focus on getting answers. Kid said, Naruto tried to use his radio comm but got static. They've jammed our comms. Cobra D. Doesn't want anyone interfering with this buy. Naruto said. Naruto, it's right here. Magan said as she pointed to a large boulder covering an old tunnel. Naruto punched the large stone blocking Bane's secret entrance aside. This way, Naruto said as he entered and Magan followed him, followed by Aqualad, joined last by KF and Robin. They walked down the corridor until they came to a locked door with a thumbprint scanner. Robin was able to hack it and they were in Bane's venom factory. Naruto and Robin peeked through the door to check for people but no one was there. All clear, Robin sighed. As he was about to run but Naruto grabbed his cape. Hey, Robin said. Oh no you don't. The next time you disappear, I'm tying both you and KF together. Naruto said. Hey, Kid said. Alright, we need a plan before we all go in there. Naruto said. And I suppose you should be the leader? Kid asked. If I did, it would certainly be better than either of you running the show. Robin has a bad habit of disappearing and leaving the team in the dust, and you, KF, blew our cover with your stupidity. We need to stay focused on our mission and we need a leader that is mature enough to handle the responsibility. Naruto said. I should be the leader. Robin protested. No Robin, you shouldn't. While you do have the most experience fighting crime, you know your role when you're with Batman. Why? Oh you both know exactly what to do and never need to talk. But this team is fresh. Our leader needs to be someone who is clear, concise and doesn't disappear willy-nilly and expect everyone else to play parts they weren't told about. Naruto said. So what, I'm supposed to hold everyone's hands? Robin asked angrily. Yes, that's part of the job description, Naruto said harshly, and it's not just that. You see the position of leader as your right, Wally sees it as a prize, neither of you really understanding that the position of leader is a burden. You're responsible for making the hard decisions. Responsible for completing the mission and getting your team members home safe, and if anything goes wrong or a member of your team dies, it's on you. You really think the two of you are ready for that responsibility? You can't even keep your cool around a bloody robot, Naruto said with his arms crossed. Robin groaned then, as he realized Naruto was right. Oh who am I kidding? You should be the leader, Naruto. You're the only one who can. Please, I can run circles around him. Kid said. Wally, come on. You know he's the one. We all do. He's the only one of us who really gets it. Robin said. Hello, Megan. It's so obvious. Magan said. Indeed. Calder said. Okay. Kid conceded. Fine. I wasn't really auditioning for the role, but I will accept it nonetheless. Naruto said as Robin nodded. So, what's the plan? Aqualad asked. With our comms down, we can't call in the league, which means it's up to us to stop this by. Robin, Kid, go find the mainframe and figure out what's going on. Naruto said. Got it. Robin said. Magan, camouflage yourself and be our eyes in the sky. Naruto said. Right. Magan said. The rest of us will wait until we know more, and then we will make our move. Magan link us up, Naruto said as Magan activated the mental link and they all did their jobs. A few minutes later, Aqualad and Naruto made their way to the edge of the warehouse and saw the cultists moving all of the new venom outside for the buyer. It's a massive shipment, Aqualad said. Yeah, but they're only taking new product off the line. They're not touching the old venom, Naruto said, looking at the crates they were hiding behind. Naruto then heard the helicopter in the distance. Ms. Martian, incoming helicopter. Stay cloaked and send a telepathic image of the buyer to myself and Aqualad when he arrives. Naruto said in the mental link. Got it, Magan said. Robin, Kid, anything yet on what Cobra's doing? Naruto asked. Yeah, we got something. These cultist GUYs got their hands on the blockbuster formula from Cadmus. They mixed it with venom to make a new Super Cobra venom. It's 3 times stronger and the changes are permanent. Robin said. I'm guessing that guy with the broken skin was exposed to it. Naruto said as they looked at one large mammoth-looking dude next to a girl that Naruto recognized as Shimmer for reading up on villains. But how did Cobra get access to Project Blockbuster? Aqualad asked. Our mystery buyer is probably Cobra's supplier. Using the cult to make a blockbuster venom super formula. But for what? Robin asked. Doesn't really matter. It's not leaving the island. Robin, grab all the data you can and then erase the entire mainframe. Then meet back with us. Naruto said. Right, Robin said as he hacked away. Naruto, I'm sending you and Aqualad a telepathic image of the buyer now. Magan said as she sent the image and Aqualad recognized. Sportsmaster is the buyer, and the woman with him is Devastation. She is an enemy of Wonder Woman. She's very strong, Aqualad informed him. Alright, here's the plan. Kid, when you're done with Robin, place some C4 around the factory, and then handle the cultists. Robin, take out Shimmer and keep Cobra distracted. Aqualad, deal with Sportsmaster. Ms. M, stay cloaked and help Aqualad with Sportsmaster and the goons. Leave the cultists on the left, as well as that mammoth creature and devastation to me. Everyone got that? Naruto asked as they all said yes. Wait for my signal, Naruto said. Back outside, Sportsmaster was talking with Cobra about their new Cobra Venom. The shipment is ready, Cobra said as Shimmer came forth and opened up a box that held 5 of the original vials of Cobra Venom. The new Cobra Venom? Sportsmaster asked. A complete success. Our friends will not be disappointed. Lord Cobra said. This is a game changer. Finally, we can go mano a mano with the Justice League. Sportsmaster said. The cultists then began to move the new Cobb. Raw Venom onto the chopper as Sportsmaster was in a hurry to leave before something bad happened. Too bad, something bad was about to happen. Naruto used his powers and created portals underneath the cultists on the left and on the inside, sending them into cells at Bell Rev. Kid, go, Naruto said as Kid super sped onto the landing pad and one-shot some of the Cobra cultists, knocking them out ND before grabbing some C4 and then running inside of the warehouse to plant the bombs. Robin and Aqualad then began to take out some of the cultists in the warehouse while making their way to their targets. Take the shipment, Cobra shouted as Sportsmaster made his way to the helicopter while the cultists opened fire on Kid Flash after he finished planting bombs and raced back outside to take out the other cultists. Naruto then opened a portal at the pad and sent out a telekinetic blast that sent some goons flying away. Mammoth then saw Naruto and growled. Care to go around? Naruto asked, as Mammoth roared and charged at Naruto and punched Naruto, but it had no noticeable effect. Naruto smirked and drove his fist deep into Mammoth's gut, causing the monster to roar in pain, before socked Mammoth in the face twice and then chopped the behemoth in the neck, knocking him out. And here I was worried for nothing, Naruto quipped. Naruto was then about to smash the chopper to bits but Spo. RTS Master then stepped out from behind the chopper and fired an energy rifle at Naruto. It didn't hurt him, but it did annoy him. Naruto raised his hand and surrounded Sportsmaster with blue energy, E4 he threw Sportsmaster into the fray near Aqualad. Oh no you don't, shouted Devastation as she charged Naruto. Naruto dodged her punch and kicked her away before he gripped the chopper by the tail and jumped into the air, before slamming it on top of Devastation, causing it to explode, destroying every vial of Cobra Venom, except the one that Sportsmaster had on his person. Sportsmaster wreck. Overed from being thrown around by Naruto just in time to get bashed in the face by Aqualad's water flail. He pulled out one of his javelins as he avoided a couple of swipes from Aqualad and the two began to trade blows. Meanwhile Miss M took out some of the goons with her telekinesis. Kid and Aqualad kept fighting against the cultists, taking them out as Kid punched out one and took his mask. Cool, souvenir, Kid said as he kept running. Shimmer was the caught in Ebola and a kick from Robin knocked her out. I know you don't like to get your hands dirty, Robin said. True, Cobra said as the then took off his cloak. But sometimes, even a god must stoop to conquer. Robin grinned and kicked at Cobra but Cobra blocked the attack without moving from his position. Robin tried again but Ra blocked it again and this time kicked Robin back. Robin growled as Cobra asked mockingly, "What's wrong boy? You look disconcerted." Sportsmaster was really angry when he saw the helicopter explode on top of Devastation and was glad he had saved that extra vial, but now he needed to clear a path and get away to give it to the light. He hit Aqualad with a lariat before turning around and pulling out a heavy metal ball attached to a cord and handle. He spun it and brought down on Aqualad but Aqualad rolled out of the way. He swung it again and this time it might have hit Aqualad, had Miss M no. T used telekinesis to reflect the metal ball back at Sportsmaster, causing it to hit him in the face. His mask protected him from suffering serious damage but he was seriously dazed. This gave Aqualad the opportunity to wrap him up with 2 water tentacles attached to his water bearers, before sending a powerful electric shock across them, the power of the shock further amplified by the steel mask and arm guard Sportsmaster wore, causing him to shout in pain before he was knocked out. The last of the goons were finished and rounded up by Kid Flash as Aqualad and Miss M looked to Naruto and Robin. Kid, looks like Robin needs a hand, Aqualad said. On it, KF said as he sped towards his best friend. Devastation pulled herself from the burning wreckage and growled as their way off the island was now gone. You're gonna pay for that, you brat. Well, don't keep me waiting. Naruto taunted in front of her and Devastation roared and shoulder tackled him, though Naruto backrolled to his feet as he hit the ground. Devastation punched him in the face, then again hit Naruto with a double hammer blow, causing spit to fly from his mouth. She then wrapped her hands around his neck and chalked him. "You think you take me, punk? I've gone toe-to-toe with Wonder Woman." Devastation shouted at him. "He needs help," Aqualad said as he was about to go in and help Naruto, but Magan held him back. "No, wait, he says that he wants to have his fun," Magan said as she rubbed her head. She looked at Calder and spoke, "He's toying with her. You think that makes you special?" Naruto mocked. Naruto gripped both of Devastation's wrists with both hands, and then slowly began to pull. He slowly removes her hands from his neck, standing up again. Devastation looks at her arms in confusion, growling. "There's like 100 people in the world who can claim that," Naruto said and grins eagerly, forcing Devastation backwards as he holds both of her arms apart, standing to his full height. Devasta. Tion's expression turns from one of confusion to mild fear. Naruto then throws her arms to the side and delivers a swift and powerful punch to Devastation's jaw with his right fist. Devastation yelps in pain and stumbles back, holding her jaw while Naruto took a step forward. Devastation tries to throw a punch, but Naruto blocks her attack and then sidesteps the muscle-bound female, delivering 2 swift counter jabs to her face. Devastation grunts and swings again, but Naruto ducked under the strike and punched her in the back. He advances, blocking another punch from Devastation, and delivers several swift jabs and punches to Devastation's face and gut. He punches her in the face and grabs her shoulder and knees her in the face, and then picks her up. Naruto took a few steps forwards before slamming Devastation into the ground, breaking the ground. With that, Devastation is unconscious and out of the fight. Naruto then hit the switch on the bombs and blew up the factory. Cobra looked at the disaster that was brought onto him by these children as he stood on Robin while Kid Flash lay to the side, holding his broken ankle, courtesy of Cobra. "I am plagued by mosquitoes," Cobra shouted. "Good, 'cause this mosquito is mighty concerted over your pain," Robin shouted as he flipped back and was joined by Aqualad and Miss M. Cobra saw that he was outmatched and needed to retreat. "Another time, then," Cobra said, but then felt someone tapped his shoulder and turned to see Naruto step out of a portal. Cobra then received a hard right cross and was knocked out as Naruto then tied up Cobra. "There is no next time," Naruto said as he placed Cobra with his goons. Everyone smiled as they saw they defeated the bad guys. "We picked the right guy to lead, automatically making you the right guy to explain this mess to Batman," Robin said as he laughed and Naruto glared at him. Mount Justice, July 23, 10:14 Eastern Daylight Saving Time. "A simple recon mission. Observe and report," Batman said to Naruto's face, as he and the team were in the main hall of the cave in their civilian clothes. "Cobra had our comms jammed, and if we had tried to destroy the radio jammer, it would have exposed our position. So we ECIDED to neutralize Bane and his Venom factory operations, the cultists, and stop that shipment. On the plus side, Cobra, his cult, Bane's men, Sportsmaster, and Devastation are getting comfy at Bell Rev, and Bane won't be able to run his destroyed Venom factory from his old cell at Arkham," Naruto said, defending his team and their actions. "You'll each be given a written report detailing your mistakes. But until then, good job," Batman said, which caught them off guard. No battle plan survives first contact with the enemy. How you adjust to unforeseen circumstances is what determines success. And how you choose who leads determines character, Batman said. Unknown room. In an unknown location, the Light was having a meeting. Sportsmaster, as well as Devastation, Bane and Cobra have all been captured. L5 said, "It is unfortunate that none of the Cobra Venom could be recovered. We will have to use our sleeper agent to get the formula that Batman is likely reverse engineering at this very moment." Light 6 said, "First Cadmus, then Mr. Twister. Now Santa Prisca." L3 said, "Once as happenstance, twice as coincidence, but 3 times as enemy action, and enemies of the Light will not stand." L1 said, "Young Naruto is starting to regain his former power. We need to protect our operations. But we can't afford to waste our heavy hitters either." L4 said, "Indeed, there are Tions being developed to lessen the threat he possesses. But he will be brought back into the Light or be taken off the board completely." L1 said, New York, July 27. Naruto stood on the top of Maxi Mum's security prison as he watched a giant red-haired woman crash through a building. Stryker Island was no Bell Rev, but it was a close second. His eyes watched as Wonder Woman flew to levitate in front of the downed woman. Wonder Woman has her Justice League war appearance. Come on, Giganta, Wonder Woman admonished, and the gigantic woman glared up at her. How long are you going to be Grodd's errand girl? As long as he needs me. The giant red-haired woman returned to the Amazon. Every time we fight, I always win. What makes you think this time will be any different? Wonder Woman K. Styon Giganta as the woman smirked up at her. Because this time I brought some help. With those words, Naruto's eyes narrowed as a chalky white figure dressed in an outfit similar to Superman sailed through the air. Bizarro's here to save the day. The figure sang in a less than perfect voice before his fists crashed into the Amazon. Wonder Woman flew backwards into the earth, causing a large dust cloud to rise. As she rose to her feet, her eyes took in Bizarro and Giganta grinning before her. Their attention was taken from Wonder Woman as some of the security guards fired their weapons at the two villains. It did not affect them, but it did annoy them. Giganta smashed the tower the guards were on, causing it to break, and it would have killed the guards as they would have been crushed by the debris. And Naruto not secretly opened portals to get them to safety. The guards now dealt with, Giganta saw the cell block her beloved ape boyfriend was in. She overstomped to free him, and a portal opened up between her and the cell block, and out walked Naruto. Get out of the way, Tiny, Giganta demanded of Naruto. Naruto shrugged and opened a small portal to his right side, and Giganta thought he was pulling out a weapon. But it was no weapon that Naruto pulled out. No, it was a magnificent and complex read. It was the second book of GRRM's A Song of Ice and Fire series. It was A Clash of Kings. Naruto opened up the book to where his bookmarker was and began reading. He got through 2 sentences before Giganta's voice was heard. What are you doing? She should be trying to free Grodd, but it was just bizarre. Normally, heroes would try to stop her, but he was just reading. What does it look like? I'm reading, Naruto said, not even looking at her as he moved to the next page. I can see that. I mean, why are you reading right now? Aren't you supposed to be, trying to stop me? Giganta said, still stunned at the young hero's audacity. Don't let it bother you. With your weak attacks, it doesn't really matter if I'm reading or whatever, Naruto said as he flipped a page. His nonchalant response angered Giganta enough that she decided to teach this arrogant hero a lesson. She raised her foot high and stomped down hard, destroying the pavement and creating a crater. She smirked as the arrogant hero was now pasted underneath her heel. Or at least he should be. Instead of red paste, she felt resistance. Like I said, Naruto's came as he forced her foot up with one hand while still reading his book. It really doesn't matter. Naruto forced her off of him with his superior strength, causing her to fall backwards. Naruto then opened a portal right next to her face and quickly entered it, appearing in midair right next to Giganta's face as he socked her with a right hook. Knocking her out, Naruto landed on his feet and reopened his book as Giganta returned to normal size and the guards came forward with an inhibitor collar. Damn, lost my page. Naruto complained. Back with Wonder Woman. Enough, Bizarro. Can't you see Giganta's just using you? The Amazonian tried to reason with the reasonless Kryptonian clone. It was amazing that she did. Maybe she felt some sympathy for the poor demented creature. But, it was for naught. Bizarro stared at her before plowing into her abdomen, sending her skidding away. Bizarro's attention was then turned to Giganta, who had fallen unconscious and returned to normal size, complete with a power-inhibiting collar. Naruto stood in front of her, reading. Yes, Bizarro cried out in fury. Given he was a twisted, malformed version of Superman, everything he typically said was actually opposite of what he meant. He sped forward and punched Naruto. Naruto sailed through the air before crashing into the ground. Bizarro landed near Naruto. Boy made Bizarro succeed his love. Boy will live for that. The Superman clone cried out towards Naruto, meaning to kill Naruto. Naruto cracked his neck a couple times and spit out some blood. That actually hurt, Naruto said in wonderment. So, this is how much I can handle right now. Bizarro tilted his head at Naruto in confusion before shooting forwards, attempting to slam into Naruto again. The redhead sidestepped the insane creature, driving his fist into Bizarro's gut, causing the monster to gasp as he was blown through a wall of the prison. Damn it, I need to get him away from here. Else our fight will unleash the prisoners. Naruto thought. He closed the book he was holding and opened a portal to toss it back into his room at the cave. Guess I won't be able to read with this one. Quote. Bizarro shook the cobwebs out of his head and flew at Naruto, throwing a wild punch to take Naruto's head off. Naruto ducked and weaved, delivering 2 harsh jabs to the monster's face. Bizarro swiped at him twice more before Naruto caught the second punch by Bizarro's wrist, twisted and threw Bizarro over his shoulder, slamming him into the ground, before slamming his free fist into Bizarro's face, kicking up a plume of dust. Naruto then opened a portal and threw Bizarro through, before jumping through a different one himself. Batman, Wonder Woman said as she tapped her earpiece. Go, Diana, Batman told her. Naruto just threw Bizarro through one of his portals. I need to know where he's going to come out of it. Wonder Woman said. Diana knew Naruto was strong, but she wasn't sure he could handle Bizarro on his own. He needed Kansas. The stormy portal opened up within the cornfields of Kansas State. As Bizarro came out of the portal, Naruto eared him and delivered a double hammer blow, slamming Bizarro's face into the ground. Bizarro was quickly back on his feet, dodging a few punches thrown by his red-haired adversary. Not bad, Naruto spoke as he lashed out with a vicious straight kick to Bizarro's jaw before pivoting and driving his fist into Bizarro's stomach. But not good enough. The villainous Superman would be stumbled back. Wards from the blow as Naruto rushed forwards, his elbow plowing into his enemy's abdomen. Bizarro tried to recover and punch Naruto, but Naruto caught the arm and used Bizarro's momentum to throw him into the dirt, before punching him in the face, creating a crater. Bizarro released a cry of rage and punched Naruto, sending him rolling across the ground. Lasers shot from the creature's eyes, plowing into Naruto's back. The red grit his teeth painfully. Swinging around, the back of Naruto's hand collided with his enemy's skull. The clone stumbled backwards before a fist slammed into Naruto's chin. The amnesiac stumbled backwards from the blow as Bizarro made to slam into him again. On pure reflex, Naruto launched himself into the air, rolling over his enemy's caped back. Naruto arm latched around Bizarro's neck and threw him into the air just as Diana came speeding through the air and slammed into Bizarro, sending him skidding nearly a mile. Need a hand? Diana asked. Naruto sighed as Bizarro was giving him trouble. I certainly wouldn't be opposed to help. I don't suppose you have a way of subduing him more quickly. I do, Wonder Woman said as she showed him an inhibitor collar. Once this is on his neck, it will prevent him from using any of his powers. Well then, we best not waste any more time, Naruto said as he stepped and entered a Muay Thai stance. Naruto blocked a viscous swing from the speeding Bizarro and drove his fist into Bizarro's stomach. The monster gasped and threw several wild swings at Naruto, though Naruto ducked and weaved through them before varying 3 counter jabs to Bizarro's face. Naruto then delivered 2 straight kicks to Bizarro's jaw before delivering a roundhouse kick to Bizarro's face, sending the creature skidding across the ground. Bizarro got back up and rushed at Naruto, only for Naruto to turn intangible and allow Bizarro to pass through him. Bizarro was then kicked in the back by Naruto as he turned tangible again. Wonder Woman pulled out her lasso and wrapped it around Bizarro's neck, pulling him to her and uppercutting him high into the sky. She flew up and punched Bizarro back to the ground. Naruto came up and slammed his knee into Bizarro's back right before he hit the dirt, abruptly stopping the creature's descent, before double slamming his fists into Bizarro. Bizarro was groggy from the repeated attack. And didn't put up much resistance when Naruto came up behind him and locked his arms from behind him, allowing Diana to put the inhibitor collar on his neck. Bizarro immediately felt his strength leave him. Bizarro no feel so good. I bet you don't, Naruto said as he punched Bizarro unconscious. Wonder Woman and Naruto looked down at Bizarro before she placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Good job, she complimented. Later, you handled yourself well against Bizarro, Wonder Woman said as Bizarro was dragged away by several members of the League to a secure location. Thank you, Wonder Woman. That means a great deal coming from you, Naruto acknowledged. Though, I was somewhat concerned when you went after him on your own. Bizarro, though he is a flawed and much weaker clone of Superman, is still leagues above someone like Devastation, Wonder Woman chastised him. In time, everybody learns what it's like to lose. So why run from it? If I fail, then I fail, Naruto stated. In my defense though, Devastation couldn't even tickle me, so there was no conceivable way to know what I could not handle. Even so, I came here looking for you, not Bizarro. There is something that I wanted to ask you, Naruto said. Well, I've got time now that Bizarro and Giganta have been dealt with, Diana said. I was wondering if you could consider becoming my sparring partner and if I could learn your fighting styles, Naruto stated. It sounds like you're looking for a mentor, Wonder Woman said. Not exactly. I like my team, but I can't spar with any of them. While I can hold my strength back so they don't die, None of their attacks can hurt me, so sparring against me wouldn't be very useful. I need a sparring partner that can take the hits and one that can hurt me. And boxing and Muay Thai is good and all, but I need a style that can better complement my strength and durability. That still sounds like you're asking for me to mentor you. Wonder Woman deadpanned. Naruto though, UGHT about it for several moments and realized that it did sound like that. Okay fine, it does sound like that, but I'm not asking to be your protege and one day take your place. I already got the codename figured out. I just want to train with you and learn from you, Diana of Themyscira, not become your sidekick and eventual replacement. Naruto said. Diana thought it over. She did not have a sidekick or student like the others. She also was not sure she wanted one yet. This would be a good way to see what that might be like, having an apprentice. I'll come to the cave tomorrow. And we will see if you have what it takes to spar with me. Mount Justice, July 28, 10 a.m. Naruto's feet skidded along the ground as he was punched back by Diana, his arms held up in an X guard. Well, you certainly can take my hits, Wonder Woman said as she walked into view, sporting some bruises. Did you think I was lying? Naruto teased, uncrossing his arms and showing a bloody lip as well as other bruises. No, but most can't handle the level of strength I'm currently using, Diana said. So then, you are still holding back, Naruto said as he cracked his neck. If I didn't hold back, there'd be a lot less villains and people in the world, Diana said. People like her and Superman were immeasurably strong. Diana was nearly Superman's equal. People like them had to hold back, since they did not kill their villains. But fighting at their true strength all the time was irresponsible. It could cost innocent civilians their lives, and so, they only fight at the level they need to fight. Still, Naruto was quite strong and very durable, capable of handling much more of her strength than Devastation or Bizarro. He wasn't at hers and Superman's true strength yet, but he very well may get there one day. Now let's move on to weapons, Diana said as she picked up her shield and a blunted version of her sword. Got my own right here, Naruto said as he reached into a portal and pulled out a blunted version of the double-edged sword that Thanos had used in his earlier life before acquiring the gauntlet. They both assumed stances and Wonder Woman gave a smirk. Show me what you've got. With pleasure, Naruto said before he jumped into the air and his sword clashed with Wonder Woman's. 1 p.m. You did well today. I'll come by in the morning tomorrow and start teaching one of my styles, Wonder Woman said to Naruto as she walked to the Zeta Tube, sporting more bruises than she had a few hours ago. Awesome, Naruto tiredly said with a thumbs up from his spot on the floor. Wand, our woman chuckled a little as she was beginning to enjoy this, and would enjoy training this kid. As she stepped through the Zeta Tube, Naruto lay there on the floor of the training room tiredly, sporting many more bruises that were already healing thanks to his healing factor, and would be good in a few minutes. Magan had been watching this training session, which was more akin to a fight to the death between two demigods. Minus the lethal part, she had been concerned for her not-so-secret crush and couldn't intervene earlier, but now that the fight was done, she flew over to help him. Naruto, are you okay? I'm okay, Magan, I'm fine. Seriously, look, Naruto said. Though touched by her worry over his injuries, it was not necessary. He pointed to his bruises and showed they were more or less already healed up. Magan saw that the bruises were already healing and shrinking and revealing healthy skin. Would you do me a small favor and carry me to the couch so I can rest some? I'll make us dinner later, Naruto bribed. He was more than aware of her crush on him. He also liked her in that sense, and wanted to use tonight to maybe start a relationship with her. 6 p.m. This is really good, Magan moaned in delight as she dug into her steak that Naruto made. I'm glad you like it, Naruto said as he ate his own steak. That was my first time cooking steak on a grill. I thought for a minute I had overdone it. But I'm glad it turned out good. I was a little unsure about eating it when it was a bit bloody, but I'm glad you didn't cook more than that, Magan complimented. If I had cooked it until the steak was well done, it would have been like trying to eat the leather on my boots. I like leather, but not that much, Naruto joked and Magan giggled. Hey, can I ask you something? Magan asked. Sure, what is it? Naruto asked. Why did you want to train under Wonder Woman? Magan asked. Well, you know how I learned how to control my strength so I don't accidentally break someone's spine when I hug them, right? Magan nodded and he continued. Well, I can't turn off my durability and reflexes. No human without super strength equivalent to or near Bizarro's could possibly injure me. Plus Wonder Woman is said to be the best melee fighter in the whole world. That's a quote from Batman, by the way. Plus, I was getting a little arrogant. I was starting to think that I was invincible. That I could defeat anyone who came after me, even Superman and Wonder Woman. I needed that eye-opener. To see that I am not the strongest. Not yet, anyway. It was humbling. The last thing that I want on my conscience is getting any of the team killed, you especially, because I became complacent and arrogant. M'gann, seeing how the thought of losing any of the team affected him so, reached her hand out and placed it on top of his. Naruto saw this and took her hand in his and they stared deep into each other's eyes. They might have done more, had an alarm not gone off. Alert! Unidentified object approaching the cave. ETA 2 minutes. At its current trajectory, it will crash into and destroy the mountain. Evacuate the cave immediately. The computer's voice came. Naruto expanded his senses to sense what this object was, and while it was coming from space, it was no asteroid. It was a. Naruto bolted from his seat and ran outside to see a fireball breaking through the atmosphere. Naruto focused his powers and raised his hands, a layer of blue energy covering the ship before it slowed down. Naruto was able to slow it down, so instead of slamming into the cave like an asteroid, Naruto guided it gently toward the ground. M'gann came up behind Naruto. It's some kind of ship, M'gann said as she looked at the ship, but it's not any that I recognize. And then there's this, Naruto said as he looked at the characters, which he assumed were words in an alien language. He knew 7 languages but not this language. Then the glass window on the ship was smashed off, and steam rolled out. Naruto was immediately on guard. Get ready for a fight, M'gann. Naruto said as he assumed his boxing stance and M'gann floated in the air, her eyes glowing. Soon they saw a feminine figure through the steam. Who are you? Naruto demanded, and the woman stayed in the steam, speaking some kind of language which Naruto nor M'gann understood. Great, I can't tell what she is trying to say. Naruto groaned in annoyance. This was gonna make things much more difficult. Give me a second, I might be able to help with that. M'gann said telepathically as she then mentally established a link between Naruto, herself and the woman. Okay, try it again. Can you understand me now? Naruto asked and the woman in the steam nodded. Yes, how did you that? The girl asked. That's my doing. I'm acting as a physic translator. You're still speaking your language and we speak ours, but we all understand each other now. M'gann said. Can you maybe step into the light? I wouldn't mind seeing who I'm talking to. Naruto said. I would, but the woman sounded unsure about something. Naruto's eyes narrowed before they widened as his enhanced senses allowed him to see why. You're naked, aren't you? Naruto asked as she nodded through the steam, though it was starting to clear. Naruto took off his jacket and held it out for her. Here, wear this and cover yourself up. The woman slowly took the jacket and put it on before stepping into the light. She had fair skin, long blonde hair, blue eyes, and a beautiful figure, even though she had covered herself with Naruto's jacket. So, now that we are past the language barrier, some introductions. I'm Naruto, this is M'gann. Naruto gestured to M'gann, who waved nervously, as they still didn't know what this alien girl wanted. I'm Kara Zor-El, the now named Kara said before looking around frantically. This is Earth, right? Yeah, which begs the question, why did you come to this planet? M'gann asked. I'm looking for my cousin. Kal-El. We're from Krypton and she could not get any more words out, as she appeared to be exhausted and she fell forward, unconscious. Naruto was by her side before she hit the dirt. Holding her steady. Easy, Kara, I've got you. M'gann, head back to the cave. Call Superman and Batman and get them here immediately. This is an emergency, Naruto said as He stood and was carrying Kara bridal style. Naruto telekinetically levitated Kara's ship and it floated in the air, trailing behind him as he walked back to the cave. He would not normally bring foreign tech into the base, but he couldn't leave it outside either for some tourists to find. Mount Justice. Naruto had Kara on a bed in the med bay, covered by a white sheet. Genso was in the room as well. Naruto was having the computer run a bioscan, make sure there was nothing wrong with her and to confirm her claim. Recognized. Batman, 02. Superman, 01, came the computer's voice from the teleporter. They're here. Would you go bring them here, please? Naruto asked M'gann. Sure, I'll bring them here. M'gann said as she flew through the cave. While he waited for M'gann to bring Superman and Batman, Naruto continued performing bioscans on her. They concluded that she was at least not human. She might very well be Kryptonian like she claimed. Kara woke up at that moment. Frightened as she was. In a new environment that she didn't recognize. "What are you doing to me?" she demanded, though Naruto could not understand what she was saying, as Magan must have forgotten to keep the psychic translation going. Her eyes glowed red and without realizing it, unleashed her heat vision at Naruto. Naruto put his arms up and blocked the red lasers, as they scattered on impact. Kara cried out as she didn't mean to do that, and covered her eyes, unwittingly floating into the air. It was then that Superman gently grabbed her ankle and the two began talking in Kryptonian. While that was happening, Magan came up to Naruto. "Did she hurt you?" Magan asked. "It's not as bad as it looks." Naruto said the little bit of damage caused by Kara's eye beams healed up. "This Kara Zor-El, from Krypton. She's my cousin," Clark said as he and Kara landed back on the ground. "Your cousin torched $50,000 worth of custom hardware," Batman pointed out as he gestured to the burning equipment. When Naruto had blocked the heat vision, the beams and splintered into other beams that went in every direction, burning some of the medbay's equipment. "Send me the bill," Superman said. "On a reporter's salary, right?" Batman said sarcastically. "Not to break up the family reunion, but if Kara needs a place to stay, Mount Justice has 10 other free rooms that aren't being used." Naruto offered. "Thanks, but I was hoping she might stay at the fortress until she got a hang of her powers." Superman said. "You mean that fortress you have in the Arctic?" Naruto asked and Clark was surprised he knew. "Diana told me while we were sparring today. Look, point is, Kara needs to interact with people and learn Earth's culture if she's going to stay here. Plus, she needs to learn how to control her powers, like you said. Magan and I can help accomplish both. You have a busy schedule and can't see her all the time. At least this way, when you're not busy, you can come by and she won't suffer from your absence." Superman turned to ask Kara and they spoke in their native Kryptonian language. "I wish I knew what they were saying," Naruto thought, then got an idea. "Genso, please download the Kryptonian language into my brain, please." He communicated with Genso. "Of course, Naruto-san. This will take a moment," Genso said telepathically as he linked to Kara's mind and downloaded the Kryptonian language to Naruto. "All done," Genso said telepathically and Naruto could now understand what they were saying. Kara stepped forward a bit and said to Naruto, "I'm sorry about earlier." "Don't worry about it," Naruto said back in Kryptonian. Shocking Superman and Kara, no real harm was done. "You speak Kryptonian? How? You couldn't before?" Kara asked in shock. "I have this little guy to thank," Naruto said as he stroked Genso's chin. Who purred at the action. "I had Genso here download the Kryptonian language to my mind while you two were talking. So, would you like to stay?" "I think I would," Kara said. "Great, I'll let you and your cousin have a few moments and then we'll help get you settled in," Naruto said as he and Magan walked out. "That was really nice what you did for her," Magan said as they spoke telepathically. "I like to think I have a generous heart. Besides, leaving her alone in an ice fortress is pointless when we can have her here, learning Earth culture and training her powers, interacting with people." Naruto said back. "Yeah, it'll be just like having a sister. I mean, I have a lot on Mars but it's not quite the same," Magan said. "Because she'd actually be able to relate to what you're going through. Adapting to Earth culture and all that." Naruto guessed and Magan nodded. "You know," Magan said as she became a little nervous and acted cute, earlier, before all the excitement. "We were having a moment. Well, let's pick up where we left off," Naruto said as he pulled her close to him, the two of them wrapping their arms around each other and kissing each other passionately. Mount Justice, July 29, 1637 Eastern Daylight Saving Time. After getting Kara settled in at the cave, getting her some food, spare clothes and some rest, Naruto decided to introduce her to the rest of the team. Naruto, Emgon, and Kara, who was wearing some jeans and a t-shirt, walked into the main room of the cave where Robin, Wally, and Calder were waiting for them. "Hey, guys," Naruto said. "Naruto, what's up? Why did we need to come here?" Wally asked as he then saw Kara. "And who are you?" "Hey, I'm Wally. Nice to meet you. My name is Kara," Kara said. "Where have you been all my life?" Wally asked. "Argo City," Kara said as Wally was confused. "Everyone meet the cave's newest tenant. Kara is from Krypton and is Superman's cousin," Naruto said as Kara bowed. "So what brought you here?" Wally asked. "My ship crashed outside the cave. Naruto is letting me stay here," Kara said. "Will she be joining us at some point on mission?" Calder asked, generally curious since she was Superman's cousin. Kara still needs master her powers first. After that, Naruto said as he smiled at Kara, that will be her choice. From there, Kara began talking with the others and started to get accumulated to Earth's culture. August 3rd, Metropolis, 13:06 Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Naruto, wearing his hero outfit, stood on top of the daily planet with his eyes closed. He was balanced perfectly on the tip with one foot on it. He was focusing intently on using his spatial manipulation powers to sense everything around him. He might have enhanced senses, but not to the point where he could hear something from miles away or see objects at a microscopic level. That's why he had trained his spatial manipulation ability so that he could sense everything going on around him. His attention was suddenly drawn to the feeling of snapping bridge cables. Cars screeching and people screaming. Naruto's eyes snapped open. That's my cue, he said to himself before opening a portal to the bridge. Superman made it to the bridge just in time to prevent a portion of it from collapsing and was using his heat vision to weld metal bars together. As Superman welded the bridge together, Naruto stepped out of his portal and started lifting vehicles to safety. Just as he finished with a vehicle with a young couple in it, a school bus suddenly started to fall further off the bridge. The children were screaming in fear when Naruto grabbed the back of the bus and started to pull the bus back. The bus was pretty close to falling off when Naruto grabbed on, so he skidded forward a little but managed to get it under control and pulled the bus to safety. That was close, he commented until he noticed another vehicle about to go over. Naruto saw one other vehicle about to fall over and was going to use his telekinesis to catch it. Fortunately, Superman had finished his welding and caught the car before it hit Naruto and safely brought it back onto the bridge. Superman smiled at Naruto. Thanks for the help, Infinity. While I have you, how is Kara doing? I haven't been able to come by in a few days. Naruto shrugged. She's doing fine, if you don't count blasting lasers out of her eyes every time she gets startled. She's still doing that, huh? Superman said, dejected as he was hoping she was ready to come visit him and maybe live with him and Lois in the city. Naruto placed a hand on Superman's shoulder. She's street ill, needs more time to get used to Earth and her powers. It wouldn't be good if she accidentally burned down a building because some kid startled her. We are past the language barrier after day 1, thanks to Genso. So now it's just a matter of how quickly she can get control over her powers. Come by later if you have time. She'd like to see you again. The Kryptonian hero was going to respond his comm link started beeping and pressed it. This is Superman. Whoa, Arrow, slow down. What's attacking? Naruto raised an eyebrow as Superman listened. No, I'm definitely available. What are your coordinates? Alright, I'm on my way. Superman turned to Naruto. Sorry, Infinity, but I'm going to have to cut this conversation short. Duty calls. Let Kara know I'll be by later. He explained. Mount Justice, August 3rd, 13:06 Eastern Daylight Saving Time. The rest of the team were in the cave hanging out and talking while Kid and Robin were playing holographic air hockey. Recognized. Infinity, BO1. The computer said the Zeta tube activated and Naruto walked in. Hi, Naruto. How was Metropolis? Megan asked. It was alright. Saw some sights, saved a bunch of people from falling off a bridge. The usual, Naruto said to his girlfriend with a smile. Oh, by the way, Kara, Naruto said as she turned towards him, as she was hanging out with the others. Soup said he misses you and would drop by later to spend some time. I'm glad he's trying to come by. I just wish he would visit more. Kara said with some sadness. He has a lot on his plate. Trying to be a superhero and live an ordinary life as well, it takes a lot of time. It's not that he doesn't care. He is very busy, Naruto said with sympathy. They then heard someone clear their throat as they saw Black Canary and Martian Manhunter walk in. Ready for training, everyone? Black Canary asked. Black Canary, Uncle Jean, Megan shouted as she flew over and hugged her uncle. Megan, I was in the neighborhood, so I thought I'd see how you're adjusting. Jean said. A few bumps, but I'm learning, Megan said. That's all I can ask. Jean said as Kara was about to leave before Canary spoke. Stick around, class is in session, Canary said to Kara as she activated the holographic battlefield and walked to the center. Kara didn't feel like she belonged in this and looked to Naruto. You could learn something from this. The universe is dangerous, even for people like us. Naruto spoke to her in Kryptonian. It seemed to do the trick and she decided to stick around. I consider it an honor to be your teacher. I'll throw a lot at you, every thing I've learned from my own mentors, and my own bruises. Canary said as she removed her jacket, causing her arm wound to sting. What happened? Magan asked. The job. Now, combat is about controlling the conflict. Putting the battle on your terms. You should always be acting, never reacting. I'll need a sparring partner. Canary said as she threw his jacket to the floor. Right here, Kid Flash said quickly as he raised his hand, causing Naruto to shake his head. He walked forward, finished eating his banana and tossed it into a nearby trash can. After this, I'll show you my moves. He attempted to flirt as Kara rolled her own eyes and shook his head. He's going to just embarrass himself. Kara said in her native tongue. Kid Flash is a stubborn one. He's the type that usually learns the best hard way. Naruto replied back. Black Canary just grinned as she was used to this and expected it from Kid Flash. She threw a fast right jab which Wally blocked with his forearm, but Kanar quickly fell into a leg sweep and took Wally's legs out from under him, causing him to fall flat on his back. The scanner on the floor beeped as it recorded Kid Flash's failure. Oh, it hurts so good. Kid Flash groaned. Ooh, he hit on teacher and got served. Robin replied with a grin. Dude, Kid Flash said, already embarrassed before Robin's comment. Canary did not look amused by Robin's comment. He let you put the fight on your terms. Naruto said with his arms crossed, which got a nod from Black Canary. That's correct, she said with a grin. She then motioned for Naruto to step forward, deciding to test him next. But let's see if you know how to do this properly. Naruto stepped into the arena as Kid Flash rejoined the others on the sidelines. The teacher and student stood in front of each other, staring each other down. Canary could tell by the way he was standing that he was calculating what she was capable of while at the same time not leaving any opening that she could exploit. I apologize in advance, Naruto said as he got into a fighting stance. Why are you apologizing? Canary asked. I can't exactly turn off my durability like I can with my strength, so if you break your fist on my face, I'm sorry in advance. Naruto pointed. That won't be an issue. Canary assured him as she had trained with other members of the league, especially the superpowered ones. And taught many of the superpowered ones more than a couple things. Well, in that case, Naruto said as he quickly moved to attack, throwing a jab that she easily blocked. He telegraphed that on purpose and she went to throw him over her shoulder. He was not like Wally though and recovered in mid-air, slipping out of her grasp with his intangibility and then landing on his feet. Capitalizing on that, he threw his hand forward in an open palm, coating Canary in his blue energy, and pushing her out of bounds of the arena, which the computer registered as Naruto's win. I didn't say you could use your powers. Black Canary reprimanded him, annoyed that he did that. You also didn't say we couldn't, Naruto pointed out. I merely took advantage of a convenient loophole in your words. I put battle on my terms and used every advantage I had to gain the upper hand. In a war or a battle, there are no rules. There is only victory, or, in your case, defeat. He turned to address his team for a moment. When we are out there on mission, do not be afraid to use everything you have. Our enemies will not show you any mercy, so you must be ready to use any means necessary to subdue them. This is still training, and from now on, you will not use your powers unless I say so. Is that understood? She said sternly. Of course, no powers unless you say so from now on. Naruto said, and that seemed to placate her. She seemed to realize that he was not trying to show her up, merely drive home the lesson. Canary re-entered the arena and the two got into fighting stances with Naruto making the first move after he realized she wouldn't, by throwing a right punch at Canary. Canary caught his arm in both hands and began to flip him over her head. Naruto, however, countered by grabbing Canary's right wrist and, as he landed on his feet, flipped Canary over his shoulder and onto the floor. Canary didn't miss a beat, however, as she quickly hooked her legs around Naruto's neck before she hit T. He ground and used them to flip Naruto onto the ground, while also using that momentum to roll on top of him, pinning him down. Not bad, Canary complimented. Naruto grinned. Not bad yourself. Now if you don't mind, he said, referring to the position they were currently in. Canary got off of Naruto and helped him to his feet. She then turned to the rest of the group. The first thing you need to know when facing an opponent is that you must always remain calm and calculative. Analyze their attack pattern, find a weakness and use it, and as Naruto showed in our first match, to use whatever is at your disposal to your advantage. Especially when facing someone who is faster or stronger than you are. No matter how strong an opponent might be, they always have a weakness. She told them. Then an alarm was heard throughout the cave and Batman appeared on a holographic screen. Batman to the cave. The Dark Knight said, getting everyone's attention. 5 hours ago, a new menace attacked Green Arrow and Black Canary. A smaller image appeared into top left corner of the screen. The image appeared to be that of a male humanoid with short orange hair, slightly tanned skin, pointy ears and red eyes with black sclera. The attacker was capable of studying then duplicating the powers and abilities of its opponents. The screen widened to show the being had what looked like green pants on. Superman flew into view only to be grabbed by the being and swung around, knocking Red Tornado and Flash away before tossing Superman's side and using heat vision to take out batarangs thrown by Batman. Arrow called in reinforcements, which nearly proved disastrous as our foe gained more and more power with each new combatant. Batman explained. Whoa, one guy with the powers of the entire League, Kid Flash said wide-eyed as he watched the screen. In the end, it took 8 Leaguers 4 hours to defeat and dismantle the android. Batman announced. An android? Robin asked in surprise. Who made it? Oh, Morrow. A good guess, Robin, but Red Tornado doesn't think so. Batman replied calmly. The technology bears the signature of Professor Evo. Jean informed the group with a sense of dread. Evo? Aqualad asked in surprise. But Evo is dead. Black Canary sighed. So we all thought or hoped. Guessing that he faked his death so that he could work on this creation of his in peace. Without having to worry about the Justice League dropping in on him before it was ready. Naruto wagered. That appears to be the case. Batman said in agreement. To make sure that this threat is permanently neutralized, we're sending 2 trucks carrying the android's parts to 2 separate STAR Labs facilities in Boston and New York for immediate evaluation. The screen showed a map of the 2 locations. Every precaution is being taken. We'll have 4 additional decoy trucks to create confusion in case Evo or anyone else tries to recover the remains. You will split into 2 our cover teams and guard the 2 real trucks. Yes, Kid Flash exclaimed. Road trip. Aqualad pulled out a handheld device. Coordinates received, he said. Then let's suit up and head out. Naruto told the team, who nodded in agreement. Canary stopped Naruto before he left. Be careful, if that thing gets reactivated it could try to copy your powers. She warned. Naruto nodded seriously and left to get ready. That evening, in Litchfield County, the remains of the android were being loaded up onto the transports with security officers as well as Superman, Batman, Red Tornado, Flash, Captain Atom and Green Arrow standing guard. Superman heard something in the nearby bush and X-rayed them to see the team had arrived and were all wearing biker outfits and riding motorcycles. STAR. Boston is go, one of the drivers reported. STAR. Manhattan is go, a second driver reported. Green Arrow nodded to Batman, who then signaled the trucks to move out. The 6 trucks all moved out at the same time, with 3 starting to head for Boston and the other 3 heading for New York. The team broke up into 2 smaller teams and followed their trucks. Team 1 was Infinity and Robin while Team 2 was Aqualad, Kid Flash and Miss Martian. With the trucks on their way, the Justice League headed for home. With Team 1, as the team was riding, they watched as the 2 decoy truck took an exit heading away from their destination. Hey, if dislike is the opposite of like, is disaster the opposite of aster? Robin asked his companion. See, instead of things going wrong, they go right. Naruto shook his head and chuckled. I wouldn't know, Robin. Hey, I'm just trying to make for conversation. Robin replied. Let just go with hoping that this mission is aster then. Naruto said before revving his engine and moving closer to the truck. Robin couldn't help but chuckle at Naruto's statement. Over with Team 2. The others were riding along peacefully when Megan decided to ask them a question. Do you think Naruto is okay? She asked. She had noticed as they were leaving that something was bothering him and she didn't get a chance to ask him as they handled their assignments. I wasn't reading his mind, I swear. But I could sense a lot of worry coming from him that seemed to come off him like waves. Kid Flash rode up on the other side of her. I've surfed that wave, just give him some space. He advised before swerving closer. Me, stick as close as you want. I'm sure Naruto's just worried about what might happen if the android were to be repaired and it duplicated his powers. Aqualad told Megan. To be honest, even I'm worried about what could happen if the android did that. Hopefully, this will be a quiet mission. Unbeknownst to Aqualad, a part of the cornfield they just passed. Shooken, a swarm of green robot monkeys with jetpacks came flying out of the cornstalks. The monkeys began chasing after the truck and soon began to attack it. Aqualad activated his comlink. Aqualad to Infinity. Our truck is under attack. He announced. We kind of figured. Protect the trucks at all cost. Naruto replied. Robot monkeys. Ha ha. Totally Ivo's tweaked style. Robin sighed. As he then activated his bike and switched it to battle mode, deploying a flying laser drone while Aqualad activated his water bearers and made whips, knocking some of the monkeys off the side of the truck. Naruto switched his own bike to battle mode and leapt onto the truck and began to smash and tear apart the robot monkeys that attacked him, while the driver tried to keep the truck on the road. Robin hooked onto the back of the truck and knocked the monkeys off, and stopping them from cutting a hole in the back of the truck. The laser drones blasted a couple of the monkeys one by one, but soon more monkeys flew out of the cornfields and destroyed the drones. Back with Kid, Magan and Aqualad, their truck was under attack as well. Aqualad put his bike on autopilot and used one water bearer as a whip and another as a sword so that he could still slash the monkey robots on the truck while destroying ones that tried to attack him. Ms. Martian used her telekinesis to destroy the robots, and then flew off her bike while Kid jumped off his bike and used super sped to get to the truck. The monkeys were able to laser cut the roof of the truck off as the security guards on the inside opened. Ned fired and managed to destroy a few robots. Magan used her telekinesis to send the monkeys away as Kid super sped to the side of the bus and kicked the robots off the side of the truck. Magan's had trouble as a whole group of monkeys dogpiled her and she couldn't shake them off, so she used her morphing powers to grow some extra arms and began smashing the robots off of her and off the front of the truck. Kid kicked a robot monkey off the side, then grabbed the tail of another and flipped onto the top of the truck and freaked out for a minute as he saw Magan with 4 extra arms. The monkeys from inside the truck dogpiled them as 4 managed to fly away with the case containing the android's parts. The monkeys activated their boosters and quickly put a lot of distance between them as Magan, Kid and Calder got rid of the rest of the monkeys and lost sight of their crate. Back with Robin and Naruto, Robin got to the top of the truck and used his Eskrima sticks to fend off the monkeys. More monkeys arrived as Naruto smashed them to bits while 2 of the monkeys managed to blow out the tires on the truck. Robin then opened the driver's door. "Get out," Robin shouted as the driver jumped off the truck and onto the side of the road. "I've had enough of this," Naruto shouted in frustration as he slammed his feet down, getting into a stance and threw both arms out to his side. Release a wave of his blue energy that froze everything from the truck to the robots both inside and outside the truck and himself. Naruto then closed his fists, destroying all but 4 of the monkeys at once. He left 4 alive on purpose. Robin walked the driver out of the cornfield and laid him down near the road before walking up to Naruto. "Infinity, we've lost our cargo." "Did you?" Aqualad messaged and Naruto replied. "We managed to save ours. This Professor Evo, if he is alive, seems to be 2 steps ahead of us." Magan said. "Maybe we should call Red Tornado." "There's no need to call the League yet," Naruto said as he opened the crate containing half of the android. Naruto is right. The mission can still succeed if we recover the parts in time, before they are reassembled. Calder points out. "That's a great plan, except for the part about us not knowing where to look." Kid pointed out. "Maybe we do," Robin said as he plugged a USB into one of the robot monkeys and used his wrist computer to hack it. "We'd have heard by now if the decoy trucks had been attacked." "So how did the monkeys know exactly which trucks to target?" Robin asked as he hacked into the monkey's data drive. The parts have GPS. The monkeys can track the signal, which means I can track them with the one I captured. It looks like the one set is converging on Gotham City," Robin said. Robin, can you track exactly where the robots are actually headed? A specific destination would be help," Naruto pointed out. Robin hacked into one of the ones that are still alive and tracked where the monkeys were supposed to be headed. "Looks like it's an abandoned warehouse by the Gotham Railroad," Robin told him. "Yeah, that's not suspicious," Naruto scoffed. "It would allow Evo to make a quick getaway and go off the grid once he has his android back, and then we'd never catch him until he resurfaces with something more dangerous. Now that I think about it, Bats probably figured Evo was live when he realized the android was his work. So, he suspected Evo would try to get the android back, and that's why he purposely didn't have me just drop them off at Star Labs. He wanted to verify that he was. I think we need to do more than that," Naruto thought. "All right team, new plan. We're gonna capture Evo. We've got this one opportunity before he slips off the grid again and we have to take it," Naruto told them as he opened a portal. "I'm gonna drop mine and Robin's half of the android off at Star Labs real quick. Then, we capture this mad scientist." In Gotham, abandoned warehouse. In the not-so-suspicious abandoned warehouse, was a very small man by the name of Dr. Anthony Evo. Evo was shorter than the average man, giving off an unthreatening appearance despite the actual threat he poses. He had a rather formal appearance, inclusive of a white dress shirt beneath a green, sleeveless sweater and a red bow tie. His dress shirt was tucked in his pants, and the sleeves were rolled up to his elbow. His sleeveless, green sweater had a pocket, holding 2 pens. He wore black pants that reached to his ankles, revealing his white socks. He had visible wrinkles on his forehead, beneath his eyes, and marionette lines. He had high cheekbones. His hair was auburn, with a streak of gray hair on the sides, another indicator of his age. Evo did not like using abandoned warehouses, even on a temporary basis. He found the entire trope of villains using abandoned warehouses to be cliché, but it served his purpose. Nobody would be looking for him here, and also, they were less likely to notice the flying crate his monqis were bring him. And once he had his crates, he would quietly get on the cargo train that was scheduled to pass by later tonight and make off with his android, allowing him to disappear off the grid so he could make a better Amazo, one that wouldn't be dismantled by those troublesome heroes this time. Unfortunately for him, his hopes were dashed as a blue portal opened up behind him, drawing his attention as the team entered his domain. "What? How? You weren't supposed to be able to find me," Evo shouted as the few monkeys he had with him went into battle. Emoten attacked the team of superheroes only for Naruto to close his fist and a blue energy to envelop the robot monkeys and crush them to dust. Robin was able to backtrace the coordinates that our little monkey robots were programmed with. It stood to reason the U would be here. "And now, he only place you're going as a cell in Belle Rev," Naruto said as he knocked out the doctor. Mount Justice, August 4th, 1:06 Eastern Daylight Saving Time. The team returned to the cave after they recovered the other half of Amazo as Batman and members of the League were there to hear their report on the android. The Amazo android is in pieces again, safely being analyzed at the 2 separate STAR labs. And on top of that, Evo is not enjoying a nice stay at Belle Rev. Naruto said, "Well done. I'll expect mission reports from each of you in the morning. For now, take the rest of the night off," Batman said to the team. Ahem. Black Canary heard as she saw Kara walk up to her. "I was wondering if you'd be willing to teach me," Kara said. "Of course. That's why I'm here," Black Canary said. August 5th. Coast City. Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, was patrolling his hometown and was on the lookout for a very serious threat. A few days ago, Hal had received word from the Guardians of the Universe that Sinestro, Hal's former teacher in the Green Lantern Corps who had betrayed the Corps and tried to kill the Guardians of the Universe, had escaped from prison and was last detected heading towards Earth. Hal was sure that he and John Stewart, a fellow Green Lantern and member of the Justice League, could handle Sinister. Oh, but then John was called away by the Guardians to help with another situation. Since John was gone, Green Arrow, a very good friend of Hal's, had volunteered to help him out and was also patrolling the city. Suddenly, a yellow beam of light brought Hal out of his thoughts. Hal quickly created a green energy shield with the power of his ring. "I see your reflexes are as quick as ever," a voice said as Hal lowered his shield. Hal narrowed his eyes at his former teacher as Sinestro floated up in front of him. Sinestro was a red-skinned alien with black eyes, a slightly upwardly elongated forehead and pointy ears. He also had a thin black mustache on his upper lip. He was wearing a uniform that was similar to what the Green Lanterns would wear, except it was yellow and black and had the symbol for fear in the center of the chest. "I see you haven't changed since the last time we saw each other, Sinestro," Hal said, hoping to give Green Arrow time to get there as Sinestro was a very tough PP on and to beat since Green Lantern rings didn't work very well against things with the color yellow. "I hope you're not expecting help to arrive, as I know that John Stewart is off planet and no Earth. Ling Hero would be foolish enough to attempt anything against my power," Sinestro said arrogantly. Just as Sinestro finished talking, a pair of arrows came flying up behind him and exploded when they hit his back. The smoke from the explosions cleared, but Sinestro was completely unharmed and surrounded by a yellow energy bubble. Sinestro glanced over his shoulder and saw Green Arrow standing on the rooftop with a young female. Both of them were drawing another arrow. The girl had dark gray, almost black eyes, long blonde hair that was tied back and slightly tanned skin. She was wearing a green mask, green top with a light green arrow on the front and green pants that were covered with black leg pads. She also had on black shoes, a black belt and was wearing dark green fingerless gloves. She carried a green quiver on her back with her arrows. "I guess I should have known that would not work," Green Arrow told his companion. "Stay on your toes, Artemis." "I always do," Artemis replied with a smirk as she aimed at Sinestro. Sinestro shook his head. Do you really think that those puny toys can help you? He asked Hal, only to be struck in the chest by a powerful beam of green energy from Hal's ring. They don't need to defeat you, only distract you. Hal countered as he and Sinestro engaged in aerial combat, using their rings to create all sorts of weapons and hard light constructs. Sinestro was going with increasingly destructive weapons while Hal was sticking with less destructive weapons, mindful of the fact that they were in the middle of a city full of civilians. Green Arrow and Artemis would fire their arrows at Sinestro whenever they could, but they were forced to stick with mostly making sure the civilians didn't get hurt as Green Lantern attempted lure his opponent away from the city. Unfortunately, Sinestro knew exactly what Green Lantern was thinking and trying to do. He was playing along while at the same time making sure that Hal would head for the place that Sinestro knew held Hal's one weakness. Meanwhile, Ferris Aircraft's airfield, Carol Ferris, Hal Jordan's longtime love interest and the owner of Ferris Aircraft, sat in her office going over the paperwork. She was a gorgeous woman with long black hair that went down her back, blue eyes, slightly tanned skin and a slightly hourglass figure. She was wearing khaki pants, a yellow short-sleeved shirt and a blue jacket with the sleeves rolls up and tennis shoes. She had gold hoop earrings in her ears. I wonder when Hal is going to stop by, she thought as she set down what she was reading and turned her seat as she could look out into the airfield. Carol knew all about Hal's secret identity as the Green Lantern and even helped cover for him whenever he would disappear on a mission. Suddenly, Carol saw green and yellow lights flash out over the airfield. Sinestro, she said in horror, and she immediately ran out of the office to order an evacuation of the area. Over the airfield, Hal immediately realized that he had been tricked by Sinestro the moment he laid eyes on the airfield. Damn you, he growled at Sinestro, who smirked and pointed his ring at the main office area just as Carol came running out. An exploding arrow struck Sinestro in the back. Sinestro angrily turned to see Green Arrow and Artemis. Artemis, protect Carol Ferris. Green Arrow ordered. Why is she so important? Artemis asked curiously. She's Hal's girlfriend, Arrow replied while shooting another arrow at Sinestro. Sinestro was getting fed up with Green Lantern's friends interfering with his revenge. The alley. Menace fired a powerful beam of energy at Green Arrow, incinerating the arrow, as Arrow ran to get out of the way but was knocked off his feet because of the explosion. A piece of rubble flew through the air and clipped Arrow in the side of the head, knocking him out cold. Green Lantern tried to attack Sinestro with a beam of energy while he was distracted, but Sinestro countered with his own beam of energy. Artemis had just reached Carol and turned to see her mentor unconscious on the ground. Green Arrow, she shouted in worry. Ah! Hal shouted in pain as Sinestro got around his defenses and landed a powerful blow on Hal, sending him crashing to the ground below near where Carol and Artemis were watching. The force of the impact caused a small crater to form. Carol ran to Hal's side, even though she knew it was dangerous. Artemis went with her and shot arrow after arrow at Sinestro, but none of them were able to penetrate the energy aura that surrounded Sinestro. Hal, Carol said as she knelt down next to him. Green Lantern groaned as he opened his eyes. Carol, he said as he tried to sit up. Carol helped him sit up. Hal realized that Sinestro was floating overhead. You need to get out of here, Carol, he told her. Neither of you are going anywhere, Sinestro said with an evil grin as he pointed his glowing ring at the crater. Suddenly, a fist struck Sinestro in the face, sending him flying into one of the jet fighters kept at the airbase. Artemis, Green Lantern and Carol turned to see Infinity floating where Sinestro had been. He was wearing his hero uniform, the only difference here was that he had a black leather duster on right now. It looks like I got here just in time, Naruto commented as he floated over to Green Lantern, a blue aura surrounding Naruto. What are you doing here? Green Lantern asked as he got up. I was sightseeing when I heard the battle and decided to check it out, Naruto explained as he looked around and noticed Green Arrow. Quote, and considering that Green Arrow is down for the count, it looks like you could use the help. Green Lantern nodded before turning to Artemis. Stay with Carol, he told her before he and Infinity headed for where Sinestro had crashed. Sinestro growled angrily as he got up. It seems I wasted too much time toying with you, Jordan, he said after he took notice of Infinity. Surrender, while you still have a functioning jaw, Infinity threatened while cracking his knuckles. Sinestro replied by firing a beam of yellow energy at Infinity, who swatted it away, surprising Sinestro. Hal fired a beam of green energy at Sinestro while Naruto used his telekinesis to throw some debris at Sinestro. Sinestro was forced to shield himself and stay on defense due to being assaulted from two sides. Artemis did not like being stuck on the sidelines and was waiting for just the opportunity to help. She had pulled out one of her most powerful exploding arrows and was watching the fight intently. Come on, she thought. Infinity used his intangibility to slip past Sinestro's shield and delivered a hard punch to both his gut and face, sending Sinestro towards Artemis and Carol. Artemis smirked. Gotcha. She released the arrow, which flew through the air and struck Sinestro, exploded on contact. The blast sent Sinestro back towards Green Lantern, who created a giant green mallet with his ring. Hal SL. Had the mallet down on top of the former Green Lantern member as hard as he could. The attack slammed Sinestro down on the ground so hard that it formed a crater and made the ground around them shake. Hal slowly removed the mallet as Infinity and Artemis prepared to attack Sinestro should he still be conscious. Fortunately, Sinestro wasn't. Nice shot by the way. Infinity told Artemis, giving a thumbs up as Green Arrow joined them, holding his head. Thanks, Artemis replied with a grin. Hal created a holding cell with his ring and took off to deliver Sinestro to the Guardians. Infinity turned to Artemis. So, not to sound rude or anything, but who are you exactly? He asked since he had never seen her before. My name is Artemis, Artemis replied. Green Arrow put a hand on her shoulder. She's my niece as well as new protege, he said proudly. Infinity held out his hand. Nice to meet you, Artemis, he said kindly as Artemis shook his hand. Artemis was a little confused. Aren't you going to ask where Speedy is? She asked. Naruto shook his head. I've never met Speedy and from what little I've heard not something to be impressed about. He explained. A beeping noise went off on Infinity's comlink. Infinity here, he said before listening to the person on the other end. No, Canary, I didn't forget about training. I stopped to help Lantern, Arrow and Artemis deal with Sinestro. He explained. I'm on my way. He turned to Arrow and Artemis. Sorry but I've gotta go. Green Arrow chuckled. Oh, no need to apologize. I know how Canary can be when it comes to training sessions. He assured the young hero before Infinity took off and portaled away. August 7th, nighttime, Infinity Island. A young man hid in the shadows as he ran on the roof of one of the buildings. He shot an arrow at a guard, which electrocuted the guard, knocking him out. The young man made his way to the wall and shot another arrow, this one with a rope connected to it, up to the roof. Once the arrow had secured itself, the young man used the rope to pull himself up the wall. He ran to the cover of a pillar to keep from being spotted by a searchlight that was part of the security system. The young man was wearing a suit that predominantly black, with a red chest and collar. He had a red quiver on his back attached with two gray shoulder straps connected across the chest, and his hands had black fingerless gloves on them. The young man was once known as Speedy, Green Arrow's sidekick, but now called himself Red Arrow. He shot an arrow near a camera. The arrow had a device attached to it that caused the camera feed to be put on a loop so the person watching would only see an empty area. He then took out the two sentries with electro arrows that knocked them out cold. Inside a room, a female scientist was seated at a computer, working on a program. She was a bespectacled young woman with blonde hair and blue eyes. Her hair was short, almost to shoulder length at the back and with bangs over her eyes. She had on the classical lab coat of a scientist, with the sleeves rolled to her elbows. The white coat had several pockets, with one holding a pen. She wore dark blue pants that reached her ankles and an olive green V-neck shirt. She had a small earring on both ears. We're losing patience. Complete the project or forfeit your life, a male voice told her. I'm completing as fast as I can, she assured him. There was a knock at the door. One of the two guards went to answer only to have the door knocked over on top of him. Red Arrow entered the room and took out the other guard. The scientist was surprised to see him as he walked towards her. Dr. Roquette, Red Arrow said. Please tell me you're the advanced guy. Dr. Roquette asked as Red Arrow pulled out an arrow. No, I'm the only guy, he replied. You couldn't bring back up. Dr. Roquette asked in shock. What were their budget cuts? Suddenly, the sounds of a bell ringing filled the island. Soon after, the sounds of guards rushing around were heard. Red Arrow shot his arrow at the wall and it exploded, taking the wall out. Now or never time, Doc, Red Arrow told her. Dr. Roquette looked at the device she had been working on. We can't leave this, she told Red Arrow. Look, I take it or I take you, he informed her. Right, take me, she replied, pulled off her glasses. Red Arrow shot another arrow with a rope down to a tree near the beach. He attached a zip line to the rope and hooked it to his belt. He then pulled drive rocket close to his body. Hang on, he ordered, which she did, and the TWO rode the cable down to the beach as armed soldiers arrived and started shooting at them. Doctor! Roquette screamed on their way down and Red Arrow unhooked the zip line and they landed on their feet. E2 ran to the water where Red Arrow had a covered-up motorboat waiting for them. Doctor! Roquette climbed in while Red Arrow pushed the boat out into the water. So what do you call this? The Arrow boat, she asked jokingly as Red Arrow climbed in. I call it a rental, now get down. He replied as he started up the engine and activated a button on the boat's dash. A number of explosives on the BAC-H then activated by the remote making a loud beeping noise before detonating as Red Arrow steered the motorboat away from the island. I think we're in the clear, he told the scientist. Great, that leaves only one problem. Doctor, Roquette said. Back on the island, a man with black hair and a highly advanced helmet that covered his upper face was examining the device drive Roquette had been working on. The masked man was known as Professor Ojo. An old man with white hair and a white beard on his chin and brown eyes with a scar across his left eye entered the room. The old man was known simply as Sensei. Well, Sensei asked. She finished. We are good to go. Professor Ojo replied, resulting in Sensei smiling menacingly. August 8th. Beach near Mount Justice. Naruto, Kara, Megan, Calder and Robin were all out on the beach enjoying the perfect weather they were having. They had a cooler, beach umbrella, towels, volleyball net, surfboards and a small grill for cooking, not to mention they were all in swim gear. Megan was wearing a yellow bikini top and shorts, Calder wore dark blue swim trunks, Robin had on a pair of red and blue swim trunks as well as his black shades, Kara wore a red bikini top and shorts with her hair tied up in a high ponytail, and Naruto was wearing black swim trunks with red going up the side as well as a red Hawaiian t-shirt. Hello Megan, we should hit the beach every day. Megan announced happily. Naruto smiled and took a deep breath before exhaling. Yeah, just smell that beach air. He said happily. First, a moment of silence for our absent comrade. Robin said in a solemn tone. Poor Wally, Megan said sadly. Central City High School. The bell rang as the homeroom teacher welcomed the class to their first day of sophomore year. Wally groaned as he sank in his seat, wishing he was with his friends on the beach. Back at the beach. Yes, poor Wally, Naruto said sarcastically while opening up the beach umbrella with a flick of his wrist and planting it into the sand. Now, are we going to have some fun or whine about Flash Boy's first day back in the 365-day prison known as school? He questioned with a grin on his face. Robin grinned right back at him. I vote for fun, he shouted as he set his stuff down and takes off for the water. Naruto tossed his shirt to the side and joins the laughing boy wonder in a race to the water. It's kind of funny, Kara stated as she, Calder and Megan watched the two boys as they dived into the water. Whenever you guys go on a mission, Naruto is always so serious and cautious. When you're off duty, he's just like the rest of us. Despite what I've heard Cadmus put him through. Calder nodded in agreement. Yes, but at least he has been given this opportunity at a real life. He commented before grinning. Now, are we just going to let those two have all the fun? Megan and Kara then went to join Robin and Naruto. Naruto currently had Robin in a headlock and was giving the boy wonder a noogie until the 13-year-old managed to slip out of his grip and began throwing water on Naruto, who had to use his arms to shield his face. Seeing this, Kara tackled the distracted team leader into He water for a few seconds until they both emerged from under the water with Naruto having both arms around Kara's waist, tickling her sides. The young Kryptonian laughed and struggled to get out of his grip while begging for someone to help. Megan decided to help Kara out and snuck up behind Naruto. She then jumped onto his back and covered his eyes with her hands while laughing. Ah, I'm blind, Naruto cried out jokingly while Kara managed to pry herself free from his grip around her waist. The two girls worked together to dunk Naruto into the shallow end of the water while Robin and Calder laughed at the sight. After that, they barbecued a couple of hot dogs on the small grill and then played a game of volleyball with Kara and Megan on one side and Robin, Calder and Naruto on the other. Once that was done, Calder went for a dive into the ocean to do some deep-sea exploring while Kara, Megan, Robin and Naruto surfed the waves. As the sun was beginning to set, the group decided to call it quits and headed back to the cave. They had soon changed into their hero attire, minus Kara, and gathered in the main meeting area when the Zeta Beam teleporter tube flashed and entering the monitor room were Batman, Red Tornado, Green Arrow and Artemis. Hey kids. Green Arrow greeted with a smile. Hey Ollie. Robin replied before he gestured to the girl. Who's she? Artemis. The female Arc. Her greeted as she held out her hand and shook with Robin and the others. I'm Green Arrow's niece and new protege as well as your new teammate. Well, welcome aboard, Naruto said with a smile as the two shook hands. They had already met but Naruto was being polite and shook her hand since he was the team leader. It's good to see you again, Infinity. Artemis said with a smile. You two know each other? Kara asked curiously. We met the other day when I went to help Green Lantern deal with Sinestro. Naruto explained. Artemis and Green Arrow were already there. One of Artemis's exploding arrows allowed us to take Sinestro down. Quote, Kara, Magan and Artemis started talking about Artemis's different arrows while Naruto went to get his coat. Just as Naruto was returning, the Zeta Beam teleporter flashed. Recognize. Kid Flash B03. The computer announced. Wally was wearing red swim trunks and had some beach gear with him. The wallman is in the house and ready to get this party star, H. E tripped over the umbrella he had and crashed hard onto the floor while his stuff was scattered everywhere and slid forward. Ted. He finished while everyone, including Batman, just stared at him with a blank look. Naruto swatted away the beach ball Wally had brought before it could hit his head. Wally, I told you that you weren't gonna make it in time for the beach party. The party's been over for 2 hours. Wallman, love the uniform. What exactly are your powers? Artemis asked with humor in her voice as Wally got up and walked over to the team. Who is this? Wally asked his teammates. Artemis, your new teammate. Artemis answered for them. Kid Flash. Never heard of you, Wally said, not the least bit impressed with Artemis. Green Arrow stepped up and put an arm around Artemis's shoulder. She my niece as well as my new protege. He explained. This surprised Kid Flash. New protege, but what happened to your old one? He asked. What happened to Speedy? Just then the Zeta Beam teleporter tube activated. Recognize. Speedy B07. It announced as the tube flashed. Red Arrow stepped out. Well, for starters, he doesn't go by Speedy anymore. You can call me Red Arrow now. He announced as he walked into the room. Everyone was a bit surprised by Roy's new uniform, but Oliver was shocked and astonished by the change. Roy, you look, he started but was rudely interrupted by his former protege. Replaceable, Roy finished with a scowl on his face. Green Arrow was a bit taken back by Red Arrow's hostility towards him but easily hid it. It's nothing like that, he assured Roy. You told me that you were going solo. So why waste time finding a sub? Can she even use that bow? Red Arrow asked his former partner. Artemis was getting sick of being looked down upon by Red Arrow. Yes she can, she stated as she got into his face, while Roy's scowl deepened. I'm not some run-of-the-mill amateur, Arrowhead. I have the skills to back up my words. She then gestured to Infinity. You can ask Infinity over there just how good I am. Red Arrow, Naruto finally spoke up, his voice cutting through the tension and getting the group's attention as he took a step forward. His lips quirking up in amusement as he fought down his desire to mock Red Arrow for his derivative name and costume, especially when he was trying to make himself out as being independent. And not a sidekick or a hero in training. Yes, the science project, Red Arrow sneered, his lip curling upwards as he eyed Naruto disdainfully. I've heard about you, Infinity, was it? A rookie like the Ms. Martian and Artemis, only one that's more dangerous, and who has no control over his power. If he was trying to provoke him, he failed, instead the Naruto just sent the boy an amused look. I think the fact that I was made the leader speaks for itself. I am not out of control, nor am I incompetent. You though, well the jury's still out on that one. As far as I can see, you're nothing but an egotistical, spoiled little bitch, one that is throwing his toys at the wall and crying when he doesn't get his own way. Naruto mocked. Red Arrow's face flushed red at that, his jaw tightening as he took a step forward. His face contorting in anger. Enough, Batman said sternly, his voice causing all of them to pause as he looked around at them. With Red Arrow looking to be on the verge of picking a fight with Naruto. Whilst Naruto just looked amused. Green Arrow, Aqualad, Miss Martian and Kid Flash all looking worried and conflicted as they saw the ongoing confrontation escalate. And Artemis looked like she was on the verge of laughing. Very well, Naruto sighed, so, why are you here? I take it you didn't just come to pick a fight. No, Red Arrow bit out, his dislike of Naruto obviously warring with his reason for being here. I did come for a reason named Dr. Sterling Roquette. Robin immediately recognized the name. nanorobotics genius and claytronics expert at Royal University in Star City. He announced as he used his holographic wrist computer to pull up her information so that everyone else could see it. Infinity also recognized the name. I remember. She vanished 2 weeks ago without a trace. He added. She was abducted 2 weeks ago by the League of Shadows. Red Arrow corrected. Whoa, you want us to rescue her from the League of Shadows? Robin asked in excitement. No, I've already rescued her, Roy answered before pulling out a device. There was only one problem. The Shadows had already coerced her into creating a weapon. He activated the device and a hologram appeared in front of the group, revealing the image of a cylindrical-like device and something that looked to be a robotic bug. The doc calls it the Fog. It's comprised of millions of microscopic robots. Nanotech infiltrators, capable of disintegrating anything in their path. Concrete, steel, flesh and bone. But its true purpose isn't destruction. It's theft. The infiltrators eat and store raw data from any computer system and deliver the stolen data to the Shadows. He explained. So far they've been using it on universities like the Miami Beach University in Florida, but it's more than likely that these attacks were just test runs to make sure the weapon worked properly. It's only a matter of time before they start hitting major corporations like Starla BS, for example, or even hack into and steal codes from military facilities. So basically this weapon will give them access to weapons, strategic defenses, cutting-edge science and tech. Infinity sighed. As he caught on to how dangerous the Fog was. Perfect for extortion, manipulation, power brokering. Yeah, sounds like the Shadows. Artemis commented. Wally scoffs. Like you know anything about the Shadows. He retorted while Artemis just smirks at him. Who are you? He shouted angrily. Roquette's working on a virus to disable the Fog. Red Arrow continued ignoring the byplay as he instead focused on the task at hand. But if the Shadows know that she can do that, then they'll target her. Robin commented. Right now, Roquette is off the grid. I stashed her in the local high school's computer lab. Red Arrow stated as the hologram shifted to an image of Happy Harbor High School. Seriously? Naruto asked in amusement, the tone of his voice evident. You could have brought her here, to a high-security league building. Filled with superheroes that can protect her. Or taken her back to your base, or even one of Green Arrow's safe houses. But no, instead you drop her off at a high school, a very large, exposed and public building, one with easily hackable security cameras. And you have the nerve to call us rookies. I don't need to explain myself to you. Red Arrow replied coldly, his eyes narrowing behind his mask at the mockery. She's safe enough for now. Roy, that's enough. Green Arrow said, let's you and I make sure that Roquette stays safe. You and I, don't you want to take your new protege? Roy questioned. Green Arrow stepped forward but was stopped by Batman putting his hand on his shoulder. Green Arrow sighed in defeat. You brought this to the team. That means it's their mission now. Which means it's her mission too. He stated, gesturing to the group. TCH, then my job's done. Red Arrow said as he walked towards the Zeta Beam teleporter tube. Recognize. Speedy, the computer started. That's Red Arrow B07 update. Roy growled before he vanished in a flash of light. What a cunt, Naruto said bluntly, folding his arms and ignoring the reprima. NDING looks he received from several of those around him. You guys really want that guy. On the team, Artemis snorted with laughter as she heard that, even as Aqualad, Kid Flash and Robin scowled. Whilst Miss Martian and Kara, who was standing off to the side, shared a bemused look. You wouldn't understand, Calder said with a sigh. You're damn right about that. Naruto replied dryly, before he shook his head and looked to the team at large. All right, enough talk, it looks like we have a new mission. Everyone get ready and meet at the bioship. You've got 5 minutes. 9:30 p.m. Happy Harbor High School. After making sure the high school was secure, Megan had them all linked up telepathically so the Shadows couldn't intercept their comlink messages. Man, talking telepathically is weird. Artemis commented. It's like I'm talking without actually talking. Like seriously, how do you guys deal with having someone else inside your head? I mean, there are some things I'd rather keep private. Like what? Kid Flash replied snarkily, his lip curling upwards in amusement as he saw her obvious discomfort. Is there something that you're trying to hide? Leave her be, Kid Flash, this is a new experience for her. And, Artemis, relax. Naruto said, his gaze focused on Wally to quell the next taunt before it occurred, after which his gaze shifted to the newest member of the team. This kind of communication is perfect for missions, and Miss Martian doesn't probe our memories or anything like that. Instead she just connects our minds and relays the surface thoughts. Good to know. The last thing I would want is to know what exists in the dark recesses of the wall man's mind. Artemis replied, her relief at this information coming through the mental connection as she did so. Even as she used the opportunity to tease Kid Flash. Hey, Wally replied irritably. Okay, can you guys tone down the chatter? Dr. Roquette asked. Coding a distributive algorithm virus NA kitty computer with less RAM than my wristwatch is hard enough. Now I have to hear teens think in my skull. She grabbed her head in frustration. Naruto sent the doctor a dry look, but he restrained himself from saying anything. Since he didn't want to antagonize the person they were assigned to protect, especially since she had the best shot of creating the virus to terminate the fog. Kid Flash, however, could not help himself. Lady, do you always complain when someone tries to help you? Wally asked as he was eating a snack. While this was going on, Naruto was looking over the blueprint for the school as he began to think of the best defensive strategy he could, based off the information he had available to him. Including, about both the school, and what he knew about the League of Shadows. Which, thanks to his memory loss, was not much, other than that they relied on stealth, and were basically modern-day ninjas, who excelled in assassination, infiltration, sabotage, espionage and the like. Artemis, however, sat off to one side on another desk, one which was next to Roquette. The blonde more interested in the conversation between Kid Flash and Roquette than in what the others were doing at the moment. Pot, kettle, have you met? Artemis asked, gesturing between Kid Flash and Serling. Hey, I do not need attitude from the newbie who drove Red Arrow off the team. Kid Flash retorted. Hey, that is so not on me. If anything it is Red Arrow's for being a moron, and seriously, is that really the name he chose to distinguish himself from Green Arrow? Artemis scoffed irritably, her lip curving upwards and her satisfaction oozing through the mental connection as her sardonic comment provoked the desired response from the speedster. Before he could reply though, Dr. Roquette visibly gritted her teeth. Before gesturing at the computer in frustration. Fate of the world at stake. Is any of this ringing a bell? Roquette, stop with the exaggerating, it's not helping anything. Artemis, Kid Flash, stop your damn bickering. On top of that, all of you shut the hell up, and let Roquette get back to work. Naruto finally spoke up, Magan helpfully magnifying his own voice in the rest of the team. And Roquette's heads as he did so. Everyone in the room, except Magan and Naruto, clutched their heads and stopped talking at that, all of them looking to Naruto as he finally stood up fully and stopped looking at the map. Was that really necessary? Aqualad asked, rubbing his temple, even as Kid Flash and Artemis looked away from one another. Yes, Naruto replied bluntly. Now gather round, I have a plan. After the team was gathered, Naruto went over his plan. Right to begin with, Artemis and Kid Flash, you two are to sweep the halls of the school. Keeping moving, and make sure to watch out for anything that looks suspicious. Due to your training, or your natural abilities, are the most likely to spot if anything is amiss, and so would be the most useful to have patrolling the corridors. Miss Martian meanwhile will stay here with me. I will act as the last defense for the doctor. Miss Martin meanwhile will keep the mental communication network active. And will routinely scan the surrounding area for unfamiliar mental activity. Naruto continued, wanting to outline his plan first before he took comments. As for Robin and Aqualad, the two of you will be heading out to locate the fog, with the extent and range of your powers, and your technical know-how in Roquette's virus to destroy the fog, you will be best suited to deal with the weapon and those using it. While Naruto could just teleport to the fog, he felt that given his vast array of powers, he was the best suited to protect Roquette and get her out if anything went awry. While he would also prefer to send Kid Flash with Robin and Aqualad, and keep another heavy hitter to protect the doctor, he didn't really have anyone to spare. This is a good idea. But the virus will not be of much use if we cannot find the weapon. Aqualad commented as he turned to the doctor. Can you track it? My utility bot is not a weapon. Doctor, Roquette argued. It's science, brilliant science. And of course I can track it. But I'd have to go online to do that. You might as well rent a billboard with this address and assassinate me, written in neon. She sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. Naruto put a hand on her shoulder and gave her a reassuring smile. Our whole purpose here is to protect you so you can track and then destroy the fog. So long as we are here, you're safe. He assured her. Roquette could tell that he was giving her the truth. She pushed the enter button on the computer, going online. Tracking the fog now, she said as the computer pulled up a global image and began to track the weapon. Private airfield, in Philadelphia. Professor Ojo was having a drink when his computer started beeping. He pressed a button and a holographic screen appeared with a headshot of Dr. Roquette on it. Ojo then pressed another button, contacting Sensei. Roquette has surfaced to track us. He reported as he began tracking Roquette as well. But that links a two-way street. I'm sending her location now. At an unknown location. Sensei looked at the information. Who do we have near? Happy Harbor, Rhode Island. He asked one of his subordinates. Chesser is closest. Ojo replied, along with the master's esteemed daughter. Send her the orders. Sensei ordered. Back at Happy Harbor High School. Infinity had his eyes closed and was using his sensing ability to make sure that there was no one trying to sneak into the school. I've located the fog, Roquette told him. It's in Philadelphia. Alright, Miss Martian, reconfigure the bio ship so that Robin and Aqualad can pursue. He ordered. Megan pointed into the sky, causing the bio ship to appear and land in front of the school. Ready, she informed them as Aqualad and Robin ran to the ship. Kid Flash, patrol the hallways and take it slow. Infinity ordered only for Wally to dash off. I said take it slow. Alright, Wally grumbled as he started walking the hallways. A few minutes later, Naruto started to sense movement. I'm sensing something. Movement. Definitely human. There's two of them. They're definitely being sneaky about it. Ms. M. I can feel several presences on the outskirts of the school's grounds. But their minds are all partially shielded. I am struggling to lock in on them. Megan told him. Then they're here. Naruto said. Be on the lookout, everyone, company's here. With Kid Flash. Wally was walking down a hallway when he noticed a shadow on the ground move as he got closer. He dashed after the shadow and caught a glimpse of the shadow by the indoor swimming pool. He rushed into the area but slipped on black marbles that were on the floor, which he didn't notice at all. He cried out in surprise and fell onto his back. Kid Flash groaned and looked to the side NLY to see a black boot coming towards him before everything went black. The attacker used her foot to push Kid Flash into the pool before heading back into the school. Computer lab. It feels like Kid Flash isn't responding. Megan said to Naruto as she felt Wally's surface thoughts just stop. He's by the pool right now. They may have gotten to him. Go help him. I'll handle things here. Yuto said as Megan phased through the floor. Infinity was watching Overdrive. Roquette with his arms folded in front of him when he heard the door open behind them. Don't react, but the assassins are here. He told her telepathically as he lowered his arms to his side. Naruto heard a shuriken whizzing through the air towards the professor's head, but he quickly spun around and grabbed it out of the air. Stop what you're doing and hide. He ordered, and the professor didn't need to be told twice. The door to the computer lab slammed open and two females came dashing to the room. The first was wearing a kunoichi battle outfit and a grinning cat mask with red markings and drew out Tusei from her sheath. She was Cheshire, an assassin from the League of Shadows. The second was wearing a gray form-fitting bodysuit with the zipper unzipped down to her midriff, exposing her cleavage. She had a Ruger pistol strapped to her waist, a katana strapped to her back, and wore black gloves. She was a 26-year-old Arabian woman with flowing light brown hair down to her mid-back, alluring light green eyes, high cheekbones, and a sharp nose. This was Talia al Ghul, daughter of Raz al Ghul. Talia didn't want to waste any time and pulled out her gun, aiming it at Roquette. Naruto, his reflexes just as fast, used his telekinesis to dismantle the gun until it was in pieces. No guns in the classroom. Naruto quipped as he pulled his double-bladed sword out of his pocket dimension and enveloped Roquette in a force field. He was still new to this aspect of it and would have trouble maintaining his concentration to keep the barrier up and fighting at the same time. Artemis, Miss Martian, Kid Flash, the assassins are in the building. Get your asses in here. Now, he yelled telepathically as Alia pulled her sword out and took a swing at his throat. Naruto blocked the attack and countered with a spin kick that Talia rolled with. This allowed Cheshire to get Roquette into her line of sight. We're on our way, Artemis said as she raced to the room while Megan was still helping Wally. Cheshire threw her sai with deadly accuracy only for it to bounce off the force field. The professor let out an eek in surprise when it did. Infinity then flipped into the air and headed towards Cheshire, intending on delivering a drop kick, only for Cheshire to flip backwards. Infinity's foot hit the ground hard, causing a dent to form. The only way you're getting to her is through me, Naruto pointed out menacingly. Cheshire threw more shuriken at Naruto while Talia tried to get close enough to kill Drive. Rocket. Naruto blocked the shuriken with his blades and forced Talia to fall back by using his telekinesis to throw a desk at her. Talia dashed straight at Infinity while Cheshire threw shuriken at Drive. Roquette's force field. Naruto used his body to shield Roquette from the shuriken and crossed blades with Cheshire, while stopping Talia's sword with his forearms. That had to hurt, Cheshire commented, only to watch as her shuriken fell off with their point broken and Talia's katana blade cracked. Helps to be tough skin. Infinity quipped back. Cheshire prepared to throw another sigh only to have an arrow hit her wrist, causing her to cry out in pain. Talia and Cheshire turned to see Artemis aiming her bow and 2 arrows at them. Don't move, she ordered them. Talia and Cheshire stood side by side as Artemis shot her arrows at them. Cheshire pulled out a collapsible katana and used it to slice up the arrows as they came at her while Talia did the same with her katana. Kid Flash and Miss Martian soon arrived. This just got a little too interesting, Cheshire commented, seeing how outnumbered and outmatched they were. The 2 female assassins pulled out smoke bombs, Talia looked directly at Infinity for a moment before disappearing. Kid Flash rushed forward and tried to tackle them through the smokescreen only to land, roll on the ground and stand up close to a surprised Artemis. He jumped backwards because of how close their bodies were. Gone, Kid Flash said in frustration as the smoke cleared. They're getting away. You're letting them get away. Doctor, Roquette yelled at Infinity. This is all your fault. Kid Flash blamed Artemis. You were on perimeter. How did those shadows get in here? Artemis just narrowed her eyes at him. I seem to recall they slipped past you as well. I wouldn't go pointing fingers if I were you, Naruto said, jabbed a finger into Wally's chest. Wally started to make an excuse. What has me worried is how they found us so quickly. It wasn't that long ago that we found the fog, Megan voiced. They must have already been in the area the moment she went online, which in turn means they must have already been aware of her general location. The only real explanation for that is they tracked either her or Red Arrow here. Naruto's voice rang out in her head. You think it was Roy's fault? KF's voice piped up now. I'm not saying he did it on purpose, but the facts speak for themselves. Naruto replied simply. Robin to Infinity, we're over Philadelphia. Robin said through the comlink. Over Philadelphia. We've located the Shadow's next target, Star Labs. Robin reported as they flew closer to the building, which began to collapse. We're too late. It has been totally destroyed, Calder commented. The fog decimated it. This is bad. Star Labs, cutting-edge technology secrets are now in the hands of the enemy. Robin said. What's our next move? Calder asked. Back at the high school. Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose. Rescan for the fog and find out its next target, he replied as he looked at Drive. Roquette. Meanwhile, we're moving the doctor to another location. Happy Harbor Docks Marine Lab. Artemis was pacing back and forth as she and Kid Flash were keeping an eye out while watching over Roquette, as she appeared to be uploading the virus. Artemis stopped and looked to see Key D Flash glaring at her and fired her own glare right back to him, narrowing his eyes. Knock it off, both of you, Infinity ordered. What? They asked at the same time. Do not bother denying it. I can practically hear the glaring, Naruto informed them. Fine, they both groaned. Say it like you mean it this time. Don't make me come over there, Infinity threatened. The tone he said it in convey. Yet that if he was forced to come inside, it would no doubt be very painful for the both of them. Fine, they said frantically. Jackass, Wally muttered. Naruto was not amused. Just for that, Walter. You're taking Robin's patrol duty this Saturday, he informed the speedster. What but Wally tried to argue. You want the entire weekend? Infinity threatened. No, then shut it. Artemis smirked and blew a raspberry at Kid Flash. Artemis, Naruto growled warningly. She rubbed with back of her head in embarrassment. Sorry, I'll be good, I swear, she said. Naruto shook his head as he crouched down and pinched the bridge of his nose. Sometimes, I feel more like a nanny than a leader, he mumbled to himself. Miss Martian, stay in camouflage mode and make a white perimeter sweep, Naruto said out loud. He knew that the shadows were here. Suddenly, man in an all-black suit, better known as the assassin Black Spider, came out of the trees and landed in front of Naruto. Unfortunately, a man with a hook came up behind him and knocked him out. Cheshire and Talia emerged from the shadows and surrounded him. The Martian could return at any second and I'm not too keen on evening their odds, Cheshire told the group. We end Roquette now. The four assassins headed for the lab, but Talia stopped to look back just in time to see, Infinity was gone. I had a feeling that was too easy. She thought to herself with a smirk as she picked up his trail and left the others. Black Spider burst into the lab through the front door and was confronted by Kid Flash, who got off of the desk he was sitting on and rushed towards the assassin. Using his speed, Wally was able to dodge the webs that were shot at him. Artemis knocked an arrow and aimed at Black Spider, only to have Hokage come crashing in through the skylight in the roof. Artemis turned and started firing arrows at him, only for Hook to dive out of the way. "Don't stop working," Artemis told Roquette, who immediately went back to working on the virus. Cheshire opened a window and aimed a crossbow at Roquette. She fired, but a bookcase flew in front of the path and blocked the arrow. The case floated there in midair. "Martians here. It's now or never," Cheshire told the others. Black Spider knocked Kid Flash out of the way and fired his web in the case. He then pulled it out of the way as Cheshire jumped down from the window ledge. She landed on the computer in front of the doctor. Artemis tried to shot an arrow at Cheshire, only to have a hook connected to a chain come flying at her. Roquette was orked to run away but didn't get far as she was tackled from behind by Cheshire. Cheshire raised a sigh to finish the doctor, only for Roquette's skin to turn green and her head spin around to look directly at Cheshire with a grin. "We're been duped," Cheshire announced. Meanwhile, at a closed cafe, the real drive, Roquette was being guarded by Infinity while she used the free internet access that the cafe had to work. "We're about to have company, Doc," Naruto informed her as he got ready for a fight. "Uploading now," Roquette informed her bodyguard as she hit a few keys and started uploading the virus to Robin. Talia snuck into the cafe and attempted to attack Infinity from behind with one of her new undamaged katana, only for him to flip over and land on the ground, crouching down. Naruto let out his sword and twirled it a few times. Talia took a moment to analyze Naruto. She had remembered watching him fight the day the light had captured Thanos and he volunteered to be the host of those incredible powers. His combat skills were some of the best she had ever seen, right up there with the likes of Deathstroke, Lady Shiva, her former beloved, and her father. Even though the boy didn't seem to remember any of it yet. He still had superpowers to make up for that slack. She didn't like her chances. She pulled out her new gun and tried to shoot Roquette, only for Naruto to spin his blade in a circle, deflecting each bullet. Talia only stopped when she ran out of bullets. She surveyed the cafe, seeing bullet casings littered everywhere, but none had touched Roquette or the computer she was using. Talia saw that despite his lack of memory and not remembering his vast array of martial arts skills, he more than made up for it with his powers. Talia realized her only saving grace in this fight was that he wasn't actually trying to kill her. He made a "bring it on" gesture with his free hand, causing Talia to rush forward. She pulled out a few shuriken from a holster she had grabbed after their first encounter and threw them at Naruto, who leapt over them and did a spin in the air before bringing his sword down. Talia leapt out of the way and watched as his downward swing connected with the ground, cracking the place where it connected. "Oh, I didn't know you liked to play rough," she commented as her katana split in two, becoming two katanas. She figured she may as well turn on the charm to try and throw him off, since she wasn't getting anywhere by trying to outmaneuver him. "What can I say? The ladies love it when I'm rough," Infinity replied. He blocked both of her katana with only one of his blades. He twisted at the handle and the double-bladed sword split apart, becoming two swords. He attempted to hit her on the head with the flat side of the sword. That wasn't blocking her, but she leaned back, breaking the sword contact, placed her hands on the floor and flipped backwards. You're pretty flexible," he remarked as their swords clashed again, saying each other while they made eye contact with one another. "Thank you," Talia said with a husky tone and seductive grin. Even though she was pretty sure she wasn't going to succeed in assassinating Roquette before the fog was destroyed. Since she heard that the virus was being uploaded as she entered the building, and even though she didn't have much chance of overcoming Naruto, she had to admit, she was having fun. Ever since Batman broke her heart, she had been down on her luck. At first, she was sad, and then she was angry and bitter at Bruce for making her feel this way. She thought she had found comfort and love again in the arms of Matthew Hagen, one of her father's shadows, but turns out he was just using her so he could get access to the Lazarus Pit and cure his cancer. She had been a bit depressed after all was said and done, as it felt like her lover had betrayed her yet again. Her father had made her go on this mission to take her mind off of things. She would have to thank him later for this. The two ended their little struggle and got into their respective fighting stances before continuing their little bout. They clashed several more times before Roquette made an announcement. Upload complete, she told Naruto. It was at this point that Naruto managed to disarm Talia, knocking her sword out of her hands. Following that, he spun her around and pulled her flat against him with one arm around her waist, using the other hand that held his sword to hold the edge close to her neck. Talia frowned. This is the third time you've surprised me tonight, she commented and then grinned. And this is a very interesting position we're currently in, wouldn't you say? She asked as Serling, who had also realized the position they were currently in, felt her face heat up as her cheeks turned red. I never took you as the kinky type, Infinity replied. Now, are you going to cease trying to kill my charge, or am I gonna have to ruin that beautiful voice of yours? I's lips formed a smirk as she turned to the doctor. You live to program another day, doctor. After all, the shadows may find another use for you. The daughter of the demon taunted. She slipped out of Naruto's grasp and threw a smoke bomb down, covering her escape. We will meet again, handsome. Until then, she promised before blowing him a kiss and disappearing in the smoke. Sly little minx, Naruto muttered to himself. He felt his pockets and saw a piece of paper inside it with a number and the words, "Call me," written on it. So Ra's al Ghul's daughter interested in me. He pondered, not really sure what to do about this. Doctor. Roquette and Naruto then exited the cafe. He saw Artemis just standing there and asked, Artemis, where's the assassin? He asked. She got away. Artemis told him as Kid Flash arrived on the scene. Oh, from you. Big surprise, he said sarcastically as Miss Martian arrived with Black Spider and Hook, tied up and unconscious. Notice, we got ours. Put a sock in it, Walter. Infinity growled. Mine got away as well. So if you want to keep giving Artemis a hard time, you'll find yourself doing patrol every weekend until you learn some humility. Wally's ego drastically deflated when he looked down and noticed Cheshire's mask by Artemis's feet. Cool, he said as he quickly snatched it up. Souvenir. Artemis turned to face Naruto, who smiled at her kindly. Welcome to the team. Artemis smiled at hearing this and Infinity nodded in approval as Magan walked over to her. Magan patted Artemis on the shoulder. I've always wanted a sister here on Earth, that is. She quickly added. I've got 12 back on Mars, but trust me, it's not the same. Artemis gave Magan a somewhat confused look. I wouldn't know, but thanks, she said with a smile. Wally had also walked up to Artemis and received an elbow to the side from Miss Martian when he didn't say anything. Ow, he complained before getting the idea. Yeah, welcome, he grumbled. Artemis held out her hand to shake, but Wally wasn't going to accept it, until he received a smack upside the head from Infinity, then he accepted the gesture. August 9th, 1:15 a.m. Gotham City. Artemis appeared in an old phone booth in a flash of light. She stepped out and took a look around. She then spun, pulled an arrow and her bow off her back and pointed it into the shadows. Step into the light, now, she told the person standing there. The figure did as he was told, revealing himself to be Red Arrow. Nice move, he commented as he walked up to her and Artemis lowered her weapon. It almost made me believe that you really are Green Arrow's niece. But we both know that you're not. Artemis narrowed her eyes at him. Still, I'm sure GA and Bats have a reason for lying, so your cover's safe. But I warn you, he got closer to her face, do not hurt my friends. He growled threateningly before walking away. I guess I should have expected that, Artemis thought as her shoulders sank down. Meanwhile, Infinity Island. Report, a voice said to Sensei as he sat in a meditative position on the floor with a number of monitors on around him. Masters, before Ojo's capture he transmitted the Star Labs data you required. Sensei reported calmly, but the Wayne Tech intel still eludes us. Once again the young heroes interfere. One of the Light members said. So it is Fortuna, that we have an operative on the inside. Sensei smiled at this news. July 27th, 9:57 p.m. New Orleans. A man in a suit was walking down the street as music was playing and people were enjoying themselves. The man had gray and white hair, wrinkled skin and blue eyes. He was holding a cane with a golden handle on it but was not using it to walk with. His name was Kent Nelson. Kent walked up to a store and stopped in front of it. The sign in the window read, Madame Xanadu, on it. Kent pulled out an antique pocket watch with a gold chain and opened it to reveal an old picture of a beautiful woman inside it. Kent took a deep breath before he snapped the watch closed. He then entered the store and walked over to a table with a red cloth over it and a crystal ball in the center of the table. Whoa. Man with tan skin wearing fancy clothes that gave off the appearance of a fortune teller walked into the room to greet him. Bonjour monsieur, how can Madame Xanadu be of service? The woman asked with an accent common to the area. She approached him. Ah, there is someone who you wish to speak. Your wife, no, she asked knowingly. Kent tightened his grip on the watch, he was holding it in his left hand. Yes, my Inza, he replied as Madame Xanadu sat down in one of the chairs. Then Madame Xanadu will make contact, if fate be kind, she said with a wink. Ah, but he so rarely is. Kent replied. He sat down across from her, but before Madame Xanadu did anything she held out her hand waiting for something. Kent knew what she wanted and handed her a roll of bills, which Madame Xanadu put inside her shirt. Xanadu closed her eyes and waited patiently. Suddenly, the crystal ball started glowing and a mysterious wind began blowing in the shop. Madame Xanadu's eyes began glowing as her hair was blow and her eyes began to glow as she fell into the trance. The wind blew out some of the candles in the shop and the table rose into the air. Oh, my love, I have missed you, Madame Xanadu said as she appeared to be in a trance. Kent then burst out laughing. Is that supposed to be my wife? He asked as he tried to keep his humor under control. Is that the best you can do? The wind suddenly stopped and the table slammed down on the floor. Imbecile, you have broken the spell, Madame Xanadu shouted angrily, trying to keep up the act. Your wife is forever lost. Kent gave her a disbelieving look. That was supposed to be my wife? He asked with a laugh. Heck, my little Spitfire would have kicked my can for throwing away good money on you. Madame Xanadu stood up angrily. No refunds for non-believers, she said. Kent gave her a serious look. I think we both know that you're the non-believer, madam, he said completely serious. He gestured over his shoulder. A wind machine, he then lifted up the tablecloth. Tire jacks under the table. It's a shame too. You have the perfect aura for the work. He then held up his watch and flicked it open. And nothing would have said me more than to be reunited with my bride, he commented. A man appeared in the shop and grabbed Kent by the shirt, causing him to let go of his cane, and lifted him into the air. You will be reunited with her soon enough, the man said menacingly. The man had tan skin, brown eyes, a black goatee and long black hair in a ponytail. He was wearing black pants, black gloves, brown boots, a brown belt with a golden belt buckle, a golden earring in his right ear and a white shirt that was open down the middle to reveal his chest. The man was known as Abracadabra, a criminal. Kadabra grinned menacingly at Nelson before the both disappeared in a flash of blue light. Madame Xanadu gasped at what she had just seen and ran into the back of her store. Kent's cane then rose up into the air on its own and began to glow before it too disappeared only in a golden light. August 19, 7:39 p.m. Mount Justice. Naruto and Calder were facing each other in a holographic ring, like the one Black Ca. Neri would use during her training sessions. Naruto was wearing blue jeans, a brown leather belt and brown boots with a black tank top while Calder was wearing his usual uniform without his water bearers and backpack. Initiate combat simulation in 3, 2, 1, the computer voice announced as the two circled each other. Naruto and Calder charged at each other. Naruto threw a right hook but Calder ducked under it and countered with a left jab, right hook and spin kick, which Naruto was able to block. Calder landed after the kick and back-flipped away from Naruto, who didn't let up. Artemis, Magan and Kara were watching off to the side. Artemis was wearing a white top with a brown jacket over it with the sleeves rolled up, dark blue jeans and black knee-high boots with small, round CK earrings and her hair pulled back into its usual ponytail. Magan was wearing a white t-shirt under a blue short-sleeved crop top sweater, blue skirt, knee-high socks with brown shoes, and a headband to keep her hair back. Kara was wearing a red unzipped hoodie over a white shirt that left her belly button exposed, with skin-tight jeans and white and blue tennis shoes. Artemis had her hands on her hips and a grin as she watched the two boys sparring. Calder's, nice, don't you think? She asked Magan, causing the Martian girl to look at her. Handsome, commanding, you should totally ask him out, she suggested. That way I can get some alone time with Naruto, she thought to herself. Magan chuckled at this. He's like a brother to me, she replied before grinning. But you know who would make the cutest couple? Artemis raised an eyebrow at that. You and Wally, Magan said with a smile. They looked over at Wally, who was wearing a white long-sleeve shirt under a red short-sleeved shirt, brown baggy pants and red sneakers. Wally was eating a burrito and took a huge bite out of it, making a disgusting noise. Artemis wasn't buying it, so Magan explained. You're so full of passion and he's so full of She tried to find the right word. Artemis offered, causing all three girls to giggle. Naruto and Calder got close. Naruto slid his leg around Calder's foot. He ripped Calder over his leg and tossed the Atlantean over his back. This resulted in Calder landing on his back. Failed. Aqualad, the computer announced as it recorded the fight's data and how he had lost. Naruto dusted off his hands. Learned that one from Wonder Woman, he said proudly before helping Calder to his feet. A door opened in the ceiling area and Red Tornado dropped out of it. The Rob, Otic hero used his wind powers to land gently on the ground and started to walk away when Wally raced up to him. Got a mission for us? The speedster asked excitedly. Tornado stopped and looked at Wally. Mission assignments are the Batman's responsibility. He reminded the teen. Yeah, well, the Batman is with the Robin doing their dynamic duo thing in Gotham. Wally countered. But you're heading somewhere, right? He grinned. Hot date or AA mission. The others had joined Wally. If we can be of assistance, Calder added, trying to make up for Wally's impatience. Red Tornado turned around. and activated the hologram computer screens. An image of Kent Nelson appeared on the screen. This is Kent Nelson, a friend. Red Tornado stated. He is 106 years old. The guy doesn't look a day over 90. Wally whispered to Artemis with a grin. And he has been missing for 23 days. Tornado continued. Kent was a charter member of the Justice Society, the precursor to your mentor's Justice League. The image of Nelson changed to a man wearing a blue and gold uniform with a gold helmet on his head. Aqualad immediately recognized the image. Of course, Nelson was Earth's Sorcerer Supreme. He was Dr. Fate, more like Dr. Fake. Wally scoffed quietly to Artemis. Guy knows a little advanced science and Dumbledore's it up to scare the bad guys and impress the babes. Kent may simply be one of his walkabouts. But he is still the caretaker to one of the most powerful mystic items in the world. And it is unwise to leave such power unguarded. Red Tornado finished. He is like the great sorcerer priests and priestesses of Mars. McGann said, stepping forward. I would be honored to help find him. Wally's hand shot into the air like a bullet. Me too, he said with way too much enthusiasm. Everyone turned to look at him. Naruto couldn't help but glare a bit, mostly annoyed that Wally was hitting on his girlfriend. So honored I can barely stand it. The speedster said, taking a step forward, holding up two devil horn signs, magic rocks. Red Tornado pulled out a golden key and handed it to Naruto. Take this, it is the key to the Tower of Fate. He explained. Tell me, Naruto asked, does Kent check in regularly, or not at all? Kent Nelson communicates with the League once every 14 days. Red Tornado said. And how long does he usually go on his Oh, let's just call them excursions. Naruto asked. Kent will normally communicate to the League if he is planning on taking an extended leave of absence. Red said. Does something have you concerned? I just feel like it's more than likely he's been kidnapped. Naruto mentioned. Why do you think so? Kara asked. It says in his files that Kent Nelson actually stopped wearing the helm of Nabu 9 years into his career as a superhero, but he was active until the 90s as Dr. Fate. That means he was such a knowledgeable and powerful magic user that most people thought he as still wearing the actual helm of fate. I'm concerned whoever kidnapped him is stronger than he was in his prime. Naruto said before he addressed the team. Artemis, Calder, bring your gear just in case. We may not end up needing to fight anyone, but better to be safe than sorry. Meet up at the bioship in 5 minutes. Naruto said. What are the chances that we both so admire the mystic arts? Wah, LLY asked McGann with a flirtatious grin, irritating Naruto again that Wally was shamelessly hitting on his girl. The team soon headed to the bioship to head for the location of the Tower of Fate. Naruto had thrown on a brown leather jacket that matched his boots and belt. On the way, Artemis took it upon herself to question Wally's claims to believing in magic. So, Wally, when did you first realize your honest affinity to sorcery? She questioned. Wally grinned, but inside he was worried. Well, I don't mean to brag, but before I became Kid Flash, I seriously considered becoming a wizard myself. He said as he reclined in his seat and put his hands behind his head. Artemis, Kara, Aqualad and Naruto rolled their eyes before looking out the front window. 8:22 p.m. Salem, Massachusetts. The bioship, in camouflage mode, soon arrived at the coordinates given to the team by Red Tornado. We've reached the coordinates, McGann announced to the team. But there's nothing out there. Kara commented. Take us down, Naruto instructed and Magan nodded as the bio ship landed on the open field where the tower was supposed to be. The team started to leave the ship when Naruto sensed something nearby, and it wasn't the tower. Granted, he could feel the general location of the tower, but that wasn't what he was sensing that worried. "Hold up," he ordered, causing everyone to stop where they were. "There's something out there." He cautiously disembarked from the bio ship, looking around for any hidden enemies. "Do you sense the tower?" Aqualad asked. "Yeah, but there's something else I'm sensing out there too," Naruto said as he narrowed his eyes and activated his telescopic vision and didn't see anything in the alleys. The only thing he saw was a couple stray cats, one of which seemed to be looking in their direction. Its most distinguishing feature was the red eyes, and it felt like Naruto knew the cat. It soon ran off. "I think we're being watched. We need to get a move on," he told the group as they disembarked. Something was familiar about that cat, Naruto thought as he could shake the feeling that the cat had been waiting for them. Not too far away, in an abandoned theater. Naruto's instincts about the cat had been correct as it was heading into the old theater building where voices could be heard. "Grant us access to the tower and I will promise an end to your suffering," a voice said. "Continue to refuse and," a blast was heard followed by an old man's cry of pain. The cat made its way to a boy that was sitting in one of the seats, watching what was happening on stage. He laughed as he listened to the old man's suffering as if he enjoyed it. The cat jumped up into the boy's lap, who immediately began petting the cat. The cat's master was a scraggy boy with long, thin limbs, a thin neck and an angular face. He had black hair in a mop-top style with V-shaped bangs and devil horns rising over the ears to points slightly above the top of his head. He had RCHED eyebrows and sideburns that tapered to a point. He also had long, sharp, black fingernails. He was wearing predominantly black clothes that included a white shirt with a tall, stiff collar. On top of this, he wears a black skinny tie that was low on the collar, black skinny trousers and pointed shoes, as well as a distinctive jacket. The jacket resembled a standard suit jacket around the chest and shoulders. Although it had long sleeves with flared, pointed cuffs, and the jacket's skirt was mid-thigh length and shaped so that it comes to a point at the front. The jacket is fastened with two short button straps around the waist. The cat tried to tell its master something. "Quiet, Tikal," the boy shushed. "I'm watching the show." Up on stage were Abracadabra and a tied-up Kent Nelson. "Enjoy it while you can," Kent wheezed to the boy. "Soon enough my friends will come for me." Kadabra walked around behind the old man and raised his wand that sparked some electricity before he touched Kent's back with the sparking end. The electricity went through Kent's body, causing him even more pain. The boy stood up as Kent cried out in pain. "Encore! Encore!" He cheered and clapped happily. Tikal whined even louder this time. "What?" the boy asked in annoyance. The cat hissed before its eyes glowed. The images that the cat had witnessed of the team arriving at the tower's location appeared in the boy's head. "Oh," the boy said as this was more important than torturing the old man. Back in the park, the team was standing around looking for any trace of the Tower of Fate. Naruto could tell it was inside the park somewhere, but his senses were encompassing the whole park, so he couldn't pinpoint an exact location. Kid Flash was whizzing around but soon came back. "Nothing. This isn't simple camouflage," he said to the group. "So what do you think?" Artemis asked, still attempting to get Wally to show that he didn't believe in magic. "Adaptive micro-optoelectronics combined with phase shifting." "Absolutely," Wally started to agree but then realized that Magan was standing right next to him. "Not. Clearly, mystic powers are at work here." Unbeknownst to the group, Abracadabra and the boy had arrived with a restrained Kent Nelson but were covered by a cloaking spell or field. "Hey, Abracadabra, aren't you using adaptive micro-optoelectronics and phase shifting?" the boy asked. "Yes, Clarion," the fake magician admitted reluctantly. Clarion chuckled as he pet Tikal, who was in his arms. Naruto turned his head and looked over his shoulder, narrowed his eyes as he looked directly at the concealed people. "Someone is hiding from us," he thought. "Whoever it is must be the ones who kidnapped Mr. Nelson." Naruto pulled the key out of his pocket and looked at it. "A test of faith," Aqualad suggested and Naruto nodded in agreement. "I think you're right. Stand back," Naruto ordered as he stepped forward to the open area and held the key out. The end of the key seemed to disappear in the air. Naruto turned the key and the team heard the sound of a door being unlocked. The Tower of Fate then appeared in front of them from out of nowhere. The key was in the lock on the door and the door opened. "All right, from here on, keep your guards up," No messing around, Naruto told the team, looking specifically at Wally. There are probably traps to prevent someone from stealing the helm. So don't do anything stupid and don't touch anything. This was directed at Wally, who wasn't really paying attention as usual. The team entered the tower and the door closed behind them. Kara turned as found the door had vanished. Where'd the door go? She asked. Suddenly an ethereal form of Kent Nelson appeared before them. Greetings, you have entered with a key but the tower does not recognize you. Please state your purpose and intent. The specter demanded. Wally glanced as Megan and saw this as a chance to make a good impression for her. We are true believers, here to find drive. Fate, he said. Nelson's projection frowned as Naruto glared angrily at Wally. Wally, you fucking idiot. Naruto shouted as the projection vanished. Suddenly the sound of the floor rumbling startled everyone. The floor under the team's feet crumbled and the teens fell down a pit that had a pool of lava at the end. The others screamed in surprise as they descended towards the lava. But Naruto remained calm and managed to grab both Artemis and Megan with his arms around their waists. He was surrounded by a blue aura and levitated in midair while his eyes glowed blue as he Hokage upon his spatial manipulation and stopped the others in midair. Kara quickly regained her bearings and grabbed Wally and called her by their wrist and held them up in mid-flight. That was too close, Naruto muttered. Outside the tower, Abracadabra pushed Kent Nelson towards the still visible tower entrance. A golden Ankh symbol appeared on the door before it disappeared, allowing them to enter the tower. Clarion grinned evilly as the trio entered the tower. They soon found themselves in a hallway. The tower may not appreciate trespassers, Kent warned. Abra raised his wand and pointed it at Kent's throat. Mute, he orders. A collar device attached itself to Kent's throat and a red light glowing in the center. The device effectively prevented Kent from saying a word. The two criminals Kent walk in front of them as they walked through the tower. They came to a wall that opened up for them and led to a study with a fireplace that had a picture of Inza hanging over it. The ethereal Kent Nelson that showed itself to the team appeared before them. Hello, Kent. How unlike you to bring guests to the tower. Especially one with such potent mystic powers. The specter questioned. Abra placed his hand on Kent's shoulder. My friends come to help me. A recording of Kent's voice played from the device around Kent's neck. The specter knew something was up and smirked before fading away. The fireplace wall opened up revealing a staircase. The trio walked through the entrance which closed behind them. Back in the pit, the team was starting to have problems as something seemed to be pulling them down towards the lava pool. Thanks, Naruto. A second later and we would have been literally cooked. Artemis said with Megan nodding in agreement and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Phew, I am so hot. Megan stated. You certainly are. Wally agreed in a dreamy tone. Wally, Artemis shouted at him, as this was not the time for flirting. Hey, inches above sizzling death, I'm entitled to speak my mind. Wally retorted. Calder wiped his forehead. My physiology and Megan's are susceptible to extreme heat. We need to get out of here and quickly. He urged. Hello Megan, the female Martian said as she realized something. We never truly answered the question. She then put a hand to the side of her mouth so her voice could be heard. Red Tornado sent us to see if Mr. Nelson and the helmet were safe. She shouted. Her answer caused a platform to close around the pool of lava. The team then landed on the platform. Aqualad knelt down and touched the surface with both hands. This platform, it should be red hot but it is cool to the touch. He pondered in fascination. Wally immediately went to Megan's side to help her. Don't worry Megalicious, I got ya. He flirted, which only angered Naruto even more than he already was. Enough, Artemis shouted, pushing Wally away from Megan. Wally had gone too far this time and almost got them killed with his shameless flirt. And someone needed to put a stop to it. She might have done more but Naruto grabbed the speedster by the throat and slammed him against the stone wall. If you ever think about putting this team in mortal danger for your own selfishness again, he snarled, I will break your spine, you little shit. Hey, what's your problem? Kid Flash asked, only the cringe and fear at the pissed off look Naruto was giving him. What's my problem? Funny you should ask since our current predicament is entirely your fault, you fucking idiot. Naruto shouted. I told you not to do anything stupid and not even 10 seconds later. You nearly got this whole team barbecued. Hey, Naruto, ease up, Kara said as she gripped his hand. She might be mad at Wally too, but someone like her and Naruto grabbing one by the neck could lead to it get broken if they lost their cool. Naruto reined his temper in a little and stopped holding Wally by the throat, instead holding him by the collar of his shirt. Use your fucking head, Naruto growled. You're so desperate to get in Magan's pants that you almost got us killed. Hey, all I did was answer the computer's question. Wally snapped. No, you didn't. What you did was lie to a powerful, sentient tower designed to keep out all intruders. This isn't science, Wally. It's magic, Naruto shouted, releasing Wally and walking a short distance away, taking deep breaths to calm down. No, it isn't, Wally shouted back. Wally, you don't believe? Magan asked as she was somewhat hurt that Wally had lied to her. Wally remained silent for a few minutes before having enough of the dirty looks he was being given. Fine, I lied about believing in magic, he admitted, but magic is the real lie, a major low. Calder was running his hand on the floor and shook his head at Wally's declaration. Wally, I studied for a year at the Conservatory of Magic in Atlantis. The mystic art created the skin icons that power my water bearers. He argued calmly. Dude, have you ever heard of bioelectricity? Wally retorted. Hey, in primitive cultures fire was considered magical too. Today it's all just a bunch of tricks. You're pretty closed-minded for a guy who can break the sound barrier in his sneakers. Artemis commented. That's science. I recreated Flash's laboratory experiment and here I am. Wally explained. Everything can be explained by science. More like explained away by science. Naruto countered. Calder had found a door ring to a trapdoor. Let us test that theory. He challenged as he grabbed the ring and pulled on it. Wait, the back draft from the lava will roast us alive. Wally warned, only for a snowy breeze to blow into the pit. It's snow, Magan said with a smile. Artemis grinned at Wally. Do you ever get tired of being wrong? She teased. The team all jumped down into the opening only to land sideways in a snow-covered field. Wally was the last one to jump through the portal, which closed right behind him, with Artemis looking at him. Well, she asked, waiting for him to explain. Ever hear of string theory? We're in a pocket dimension. Wally argued. Wrong, Naruto said before he used his powers to slam a wave of snow into Kid Flash, making Artemis, Kara and Magan giggle as he sat up with snow in his mouth while glaring at the team leader. Hey, what's that? Magan asked, drawing everyone's attention to Kent Nelson's cane that was floating nearby. It looks like Nelson's cane, Naruto said as Artemis walked over to the cane. She grabbed it but her eyes widened because when she couldn't let go of it. Hey, I can't let go, she cried out. Naruto immediately leapt forward and grabbed the cane as it started glowing. Brace yourself, he warned before they were both pulled into the air and suddenly vanished in a flash of light, shocking the other Young Justice members. Meanwhile, in another part of the tower, Clarion was getting bored as Abracadabra, Kent Nelson and he were walking through an endless labyrinth of stairs. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Clarion asked over and over again. Kadabra grabbed Kent by his shoulder and stopped him. Tell us how to find the helmet, he demanded as Clarion was annoying him a lot. Nelson was unable to answer because of the collar on his neck, so Kadabra removed it and tossed it aside. I can't, having too much fun, Nelson retorted with a grin. Kadabra had enough of Nelson's defiance and zapped the old man with an electrical charge from his wand. The pain caused Nelson to collapse to the ground. Still having fun? The fake magician asked. Clarion chuckled. I am. Zap him again, or dump him off the side and watch him splat, he encouraged. Kadabra raised his wand and unleashed another electrical blast at Nelson, causing the old man to cry out in pain. Tickle meowed something at Clarion, which caused the witch boy to sigh. Yes, I suppose we might still need him, he reluctantly admitted but didn't immediately stop Kadabra from torturing Kent. Back in the snowy area, Calder, Kara, Magan and Wally were searching for a way out of that area of the tower. Wally was zipping all over the place, while the other three walked together. I don't understand Wally. It's almost like he needs to believe that the impossible can't happen, Magan said to the others. Wally uses his understanding of science to control what he cannot comprehend, Calder explained. Acknowledging the existence of magic would be to relinquish the last vestige of that control. Magan didn't like that answer and neither did Kara, but neither could argue with the reason. Hey, I think I see a way out, Wally shouted, pointing at a staircase that showed another area of the tower. Back in the staircase labyrinth, in a flash of light, Naruto and Artemis appeared on the floor. That was fun, the female archer groaned before shaking the cobwebs from her head. Artemis, Naruto said, getting her attention. Artemis opened her eyes and found herself staring back at Naruto's purple eyes. She looked down to find themselves in an awkward position where she was sitting on top of Naruto's waist. This position caused a pink tint to form on her face as she quickly jumped up. Sorry. Artemis apologized while the blush died down and offered him a hand to help him up. Don't worry, shit happens. Naruto assured her before he sensed that they weren't alone. Trouble, he muttered before turning to see Abracadabra, Clarion and Kent Nelson, as Artemis pulled out her bow. Kent smiled. Well, would you look at that? He said. The cane that was still attached to Artemis's hand was surrounded by a golden glow. That same glow appeared around Mr. Nelson and caused him to float in the air, towards the two young heroes, knocking Clarion and Abra over as he passed through them. As soon as Kent touched the cane, Artemis's hand was freed and the robes binding Mr. Nelson vanished. Quickly in here, Nelson said as he stood up and used the cane to create an elevator doorway. They all entered the elevator as Clarion stood up. No, 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 no. I want that helmet, I want it, I want it, I want it. The witch boy screamed in a childish manner and fired red mystic bolts from his palms at the three while the door closed and deflected the blasts. Artemis, Naruto and Nelson stood quietly in the elevator as it went up several levels. Mr. Nelson decided to break the silence. I'm Kent Nelson, by the way. He introduced. Nice to meet you, I'm Naruto. Naruto said. I'm Artemis. Artemis stated. Well, Naruto, Artemis, we're up against an opponent with some tremendous mystic powers. Kent warned. I'm assuming you are talking about the brat because Abracadabra is a well-known fraud, who uses futuristic technology to simulate magic. Naruto stated. The guy is as fake as they come. Quote, right you are, Kent agreed. Abra is a charlatan, but Clarion the witch boy, the kid with the cat, he's an actual Lord of Chaos, the ultimate enemy of a Lord of Order like Dr. Fate. So are you technically a Lord of Order? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. Oh no, not me. I'm just an old meat coat Fate used to put on. Mr. Nelson said before reaching into his pocket and pulling out his pocket watch. Until my wife, Inza, convinced me there could be more to life. He opened the watch and looked longingly at Inza's picture. Ah, she was a real pistol, that Inza anyhow. Clarion's after the helmet. If he gets a sticky little mitts on it, he'll turn the planet into his own personal playground of pandemonium. The elevator chimed that they had reached their destination. The three stepped out to find a large golden bell hanging in front of them. They walked up to the bell when a portal doorway opened and the rest of the team fell through. Friends of yours? Kent asked Artemis, but before she could answer, Naruto leapt in front of Kent with his arms forward and palms open to create a blue barrier around them, deflecting electrical blasts. Kent's eyes widened in shock at the sight of the barrier's power and perhaps even a little recognition at what the energy actually was. Incredible, he muttered. Abra fired again as the barrier dissipated. But Naruto batted it away with his bare hand. Here, have it back. Naruto shouted as he opened another portal and fired the blast he absorbed at a surprised Kadabra. It exploded on contact while Clarion leapt away with Tikal in his arms. Ooh, you'll be fun to play with, Clarion said in a happy tone. Sorry, but I like women better. Naruto countered as Artemis helped Kent over to the bell. The old man rang once with his cane before it began to glow. Naruto quickly followed Artemis and Kent as they vanished into the bell with Clarion also following after them. The others tried to follow as well but were blocked by Abra's lightning blasts. On top of the Tower of Fate, Kent, Artemis and Naruto appeared on the roof of the tower where they found the helmet of fate was floating in the air above them. As Artemis reached out to grab it, a red hex bolt shot towards her but Nelson pushed her out of the way and took the attack right in the chest. Ah, he shouted as he clutched his chest in pain. No, Artemis cried. Kent, Naruto shouted as he caught the man before he fell to the ground. He helped the old man stay standing. Zette auto zedian nobnus incontarta ed eum adesum. Nelson chanted before slamming the bottom of his now glowing cane down on the ground. The cane released a golden energy that created a bubble that surrounded the three, as well as the helmet. This blow, CKED another hex bolt that Clarion had fired. No, Clarion shouted in rage. Nelson turned towards Naruto. Not bad for a former drive. Fate, a kid, he asked before he began to collapse. Artemis and Naruto caught him before he hit the ground. The bubble will give you just enough time to do what you need to do, he explained to Naruto as he pointed at the helmet. Naruto was shocked by this. You want me to put on the helmet? But I don't have any potential for magic, he argued. Have faith in what you do not know, believe in what you can't remember, Kent urged as he pulled out and opened his pocket watch to look at Inza's picture one last time. He then went limp in Naruto's arms as he died. The locket fell out of Mr. Nelson's hand. Clarion kept firing hex bolts at the bubble as Artemis tried to revive Kent Nelson with CPR. I want that helmet and I want it now. The witch boy shouted. Artemis, Naruto, we could use some help down here. Megan said telepathically as Kadabra was fighting the team. Tell Mr. Kent that we need drive. Fate, she said before she was shocked by Abra. Naruto glared angrily at Clarion as he stood up and walked over to the helmet of fate. Hey Clarion, he shouted as he took the helmet in his hands. You want this helmet so bad? Then come and get it. Naruto challenged as he put on the helmet of fate. Instantly Naruto was engulfed in a bright gold light, which then died to reveal drive. Fate, Mindscape. Naruto opened his eyes and found himself surrounded by a dark void. Okay, what just happened? He asked out loud. Ah, I see you managed to put the helmet on in time. A familiar voice said behind him. Naruto turned to see Mr. Kent Nelson standing behind him, looking very much alive and healthy. Kent, didn't you just die a moment ago? He questioned. Yeah, but don't feel too bad. Soon as this little brouhaha is over, my spirit will ascend. I'll be with my beloved Inza again. Kent explained happily. I'm happy you're so upbeat about that, Mr. Nelson, but what's happened to me? Naruto asked. I put on the helmet and find myself here. Yes, but your soul no longer controls your body at the moment. Kent explained. See, we're inside the helmet. You put it on and my soul got sucked in, probably because I've spent so many years serving its master. You wanna elaborate on that? Naruto questioned with a raised eyebrow. Nabu, the real Dr. Fate. One of them Lords of Order I told you about. Kent stated. He's the guy controlling your body right now. Wanna watch? He gestured to a mystical screen that was showing what was going on outside. Real world. Nabu was in complete control of Naruto's body and had a giant golden energy ankh to block Clarion's hex blasts as Artemis watched. Give it up, Nabu. Order went out of style back in the 20th century. Clarion shouted. This battle is pointless. A deep voice combined with Naruto's stated. You sought to take the helmet before it gained a host. But you are too late. Shut it, ya old fart. Clarion shouted as he stopped firing energy blasts and used his magic to cause sections of the brick ground to rise up in an arch and slam into drive. Fate, a golden ankh symbol appear. Where the arch came together and an explosion followed soon after with Dr. Fate freeing himself. Brat, Fate shouted before firing a golden beam of energy at Clarion which struck an invisible fork. Field that surrounded the Lord of Chaos. Ah, Clarion shouted as he appeared to burst apart. He then reformed behind the Lord of Order and blasted him in the back. Mindscape. NRGH. Naruto grunted as he felt the attack strike him. Thanks to his invulnerability, it didn't hurt him. Why did I feel that, just now? Well, it is your body. Nelson replied as if that explained everything. Then why am I not in control? Naruto asked. I'm afraid it doesn't work like that. But you can see why I haven't worn the helm in 65 years. Kent stated. And if Fate does somehow lose against Clarion, you'll see Inza before I do. Naruto gritted his teeth as he hated being unable to do anything. He was angry at a lot of things today and having his body stolen caused it to reach a boiling point. Damn it, Naruto shouted, his eyes glowing purple instead of blue this time. Suddenly, Naruto's body started glowing white. Now what? He asked before vanishing. That's unexpected, Nelson said as he cooled. Guess what had happened because of Naruto's strong powers and great willpower. Out in the real world, Dr. Fate became surrounded by a purple energy orb and when it dissipated, drive. Fate looked completely different. He was now wearing a black suit layered with golden armor that covered his legs, chest, shoulders, crotch, forearms and fingers. A black sleeveless duster jacket with a golden infinity symbol was worn on the back. He wore a golden metallic belt around his waist and gold boots on his feet. His head was covered by a golden, open-faced helmet. For visual representation, Naruto's armor is the same armor that Thane, son of Thanos, wears in the video game, Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3, The Black Order, and he has the helmet Thanos had in MCU until he acquired the Space Stone. Claw, Ryan and Artemis were shocked by the sudden transformation. What's going on, Nabu? Finally decided to go with a more modern look, instead of having that bell on your head. He asked in a mocking tone. Nabu isn't home right now, bitch boy. Only me, Naruto's voice said as he raised his head. He was surrounded by a purple aura as his eyes glowed purple. He flexed his power, causing small pieces of rubble to float into the air. He then fired a beam of purple energy from his right hand that destroyed Clarion's shield that he hastily threw up, blasting him off his feet. Artemis was shocked to see the power that Naruto now possessed. "Naruto, what's happened to you?" she asked. "I don't know, Artemis, but I know I like it," he replied with a smirk. Clarion jumped back up to his feet and fired a magical blast in the shape of a dragon head at Naruto. Naruto jumped into the air to avoid it, but the fiery head quickly turned around and came flying at him. He fired a purple beam from his hand to hit the dragon head and caused it to swell and then explode. Clarion fired a blast of energy at Naruto while his back was turned, but Naruto conjured a purple shield in front of him that destroyed the blast when it hit the shield. Clarion glared at Naruto, while thinking to himself, this isn't good. He's gained access to another Infinity Stone, and it's one of the best he could have unlocked. Clarion summoned red magic in his hands and created giant red hands of magic and sent them at Naruto. Naruto's eyes glowed purple and fired purple beams from them, cutting the hands to pieces. Clarion slammed his hands on the ground, causing an explosion of red magic underneath where was standing. Through the smoke, Naruto fired a large beam of purple energy at Clarion. Clarion opened a portal and the blast harmlessly went through it. Clarion then sent the portal at Naruto, trying to take him somewhere else. Naruto punched toward the portal approaching him, a thin purple wave emitting from his fist and shattered the portal. His eyes then glowed blue as he formed a small black hole as sent it at Clarion. Clarion used his magic to turn the black hole into a swarm of bats that attacked Naruto, who merely sent out another destructive blast of purple energy at the swarm and destroyed. A magic circle formed around Clarion and a moment later there was about 100 copies of him surrounding Naruto. Each one created a red whip and wrapped it around a part of Naruto's body before sending red lightning down the line and shocking him. Naruto grit his teeth as sent destructive energy along each of the lines, destroying the copies, causing Clarion to let go of his own whip before he got blasted with the wave. He was then surrounded by a blue aura and was flown forward, Naruto's fist wrapped around Clarion's neck. "No more tricks, witch boy," Naruto said. "Well, that wouldn't be fun now, would it?" Clarion choked out. "You know, I gotta admit, I've missed playing with you." That got Naruto's attention. "What are you talking about? I've never met you before today." "That's where you're wrong, Naruto. I've known you since you were still a kid. Your old man was so disappointed when you lost your memories. And just between us, I think he was actually a little bit heartbroken too. You know something about my memories that I'm missing. Tell me, who is my father?" Naruto demanded. "Well, the problem is, it's too soon for you to know that yet. Sorry, no spoilers just yet," Clarion said, and Naruto had missed that there was a cloud forming overhead and a giant bolt of red magic struck him dead on, causing a shout of pain as it generated a large explosion. The blast caused Drive, Fate to change back into his original form, which was seen as he rolled out of blast. "Losing your touch in your old age, Nabu," Clarion taunted as he created several red orbs in the sky and began firing them at Drive. Fate, the Lord of Order, created a golden energy shield to protect himself from the attacks. Back inside the mindscape, Naruto had reappeared in the mindscape. "Okay, what the hell just happened?" he asked Kent, who had been watching. "If I had to take a guess, I'd say that you're so powerful that you can overpower Nabu and reclaim control of your body. I'm afraid that you and Nabu may keep changing back and forth until one of you takes off the helmet," Kent stated. "Then one of us needs to end this fight quickly," Naruto said as he went back to watch the fight. Real world, Nabu's shield wasn't able to hold up against Clarion's barrage of spells and shattered, knocking the Lord of Order backwards. He immediately got back up and leapt into the air to avoid a stream of fire that Clarion blew from his mouth. Clarion stopped that attack and raised his clawed hand, causing bursts of red hex energy to shoot up into the air. Nabu managed to evade 2 of those attacks, but a third hit him hard, causing him to slam into the ground. His form shifted again and Naruto was back in control. "You're out of practice, Nabu," Clarion taunted. "That body may be durable, but it has zero affinity for the mystic arts." "That may be, but I still have my powers," Naruto countered as he fired his purple beams from his eyes at Clarion. Clarion countered with a hex blast that caused an explosion. "Ha, like that would work," Clarion said in confusion, and the smoke cleared, but Naruto was nowhere in sight. "Oh, it did," Naruto's voice said from behind the witch boy. Clarion turned around just in time to be punched in the face by a vicious right hook that sent him flying through the air until he managed to stop in his tracks. "Ow, that hurt, you brute," Clarion shouted in anger as he rubbed his bruised jaw and spit out some blood. The witch boy glared at Naruto but then spotted Artemis out of the sea. Corner of his eye holding Kent's body and gained an evil smirk on his face. He did a gesture with his hands, making pieces of earth rise from the ground but then form into spears and aimed them at Artemis. With a swing of his arm, Clarion sent the spears flying at the shocked female archer. Artemis, Naruto shouted before he conjured a shield around his teammate, causing the spears to break when they hit it. Leave her be, Clarion, he shouted as flew right in front of Artemis and used his telekinesis to send the spears back at their creator. The witch boy took off into the air to avoid the spears and had a grin on his face. Like he was enjoying himself. Now where's the fun in that? He cackled in glee while firing a barrage of red fireballs at the two. Naruto threw up a blue energy dome to stop the attacks. The Lord of Chaos landed, raised his hands into the air and a multicolored portal formed above them. Time to end this, Clarion declared. A massive bolt of red hex energy was unleashed from the portal and came down towards Naruto and Artemis, hitting the shield Naruto had created. Rainbow energy was created at the point of contact between Naruto's shield and Clarion's attack. Ooh, rainbow power. The witch boy admired only to have Tikal growled at him. I am paying attention, you stupid cat. Tikal didn't like being called a stupid cat and meowed at his master again. In case you haven't noticed, I'm winning. Naruto was drawn back to some of the things that had been said before and during this fight. I'm just an old coat fate used to put on, you sought to take the hell. Met before it gained a host. I'm afraid that you and Nabu may keep changing back and forth until one of you takes off the helmet. I think I understand now, Naruto said as he channeled purple energy into the shield, exploding it outward and destroying the red hex bolt. He then stood surrounded by a circle of purple fire, while Artemis and Kent were completely unharmed. As I understand it, Lords of Order and Chaos cannot merely exist in the mortal plane, Naruto stated calmly. Clarion's eyes widened as he knew exactly what Naruto was talking about. He and Tikal were then surrounded by a red, mystical aura that gave them a more demonic look as Clarion summoned more of his power. Large balls of fire energy appeared in each of Clarion's hands which he then threw at Naruto. He flew into the air and began dodging as he continued talking. Nabu is bound to the helmet and needs to use a human host to interact with the world, he stated before firing a blast of energy. Clarion formed a stone wall to block the attack. But that is not quite what you do. You're babbling, kid, Clarion shouted in his more demonic voice. You think so? Naruto asked as he pointed his finger towards Tikal and fired a thin purple beam at it. Clarion responded by forming a solid energy shield in front of himself, but the beam passed by him and pierced Tikal's side, who cried out and was sent sprawling across the ground, bleeding. Tikal, Clarion shouted in concern as he turned back to normal, no longer looking more demonic, before he glared back at Infinity. I can't believe you would shoot a defenseless and cute pussycat. You and I both know that while it might inhabit the body of one, that thing is no cat. Naruto said as he gestured to the now shimmering Tikal. And if your anchor dies, well, nothing tells me you already know what happens. Tikal struggled to breath as Clarion seemed to fade in and out of existence. Bully, killjoy, asshole, Clarion shouted angrily. Naruto replied by firing a beam of energy from both hands at Clarion. Clarion knew he might not survive a blast of power stone energy in his weakened state. Holy shit, he gulped as a blood-red portal appeared behind him, which he jumped back into. The portal opened over Tikal and Clarion dropped down, picking up his cat. We're out of here, Clarion shouted in panic before he and Tikal turned into black fog with a red outline and disappeared. Naruto stood staring at the sky with his coat blowing in the wind. Artemis stood up. You did it, Naruto. She shouted happily, but he didn't respond at all to her voice. In fact, his form shifted back into that of Dr. Fate. Naruto, Dr. Fate, Nabu. She tried to get his attention as she walked closer, but he didn't move a muscle. Inside the tower, Abracadabra was lying on his stomach, groaning as his head was reeling from having his teeth knocked out by a Kryptonian. Kara kept on foot on top of Abra, keeping him pinned while Magan wrapped Abra in pieces of metal to prevent him from escaping. Wally held Kadabra's wand in his hand. Souvenir, he said happily. Back on the roof, Artemis was waving her hand in front of Dr. Fate's face, trying to get his attention, but he didn't even blink. Something's wrong, she said with worry in her voice. Inside the mindscape, Naruto found himself back inside the helmet. This again. I won the fight, so why am I back in the helmet? He asked Kent. Because the Earth needs drive. Fate, Nabu's voice said as an image of the helmet appeared in the mindscape. I will not release this body. You can't do that, Naruto shouted as he got ready for a fight. Technically he can, but he really shouldn't. Kent stated calmly. Nabu, I know you desire a new host, but this is not the right candidate. The boy has no affinity for magic, so you'd always be at your worst. Not to mention, based on what we saw, the two of you would always be battling for control over his body, preventing you from fulfilling your duties as a Lord of Order. That is true, but I do not appreciate being permanently hidden away, useless, isolated, for decades and centuries at a time. Nabu stated, chaos must not be allowed the reign. That will not happen again. The boy will take the helmet and make sure you're put to good use. Kent stated, I have no issue with that. Besides, I'm sure Zatara wouldn't mind occasionally wearing the helmet when it's necessary. Naruto added, getting a nod from Mr. Nelson, and in the meantime, I'll stick around and keep you company. Kent offered. Wait, what about passing on and being with your wife? Naruto asked in concern. Hey, don't sweat it. Kid, I'll spend a few millennia here, and then see Inza. Kent said happily. That's the great thing about eternity, it's eternal. The bargain is acceptable, Nabu said as his eyes glowed. Some free advice before you go. Kent said to Naruto. Find your own little spitfires, ones who won't let you get away with nothing. Naruto looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Yes, I know I'm talking about more than one girl. Even though it's not generally accepted by the public, I knew a few heroes that had more than one girlfriend or wife back in the day. Someone, as strong as you will need them to keep you grounded and on the right path. For example, girls like that. Kent was cut off as the area became completely white and Naruto was freed from the mindscape. Real world. Naruto removed the helmet of Nabu and returned to his normal clothes. He found Artemis looking at him with concern written on her face. Are you alright? She asked urgently. Yeah, I'm okay, Artemis. I just had to talk to Nabu and Mr. Nelson about some things before I took off the helmet. Naruto explained as he looked over at Kent's corpse. He set down the helmet before he put Kent's locket into his hand and closed the hand around it. Artemis picked up the helmet for Naruto so he could pick up Kent's body. Make sure you don't lose that. Naruto told Artemis. I have a promise to keep that involves the helmet. The female archer nodded in understanding as the two made their way back into the tower where the others were waiting. Oh no, Kara said in horror when she saw Naruto carrying Kent's dead body. No one said as they left the Tower of Fate, which Aqualad resealed by locking the door behind them and taking the key from it. Mount Justice, August 20th, 3:48 a.m. It was raining outside as Naruto was in his room and placed the helmet of Nabu on a shelf next to other items he had acquired from the team's previous missions. Naruto sighed sadly as he felt the mission was a failure for not being able to keep Kent Nelson from dying. He got up and walked through the hallway and found Artemis with Wally in a storage area where Wally kept his souvenirs. So how do you explain what happened to Naruto when he put on the helmet? She asked the magic skeptic as Naruto approached. Naruto wanted to hear this and saw that Wally had his own souvenir shelf. Wally looked at Artemis. Energy from the thing rewrote his brain's beta waves. He was bio-scripted into become drive. Fate for a few minutes. Wally said matter-of-factly. Wait, you're still claiming there's no such thing as magic even after everything we just went through? Artemis asked. If that were true, then why is Naruto keeping the helmet? Wally looked at his souvenir shelf. Duh, souvenir, he replied with a grin. Geek, she said before walking away with Naruto shaking his head. Naruto remembered what Kent said about needing to find his own Spitfires to help keep him on the right track, but he was worried about how the others would react to him having more than one girlfriend, plus he was happy with Megan as is, so for now, he was just going to wait and see what happens. Gotham City, August 27th. Grunts and battle cries sounded in the air. Flashes of light shining through the windows of an old warehouse. Kara punched through her target, a humanoid figure made of mud and clay, but ended up covered in clay for her trouble. Naruto covered Clayface in his blue aura and applied pressure to keep him in place while Megan used her telepathy to calm Clayface's nerves and keep him docile. Aqualad, now, Naruto sent over the mental link. But the dark-skinned Atlantean didn't move. Damn it, Naruto thought through the mental link after several moments and sent power stone beams from his eyes, hitting the caps on the emergency water lines. Cause them to sprinkle. Supergirl, Robin, use your freeze breath and Berterangs and freeze him solid. Naruto commanded. Kara took a deep breath and unleashed her super breath while Robin hit Clayface's face with several Berterangs that contained capsules of compressed liquid nitrogen, freezing Clayface solid, trapping him in an airtight icy prison. You know, it's a good thing he doesn't have to breathe, Kara remarked. Naruto nodded. If he needed to, capturing him would have been more of a pain. Now let's head back. They made their way back to the Zeta tubes. As Aqualad passed him, Naruto placed a hand on his shoulder. When we get back, we're gonna have a little chat, he told Calder, his eyes hard as steel. The cave. I need to talk with Aqualad, Batman said as the team emerged, dirty and tired from their mission. The rest of you, hit the showers and head home. Just Aqualad, Batman clarified as both Robin and Naruto made no sign of movement. Robin started walking but Naruto didn't budge. I need to talk to him as well, Naruto said, noticing Batman's glare. He's on my team, so I need to address this before it becomes a more serious issue. It was a rare thing for someone to dictate terms to the world's greatest detective, and even rarer when he accepted. Batman nodded and let Naruto take center stage. I am sorry you had to alter the plan due to my failures, Aqualad said, his head bowed. Just be glad that Clayface didn't require a very complex plan to take down, otherwise if it had been some other villain, one of the other SMI GHT have been injured because of your inaction. You're my second in command, your head needs to be in the game at all times, Naruto said, not willing to pull any punches on this matter. I don't know what's got you distracted, Aqualad. I'm not Magan, but you need to sort it out, so until you do, I'm benching you. The dark-skinned teen bowed his head even further, clearly feeling the weight of his shame. With that in mind, Calder, Naruto said, placing a hand on his friend's shoulder, but this time in a more comforting manner. We are all friends, Calder. You know that you can talk to any of us if you have something weighing on you. Quote, Calder sighed, of late I am not even convinced I belong on the surface world. For so many years it filled my every thought. But now that I am here, my dreams are all Atlantis. Atlantis or someone you left behind, Batman said, speaking up for the first time. Naruto sighed. You need to sort this out, Calder, so I'm gonna recommend you take some vacation back to Atlantis. Your time can be spent in both worlds, but your mind has got to be in only one at a time. Anything else makes you a liability. Naruto told him. You need to make a decision, Calder. And make it soon, Batman said before turning and following his protege out of the room. Posidones. August 27th. Aqualad BO2. The computerized voice of the League's Zeta tubes announced as Calder exited the underwater gateway. Kyrie. Calderam. Aquaman greeted his protege in Atlantean. Anexorin. The teen said, bringing a fist up to his brows in an Atlantean salute. As the mentor and student swam along, they carried on their conversation. The Queen and I are hosting an intimate dinner tonight, Arthur was telling his protege. You will attend? He asked. Your Majesty, there is someone special I had hoped to see tonight, Calder began, but Arthur smiled warmly. You may invite a friend, he said. Yes, thank you, my king, Calder said, a relieved smile on his face. Until tonight, Arthur said, breaking off from the teen, who swam to the conservatory. Smallville, Kansas. Superman and Kara were driving in a truck that Clark used when he was in his civilian identity. They were driving towards his hometown of Smallville. Kara wondered at the sign that said, Welcome to Smallville, Kansas, cream-corned capital of the world. They soon pulled up and into the Kent farm. As they got out, Kara took a good look around. So this is where you grew up? Kara said. It's not that bad, Superman said, causing Kara to shake her head as he must have thought she didn't like it. No, I didn't mean it like that. It's just so different from what I'm used to. It's different from Krypton and even Metropolis, Kara said as a mother hen led a pack of chicks underneath her legs, which was so mething that Kara marveled at and turned behind her as she followed after them with her eyes for a minute. I think I'm going to like it here, Kara said. It can be a little quiet sometimes, Clark mentioned as they continued walking. Cal, I've been chased, shot at, been cooped up in a cave, fought bad guys with the team, and I even broke a nail, she said, showing him her broken nail on her right hand. I'm ready for a little quiet. Quote, if I know my mom, she'll have some of her famous apple pie waiting, Clark said as he walked up the porch steps. Now come on, let's go meet the folks. And with that, Clark opened the door to introduce her to his adoptive parents. August 27th. Happy Harbor. 6:00 p.m. While Aqualad was visiting Atlantis and Kara was visiting the Kents, back in the cave, Naruto was flipping through the channels trying to find something good to watch, with Magan behind him in the kitchen, looking at a recipe book. Find anything good to watch? Magan asked him. Nothing so far, Naruto said, his eyes not leaving the screen as he flipped through the channels. Well, would you like to help me make dinner? She asked. I'd love that, Naruto said, as he stood and strode into the kitchen, making Megan smile. Let's see, she said happily. We're gonna need some brown sugar, a little butter. Naruto ducked in surprise as the Martian girl began taking out the ingredients with her telekinesis as she read them out. Some salt, cooking oil, vinegar, a few eggs, a couple of tomatoes, some milk, a bowl of flour and a. The sound of something clattering behind her cut her off. Naruto stood there holding a carton of milk, with a mixing bowl on his head, dripping with broken eggs and other ingredients. Darn, and I just washed this too, Naruto teased her as egg yolk dripped down his head. Oops, Megan said, mentally grabbing a towel. She rushed forward, knocking the bowl off his head, and dabbing at his dripping shirt. Naruto watched her with a chuckle escaping his throat. I'm so sorry, I should have paid more attention. It was too much at once, too much at once. Hello, Megan, that's so me, she babbled. Her ramblings died in her throat as her eyes met his. Naruto turned himself intangible, letting all the stuff that was on him fall to the floor, before turning himself tangible again with a smile. I was teasing you, Megan, Naruto said with a smile. Using his powers, he floated all the spilled ingredients into the air before moving them all into the dumpster. You know, as delicious as I'm sure that would have been, I think I know what I'm really in the mood for right now. Naruto said. What's that? Megan got an idea of what he wanted as he cupped her cheeks in each hand. You, Naruto said as he leaned and the two began to kiss. Ed Tornado walked down the hall a few minutes later, leading to the kitchen and entertainment area, only to find it empty. The android turned on his heel and walked away. Megan and Naruto were on the couch with her on his lap and him on his back, the two of them in a heated makeout session. Megan giggled as they heard Tornado walk away. That was close, Naruto chuckled to himself, which caused Megan to look amused. What? Megan asked. Oh, it's just us. Sneaking around a Justice League base, making out and all the other good times with the team, it makes me feel like an ordinary kid. Naruto said before he frowned. Makes me wonder what I was doing all that time in the memories I lost. I'm sure it's not as bad as you think it is, Megan said comfortingly, holding his hand in hers. How am I supposed to know? I've been going to the sessions with your uncle and I haven't been able to recover any of the important stuff. I've gotten some memories back but nothing that helps me figure out who I was. Knowing my luck, I'm probably a secret supervillain, Naruto said, a silence washing over the two before Naruto heard his stomach growl. Guess I'm hungrier than I thought. You know what, screw it. Let's get dinner and a movie, Naruto said, causing Megan to get excited. Oh, can I pick the movie? Megan asked excitedly, as she had been wanting to see the movie, Remember Me, since it premiered a week ago. As long as I get to pick where we eat, Naruto said, as he was sure it was gonna be a chick flick or something like that. Naruto got out his Harley-Davidson Dyna lower. Either since they were planning to enjoy their evening and Megan had shifted her clothes to different colors but her skin remained green. What do you think? Can Megan Moors pass as an Earth girl? Naruto looked at her amused for a moment before she spoke up. Kidding, her skin changed to a Caucasian girl before twirling. Meet Megan Morse. Come on, time's a-wasting. Naruto beckoned for her to get on the bike. She did so, wrapping her slender arms around his waist and giving him a quick kiss on the lips as he turned on his bike and drove into Happy Harbor to enjoy their evening. Gotham City, August 27, 8 p.m. Just Aqualad, Dick grunted to himself as he practiced his gymnastics. He hung from two suspended rings, flipping his body upside down and back again, even flipping into the air. Trying to do a backflip dismount onto a metal pole nearby, the teen hero slipped and fell, rolling neatly until he hit the wall. Lashing out, he punched a small crater in the wall of the gym. In the T-Cav Bruce Wayne sat in his Batman garb, without the cowl, watching his ward on the monitor with his faithful butler Alfred standing just behind him. The door to the gym opened just as Dick was opening a bottle of water. Master Bruce would like to see you, Alfred said from the doorway. Opening the door to the back of the manor, still looking dejected, Dick was surprised to see a basketball bounce towards him. What's this? He asked, catching the ball. Training, Bruce said, dressed in workout clothes like the teen. Hand-eye coordination, one-on-one, Dick asked grinning, if you think you can handle it. Bruce shot back with a smile. Alfred had to smile as he watched the two play basketball together. It was bonding, no matter the excuse. Central City, same time, 3 couples and nay teenagers sat around a dinner table with a big banner hanging behind them that read happy birthday, each of them laughing and enjoying each other's company. Here, let me get that. Barry Allen said, standing up, holding his own plate. And that, and this, and those and these, he said, speeding around the table to pick up the empty dishes. How about that? Wally quickly ate the rest of his food, then stood up holding out his plate. Oh, this too, I got it, Barry said, racing from the table into the kitchen. Thanks Uncle Barry, Wally said, walking into the kitchen. You're a lucky lady, Iris, Wally's mother told her younger sister. Our Wally certainly isn't that fast. Not when it comes to clearing the table. Mom, the speedster protested from the kitchen. Neither is my Mrs. Garrick said, patting her husband's arm. I know. You're a retired speedster, she said as he was about to argue. And since it's your birthday we won't argue. Jay looked appeased. Wally's fast enough when he wants to be, Barry said, walking back and holding a cake with a candle on top. We're suddenly out of ice cream. Wally's mother scolded as her son froze with the spoon of chocolate ice cream still in his mouth. The empty carton tucked under one arm. Happy birthday, he said sheepishly around the spoon. Gotham City, August 27, 10 p.m. Artemis sat on the floor of a run-down home. The television on behind her and a roll of arrows on the floor beside her as she tinkered with one. Several toolboxes were open as well. She was wearing simple clothes, jeans, a white shirt and a brown jacket. She looked up as the television turned off behind her. Holding the remote was a woman of Asian descent, sitting in a wheelchair, holding a few pieces of paper. This came in the mail for you, she told Artemis excitedly, extending the papers. You opened it, Mom, Artemis protested, quickly taking the papers from her mother. Oh, just read it. The woman laughed, too happy to be upset by her daughter's attitude. On the paper was a large capital G surrounded by a coat of arms. Next to it were the words, Gotham Academy, written in gold in a red box. A line below that said, Office of Admissions and Financial Aid. I've been awarded a full Wayne Foundation scholarship to the Gotham Academy. Artemis asked dubiously as she read the letter. But I didn't apply, she said, sounding confused. It's not that kind of scholarship, her mother told her. You qualify or you don't. She wheeled herself closer to Artemis. Gotham Academy is very prestigious. You should be thrilled. Yeah, I'm not switching schools, Artemis said, casually crumpling up the paper and tossing it over her shoulder so that it landed on the coffee table behind her. All my friends are at Gotham North. Her mother picked up the paper and unfolded it, then snatched away an arrow that Artemis had been looking down the shaft of. You're going, she said with steel in her voice. Or you give up your extracurriculars. She held out the piece of paper. Mom, don't make threats you can't enforce, Artemis said with a grin, standing up and taking the arrow back. But as she turned to walk away, her mother caught her by the wrist. Artemis, this is a chance to better your life, she shouted, banging a hand on the arm of her wheelchair. Artemis paused. A chance I never had, her mother finished, tears now leaking from her eyes. Okay, Mom, Artemis said softly, kneeling down and placing a hand on top of her mother's hand that still rested in her lap. I'll go for you. Her mother looked up, stunned, then smiled. Her eyes still shining with tears, she embraced her daughter. September 3rd, Oswald arrived at the cave in the customary whir of the Zeta tubes and a burst of light, completed B. Why the computerized voice announcing their presence. Batman was standing in the combat training arena, hollow screens pulled up around him. Made your decision? Batman asked. The decision is made. I am here, 100%, Aqualad replied. Naruto nodded and lay a hand on his shoulder. Just in time for the team's next mission, Batman said, as the rest of the team filled in. The Watchtower detected an immense power surge in the Belian Desert. With Black Manta, somewhere underneath the ocean, Black Manta stood in his submarine, in an audience with the light. I was unable to secure the objective, and was forced to execute Plan B, he informed them. You did well, a cultured voice came from the screen directly in front of him. Everything falls into place. Indeed, L1 said to the rest of the light, and soon. The young heroes will fall into our trap, and Project Infinity will be back with the light, where he belongs. The end.